In November of 2007, I published and released my books, The Irish Origins of Civilization, in 2 volumes. Volume 1 is titled and has the subtitle, The Servants of Truth, Druidic Traditions and Influence Explored. So it's a look at Irish Druidism. Volume 2, the title and subtitles were Akhenaten, the Cult of Aton and the Dark Side of the Sun, Polemical Investigations into the Extermination of Druidry and the Rise of Judeo-Christianity. These books, The Irish Origins of Civilization, follow on nicely from my first book, Atlantis, Alien Visitation and Genetic Manipulation. In that original book, we talked about the Irish, the ancient legends of the Irish, and how they also talked about the War of the Gods, super technologies, and also the end of what is known as the antediluvian or pre-diluvian world. These are civilizations that were very ancient that are now lost. The Irish Origins volumes pick up the story of what happened in the world after the Great Age of Catastrophe, after the advent of evil into the world and also into the consciousness of human beings, and after the fall of Atlantis. If we accept that Atlantis existed, what happened to it? The Irish Origins books picks up with the story of mankind and the story of civilization after the decline of the great civilizations of the ancient world, which scientists, even though the evidence is in front of their eyes, are very hesitant to accept existed. But for those who don't know me or my work or are not familiar with this particular thesis, we'll do a little mini introduction. And I'd like to read the caption on the back of Volume 2. What does it mean to live in the age of revealing? It means the light that royals and their secret society masters apparently adore is finally being shone brightly upon their own orders and ideologies. It means that the sun of truth has finally risen to expose their once hidden machinery of tyranny and control. For those hot on the trail of the world's premier secret societies, this book will be an invaluable source of revelation. It alone reveals the intelligence behind royalty, masonry, Zionism, and Judeo-Christianity. Now, of course, people will stop and say, first of all, how is Volume 1 talking about Ireland and Volume 2 about Egypt? Officially, there's not meant to be a connection between Ireland and Egypt. But of course, as we unfold in this presentation, we will see that that is far from the truth. Another question will arise, why are we talking about secret societies? What's that got to do with anything? Again, we have to realize that the history that we have accepted, that comes down from the establishment figures, is largely fabricated and untrue. And that these books are very much controversial. They are not fitting into the normal academic sphere of thought. These books are controversial in the sense that they are alternative. There's an alternative reading of history, which goes against or flies in the face of what we're taught in the schools and colleges. Now, in both books, you'll find dedications to various authors, even some musicians and people that I consider mentors, but the books are also dedicated and addressed to the spirit of humanity. Just as human beings have a spirit that can sometimes be oppressed or occluded, so we can surmise or conjecture that humanity also has a spirit. And we can also conclude that in the age that we find ourselves today, that spirit is oppressed. That spirit is sort of occluded and held down or suppressed, just like a human spirit or a human mind or a human soul can be. And that one day that spirit may rise. We can talk about the countdown to 2012, and perhaps there is already some sort of awakening taking place. But my work and these volumes, these books, are dedicated to that spirit and to the time of its final awakening. Because, as many philosophers have said, you can't suppress a good idea forever. Truth will not be thrown to the ground perpetually. The books are also dedicated and addressed to the beginner. Now, what is a beginner? What am I talking about by beginner? I mean the person who comes to this kind of controversial material for the first time. People who investigate alternative history, or the conspiratorial so-called movement. Those individuals may be lost. They may have a great passion to know the truth. They may be full of the Sturm und Drang, as the Germans would say, and they come with great gusto because they sense that they haven't been told all the truth about the world and about history and about consciousness. But they also may find themselves somewhat lost because there's a welter of information. Not all of it accurate, not all of it true. So I'm very conscious of the mind of the beginner, and that a person doesn't necessarily have the 20, 30 years to work it all out. And that the freshness and the passion that comes with a beginner is very important. And they shouldn't stop or get waylaid or get so confused that the process ends because they're not getting their answers. It's very important that people who are seasoned in this, they're always concerned not just about the choir and the people who know or think they know about this subject matter, but those who are ever new, coming in with a lot of questions. The books are also dedicated to the insider. What insider? Well, who is it that works in the corporations of the world, in the corporate bodies? Who is it that works inside the religions? Who is it works inside the technical companies and corporations of the world? Who works inside the military? Who works inside the churches? Who works in the government? You do. The people watching this. And you may feel that you are unimportant or insignificant, but in fact, being an insider, as we'll see in a minute, is very, very important because you are actually positioned in an exceptionally a good place to make some vital changes, should those be needed. The message to the insider, in short, is don't be treated as a machine or as machine man. Your position, from your position, you can observe, you can record, you can leak information, you can publish information, and ultimately you can expose what you see and what is going on. And you can do that secretly. You also need to realize, you see, that you may be a moral person. You may be a God-loving and a true and moral, virtuous individual. But the people that you may be working for in those corporations may not be so moral or so pure. After all, as Joel Bakan showed in his fine work, The Corporation, corporations can be psychopathic. Corporations can be run by psychopathic people. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to work that out. And if you're working inside a corporation like that, or you're working inside a business or a concern where you see the vilest of actions and the most immoral acts, the so-called white-collar crime that goes on, which is ubiquitous, perhaps you can document it. Perhaps now with the internet, you're in a good position to be able to leak it and tell the world just what's going on, and thereby affect very important changes. The message to the insider is perfectly summed up by the philosopher Ayn Rand. If one values human life, she said, one cannot value its destroyers. Well, isn't that the same message that was spoken by Socrates in the 4th century BC when he said to harm another is to harm oneself? So it's a matter of responsibility. If you're working in the corporations that are exploitative and are bringing misery to the world, there's something you can do by exposing the dirty little secrets or the dirty big secrets of government, of politics, of religion. Now, it might take some convincing for people to do this, but as we saw in the case of, for instance, Scott Ritter, he comes to mind, United Nations weapon inspector, who just had it up to here with the lies and the duplicity of the government who had sent him in to inspect the weapons in Iraq. And now he is come out to expose that and to show just what kind of duplicity it was going on. I mean, he's the kind of person, if he ran for office, you might even want to vote him in as president. Because here's a typical example of an insider who couldn't take it anymore and started to turn the tables. The message to the beginner, well, that's a very simple message actually. Because people scream to me all the time about what can I do, and everything seems so hopeless. Actually, the answers, the solutions are grassroots, and they're more simple than you'd possibly realize. The message to the beginner is to be mad as hell, as they say. To get so angry with what is going on that you affect change that way. See, anger is there for a reason. We've been told a pack of lies about the emotions. Certain emotions exist for certain reasons. and used correctly and understood correctly in their true psychological context, they can be the spark, they can be the motive to cause great change. But first of all, just like the movie Network said, you have to be mad as hell in order to get something done. And so if you see injustices, if you see something that's broken, warped, or rotten, you shouldn't feel all right about it. It's not good to just roll over and go to sleep as if it didn't exist. It's not good to get into all forms of escapism and excuse mechanisms. It's essential to be mad about what you see going on in the world and around you. Jules Henry, the American anthropologist, said to think deeply in our culture is to grow angry and to anger others. And if you cannot tolerate this anger, you are wasting the time you spend thinking deeply. One of the rewards of deep thought is the hot glow of anger at discovering a wrong. But if anger is taboo, then thought will starve to death. The message to the beginner is also summarized by J. Krishnamurti, the Indian philosopher, who said, "Till the false is seen as the false, truth is not." He's talking here about apophatic learning. See that which is false. Through your critical abilities, through your judgment, through your doubt, and also using things like pattern recognition. Analyze the situation, analyze what is in front of you, see it as untrue. My work is very much built out of that, of constantly being skeptical and doubting what I've been told from official sources. And when Krishnamurti is saying, when you see this false, as false, perhaps then you will develop the ability to see what is true amid all those lies and falsehoods. But see, to be able to do that requires attitudinal independence. I mean, independence, after all, is about here. Independence is about what you have in the mind. Because it's not some fashion statement, it's not some cosmetic statement, it's not some allegiance, petty allegiance, or affiliation. Some of the freest men have been those who've been locked up in prison or thrown into dungeons. Always remember that true independence, that word is bandied around so much we sometimes forget this, but true independence is attitudinal, it's of the mind. And then later, it's of your behavior and your personality and so on. But today, we have to develop an independence against the collective, the consensus trance. And of course, we know where we need to go if we don't want to have that independence. We go to the normal media, which is happy to tell us what we should do and what we should believe and how we should think. The independent person has what I always describe as psychic immunity. He's unmutual. He doesn't want to go along to get along, and he questions and he doubts. And the work of alternative historians like myself is basically applicable to those individuals. That doesn't mean we're right. That doesn't mean we have all the answers or that we're experts in anything. But it means that we're looking at knowledge, we're looking at the world in a slightly different way. And therefore, that will only be of interest to those who have independent minds. But again, those individuals who've made that choice, subliminally or liminally, to not do that, we know where they go. They go to the circus, the juggling act, the daily, nightly news, the spiel, the spin of all the hucksters whose attitudes and their statements are doctored. So many fine books have been written on this very process. But let's not ever doubt that it does succeed in forcing people into consensus trance and lockstep. So they give us an idea of democracy. They give us an idea of freedom. They bandy words around like independence and individuality. But do we really have those things? Are we not in an oligarchy, a plutocracy? The message to the beginner continues also with a statement from J.F. Kennedy. He said, "Fear not the path of truth for the lack of people walking on it." Again, the essence is independence. I highlighted the word fear there because fear needs to be studied, just like anger needs to be re-understood. So does fear. We have to understand what it is in society that makes us afraid. Is there an entire Leviathan out there? A whole media apparatus that instills fear into us and anxiety and trepidation until people are frozen and they can't think correctly? And that fear is there to make sure that you remain within the walls of the known and the walls of the established traditions. So we need to study fear and find out what it is and where it leads, and whether it's really coming from our own selves or whether there is a injection of fear daily in the world that prevents us from coming to understand the meaning of life. Marcel Proust said, "We don't receive wisdom, we must discover it for ourselves after a journey that no one can take for us or spare us." And this is a very, very important statement. Again, the emphasis is on independence. Jack Trout, in his book Positioning, The Battle for Your Mind, addressed this concept of breaking the consensus and learning to say no. He says the sane person constantly analyzes the world of reality and then changes what's inside his or her head to fit the facts. That's an awful lot of trouble for most people. Besides, how many people want to constantly change their opinions to fit the facts? It's a whole lot easier to change the facts to fit your opinions. Unsane people make up their minds and they find the facts to verify their opinions. Or, even more commonly, they accept the opinion of the nearest expert, and then they don't have to bother about the facts at all. The main message of Michael Tsarion to the world is to never leave consciousness at the door, so that we always understand, we remain vigilant to understand that no matter how many permutations this great war takes, and how many violations there are, both political or economic or social, let us never leave consciousness at the door. Let us never forget that the real war is a war on consciousness. It's a psychic war, a psychic dictatorship. I constantly emphasize this throughout all my work, and it's the key. Because we think of colonization and colonialization primarily in political terms. When somebody mentions those words, we think of militaristic terms or a political movement. We have to start to learn to think of those terms in mental and spiritual and psychic terms. There's a colonization of the mind, and it's vital for us to be vigilant and aware of that all the time. And there's many tentacles of that kind of colonization. There's many tentacles of this war on consciousness. As we said, historical amnesia. We're not taught about history correctly. There's the groupthink and the consensus trance, which is again born out of fear. Or we have a complete and utter disinterest in anything that's not the most narcissistic and practical areas of life, and we have, especially amongst the young and amongst the teenagers, the vegged out, the boredom, which is so prevalent in our societies today. We also have overstimulated minds. And scientists know, behaviorists know, those who study consciousness know, that if a mind is perpetually and constantly overstimulated with the stimuli of the world, it basically freezes and is incapable of real thought. It's certainly not capable of what we talked about a few minutes ago, the apophatic learning, the deductive reasoning, the critical judgment. In fact, in our society today, you're almost criticized if you're critical. You're criticized if you are skeptical. You're criticized if you have a higher form of judgment. We're living in societies that don't want you to make fine judgments. It doesn't want you to assess the facts and come to your own independent understanding. But we have thinking, and the finest part of reasoning, a part of thinking, is the reason. The human reason is what separates us from the rest of creation. And the reason is critical understanding and judgment. So we don't need to have these things weakened. We need to have them strengthened in our society, and that is, again, against the flow of what the establishment wants. The power brokers don't want us to be critical thinkers, forming rational judgments and using those abilities. What they want is to have us overstimulated so that the mind ultimately shuts down. They want us sense infatuated. There's nothing wrong with sensation, but look at the world we're living in right now. We're in a world of outer directed personality types as opposed to inner directed. Do we know what the difference is between an inner directed person, a person who's got selfhood and psychic sovereignty or psychic immunity, or a perpetually outer directed person who's waiting for the world to turn them on, who's waiting for the world to give them meaning? You may be bumping into such people. You may have them in your family. You may be working right beside such people. Isn't it important for you to understand what their psychic profile is, what their psychological type is? Might that not answer a great deal of your own existential issues and problems? We have, of course, a pornographic media. We have an unspeakable barrage of nonsense generated by ubiquitous media oracles. I've gone this into other works, other DVDs, other presentations about exactly how that works, because it's another form of psychic tyranny that is again designed and created to erode your sense of independence, to befuddle, to confuse, to insert and embed all sorts of negative memes and thought patterns, you see, and to work on also the limbic areas of our brain, and to work on what the Eastern Vedic people would call the lower chakra drives. And what is the result of that? Well, the delinquency and the addiction that we see all around us in the world today. Slowly and slowly, more people are becoming toxic and unsane, even insane. Now, in other presentations, other work, I've talked about this rising of toxicity, specifically of the human emotions. Where are we going with this? The beginner asks these questions. What is the future of mankind? Where is mankind heading? Are we heading for a terminal? Are we terminal? Are we heading for some sort of apocalypse? That could be very much the case if the world chooses, if human beings choose, as they seem to be choosing, to not face their emotions, or they simply don't even have the equipment or the strength of will to face toxic negative emotions, because we've been conditioned to think in negative terms about our own emotions. And I've spoken about this in other work. And that if we do continually avoid dealing with the emotions, what will happen to humanity? Will people become one-dimensional, paper-thin, or will those emotions start coming back? As the psychologists have always said, the repressed content, the content you don't want to look at, has a strange habit of coming back. Now, the Maya talked about a countdown to the age of awakening, the age of enlightenment, the age of revelation. Is that one way of saying that we are going to inherit the shadows that we have projected into the world? And when we look out into the social world today, into what's happening in the world today, is that what we're seeing unfold? How much does our own psychic profile, you see, bring into being the world that we have to live in? So, those two important areas. The healthy anger, the blue flame of anger, which is born from a total, clear understanding of the world, a zero tolerance of lies and falsehood, the ability to fall in love with the word no, and that idea that all forms of independence are never given to you by your master. The world is never going to make you free. The world is never going to make you independent. That is a gift that you give yourself through your own abilities, through your own, just as you give the world meaning. Instead of waiting for the world to give you meaning, you give meaning to the world from within inside yourself, if you're capable of doing that. And with that is the psychic immunity and also the attitudinal independence. Because the person who has these things, who's psychically immune, who's spiritually sovereign, who's moral, virtuous, who's using his critical judgment, who's centered in himself, he is completely secure no matter what kind of nonsense arrives in the world tomorrow. He's also pinpointed where the source of the fear is coming from, and he makes himself immune to that. All of these factors is what makes a true rebel, a true iconoclast, a true freethinker. This whole idea of the age of revelation or awakening, a kind of apocalypse, a kind of critical mass, in which there is perhaps a splitting of the ways. People who are not happy and have no interest in facing their own emotions, they start slipping, sliding, going down. And those individuals who are capable of doing that, another road opens up for them. Was this what the Maya were talking about? I've dealt with that in a DVD presentation, 2012, Where History Ends, in which we look at this whole question of the countdown to that year and fulfilling the old Maya prophecies. Will that mean many uncomfortable revelations and changes? Or will it mean new paradigms, grassroots solutions, a deeper sense of selfhood, and again, ultimately, independence from this collective? Will it mean an age of solutions in which we start to remedy, with very simple ideas, the problems that we've had for many millennia? Now we can move on from the introduction to look more deeply at what the Irish Origins of Civilization books are really about, and do a bit of a synopsis. In Chapter 1 of Volume 1, we address certain topics that the book addresses, or the volumes address. One of them is this key theme, and that is the west to east movement of the elements of civilization. And the elements of civilization are writing, music, language, basket weaving, pottery making, sailboats, all sorts of elements of civilization, the things we take for granted: astronomy, astrology, theology, horseback riding, various elements that make up civilization. Of course, we know that we're taught from official sources that basically those elements reach the west from the east. But my work looks into whether the opposite is in fact true. Whether after the fall of Atlantis, the elements of civilization moved into Britain, Scandinavia, through Europe and over to the east. In my mind, there's no reason why we shouldn't look at that question openly and objectively. We look into the Irish, or more properly, the Aryan origins of civilization. We look at the ancient roots of modern tyranny. We look at proofs that the British Isles were part of Atlantis. So rather than being a continent that sank beneath the waves, was actually Atlantis, is Britain, that's Ireland, Wales, Scotland, and England, and maybe even Iceland or Scandinavia. Are these actually remnants of the great continent of Atlantis? We look at the prehistoric age of catastrophe that ruined the world and traumatized consciousness. That's why I had to start with the Atlantis book first, because in order to understand the world we're living in and how the mechanisms and machinery of control exist, or how the empires and great civilizations came into existence, it's not possible to do that without sketching in the whole story of the pre-Diluvian civilizations. So when history books and history teachers pick up from whatever point BC, they habitually do not talk about these ancient cycles or antediluvian or pre-Diluvian cycles. That's often relegated to the realm of mythology. These are mythological cycles. But in my belief, we can never understand the origins of the modern world if we do not fully understand that there were civilizations of great advancement in ancient times. This is fundamental, and the world still has basically to wake up to this, although that is happening slowly. We look into the whole story of evil, and that evil, what we call evil, is a relatively recent phenomena. This book, Atlantis, Alien Visitation and Genetic Manipulation, deals with the origins of evil. It also says in the introduction of that book that within the next 10 years, and this book was written around about 2000, 2001, or 2002, so it said that within 10 years of the writing of this book, humanity would know a lot more about its origins and its destiny than it has done in the past. And we're already now at 2008, and I believe that that prophecy is fulfilled and will continue to be fulfilled, because we are every day, every week, every month, there's more information coming in that shatter the old sacred cows and that completely bury all this nonsense, both in the science world and in archaeology and so forth, that we've been told. And hopefully soon, this whole question of how man becomes the sadistic creature that he is will also warrant a reevaluation. The book, of course, as we saw in the titles, looks into who were the Druids, what were they about. It also looks into the story of the annihilation of the Druids, the high priests of the world, and that's why the second book deals with Egypt, not only because there were legitimate connections between Ireland and Egypt, but because if you really want to understand why the Druids are not around today, not the authentic Druids anyway, that story takes us to Egypt. And we'll look into that as the presentation continues. The books deal with the restoration of the term, the much abused term, Arya or Aryan, and gets into what that word really meant. We look into whether we should be dispensing with the prejudicial and inaccurate term Celtic when referring to Ireland's megalithic inhabitants. Some scholars are questioning whether the term Celtic should be used even to deal with later groups who allegedly visited Ireland. But we certainly have always taken exception to the fact that it is used to describe the ancient Mesolithic or megalithic Irish. The books delve into and look into the all-important connections, and they are all-important, between Ireland and Egypt, as we said. It also looks into the connections, if any, between some of the most fascinating nations and tribes and peoples of the ancient world. Groups like the Scythians, the Hyksos, the Celts, the Gaels, the Sumerians, the Chaldeans, the Amorites, and the Indians of the Indus Valley, etc. The books investigate the origins of what we call monotheism, and that of course means delving into the origins of Judeo-Christianity, the famous religion of Judeo-Christianity. And my work looks into the Atenist and the British connections, which basically refutes what we've been told commonly about the origins of the religion. We cannot hope to be looking into the Druids and what they believed and what they taught without examining astrotheology, the religion of the stars. In fact, in 2008, I released an entire book on that subject, Astrotheology and Sidereal Mythology, which looks at the connections again, continues to look at the connections between Egypt and Ireland, but delves into what these ancient peoples believed and shows that astrology played an enormous part in the religions of the ancient world, and that the great stellar cults, the teachings and the traditions of the Egyptian and the Irish stellar cult, this is a worldwide global college of adepts, was cannibalized and plagiarized by potentates and priesthoods of later generations. An absolutely fundamental study which delves into symbolism and all sorts of belief systems that we have still today in our world. The book looks at the Irish and Egyptian symbolism that proliferates. Did it go from the east to the west? Did it go from the west to the east? Or a bit of both? We need to clarify that whole question of why certain Egyptian symbols appear frequently in civic architecture of the West, on flags, on heraldry, on coins, on buildings, and even in the commercial world, in advertising. One only needs to look at how common the symbol of the pyramid is, for instance, or the symbol of the sun, or the pentagram. Not that these symbols are negative, but just like people, they have a date of birth and an origin. Where do they come from? What do they mean? And why are they being used? Crucially, as we said in the introduction, my work looks into the origin of the world's premier secret societies, because that is an area in which there is so much bunk talked. That's where there are so many misguided theories, or, shall we say, shallow research. Everyone has their 2 cents about the pyramid and the Egyptian symbolism, you see, and the origin of the Freemasonry or Templars, but that's a trail that can be investigated. And it's marvelously interesting when you find out who these people are, the elites, what they believed, who taught the elites of these secret societies, and how did they gain their control? How did they come to have the power and the control that they have? There's an incredible story there to be told about these Illuminists and Templars, and about the solar cults and the stellar cults of the ancient world. Specifically, the book deals with the Templars, this is the Knights Templar, and their connection to Ireland, which often hasn't been delved into sufficiently. But recently information has been coming out to show about the connection between the ancient land of Ireland and about the connection of Irish monks called the Chaldean monks to the Knights Templar, and also to the Cistercian order and ultimately to the royals who conquered England and Ireland, French royalty. The book delves into these connections. Volume 1 goes deeply into it, and also does Volume 2. Now that we've looked at some of the major themes of the Irish origins of civilization, let's turn to look at some of the fallacies of history, that which we have taken as fact in previous ages. What are man's truths? As the German philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche addressed this and said, "Our truths, are they merely our irrefutable errors?" Well, my work specifically addresses these falsehoods that we've accepted as facts. It addresses who the creators of these falsehoods are, and the reasons why human beings are not told the truth about their origins and about their religions, etc. As the great scholar Conor McDowry wrote, he said, "The generally accepted history of ancient times, such as is found on the shelves of our libraries and taught in our schools, is mostly fiction, made up of fables and myths, cleverly composed into histories so nicely as to lull all suspicion in the mind of the reader or student as to the fraudulent character of it. Some wonderfully clever writers have been led astray by these deceptions of history." We are creatures of historical amnesia. We're not being told the truth about history and where we've come from. And as the Egyptian priests said to Solon, the father of Plato, "In mind you are all young. There is no old opinion handed down among you by ancient tradition, nor any science which is hoary with age." So what are these fictions and fallacies? Well, there's a whole list of them in the first chapter of Volume 1. One of the most common fallacies is the one that states that there were no advanced pre-Diluvian civilizations. Now, the word diluvian simply means flood. The flood of the biblical tradition, the flood of archaeology. We know, archaeologists know, geologists understand that there was some kind of deluge, some kind of flood. Some localize it to the Mediterranean area, to the Euphrates, to the Caspian Sea. Other scholars like Macadari, Commons Beaumont, Immanuel Velikovsky, my mentors, talk about it being basically universal, a worldwide cataclysm, not localized to one area, although subsequent cataclysms or catastrophes may have been local to certain regions. But at one point, since almost all the tribes and nations of the world talk about it and write about it and have portrayed it in their cave art or whatever, and in their ancient books and legends and the folk tales, we have to start getting around the idea that this deluge was universal, global, worldwide. Another incredible but widely disseminated myth concerning ancient times is that basically primitive man was rude and malevolent. Of course, we are the advanced ones, we are progressed, and we are the evolved ones. And of course, we've stated so many other times in other works, yeah, that may be the case technologically, scientifically. Nobody's bashing technology, far from it. Scientifically, technically, modern man is supreme. He's very developed. He's made leaps and bounds in these areas. But wait a minute, what about psychologically? What about morally? What about spiritually? What about, other areas of the intellect? And even what about socially? So, is it really true? Can we, when we look back to the Neanderthals, to the Cro-Magnon, when we look back to so-called primitive tribes that are even existing today and their ancestors, or when we examine the ancestors of the people today in the West, are they really uncivilized? Were they really rude and primitive? These are philosophies and ideas and ideologies you see that every day they're getting less and less credible. And then what about the megalithic ruins throughout the world? Were they constructed by unrelated races? So when you go to France and see the megaliths there, is that a different group than the people who were building them in Britain? If you see some in Cornwall, but you see some in Brittany, or you see some up at the Isle of Skye in Scotland, or you see some in Norway and Sweden, and you can even find them in Armenia. We've even some in North Africa now. Megaliths that you wouldn't have been able to see unless you had the power of flight or satellite imagery. But we have always been told that these were created by basically unrelated groups. Is that in fact true? And also we've been told, of course, that the ambassadors of civilization were the Greeks, the Romans, and the Jews. We can deal with the elements of civilization and whether they were truly brought by a so-called chosen people from the eastern hemisphere of the world to the west. So were the ambassadors of civilization really the Greeks, the Romans, and the Jews, as we've been consistently taught? And these elements of civilization, were they truly brought west by a so-called chosen people, the 10 tribes of Israel, the prophet Jeremiah, and so on, as we've been taught? We've also been taught that these people that go by the name Jews were uniquely distinguished in the world, that they possessed a naturally religious and moral disposition, and were truly a God-inspired, chosen people. Well, we've been taught that the Babylonians were hedonistic, pornographic, sense-infatuated rabble-rousers. We've been told that the Nordics and the Teutons were warlike maniacs. We've been taught that the Druids were sacrificers of human beings and had a penchant for the wicker man and all sorts of things. We were told this about the Native American Indians, about the Aboriginals. Everybody else is rude, crude, and violent, but one small group from the East was uniquely distinguished. We've been told that the Jews were the first monotheists. And of course, as I'm implying, that might be a fallacy. What is monotheism? Were the Jews the first monotheists? We were told, after all, that the Jews were poor slaves in Egypt and hard-pressed to preserve their unique identity and beliefs. But even the top Jewish historians have long refuted that idea. There's no evidence that they were poor, oppressed slaves in the first place. And even the top Jewish historians have long refuted this. Yet the common man, upon questioning, would obviously, many media presentations and movies still cling to this old idea. Crucially, we're also told that the Bible provides accurate accounts of historical occurrences. And maybe that's true. But what happens if, in fact, the Bible really shouldn't be taken as history? What happens if, just like all the other scientists have relegated the myths of Ireland and the myths of Scandinavia to mythology, perhaps the Bible is also mythology, as well as theology? See, archaeologically, the Bible doesn't make good history, despite what we've been told. We've been told that the Jews were Semites, and then linguists and anthropologists have had to let go of that term. It's an unsustainable term, which has very little meaning. Recent scholarship, recent researches shows that the Jews were in fact anything but Semites. The true Jews, that is. We've been told that Egyptian religion and culture had no effect on Jewish beliefs and lifestyle. The Jewish rabbis, Judaism in particular, Christianity even, pays no debt of homage to Egypt at all. And we are now discovering that this is a huge fallacy, that Egypt very much played a role in the origins of Judaism. We've been told that the Hebrew language, so-called, has no connection to the Egyptian or the Gaelic. My work shows, like other people's work have shown, that there's an intimate connection between what we call the Hebrew language and Egyptian. And that's so much so, in fact, that what we call Hebrew might even be a form of Egyptian, the lost language of Egypt. Because the Egyptians didn't only write in hieroglyphics. They had another normal style of writing. Where did it go? Scholars have pointed out that that might be the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. Now that's earth-shattering in its implications. We've been told that the Israelites were not given to idolatry. That's right, we've been told that the Israelites were monotheists and that they had no time for idolatry. But then we have issues like Moses turning his rod into a serpent, and we have the story of Sinai and the golden calf fiasco. So, again, are we to believe that the Israelites were not given to idolatry or to graven images? We've also been told that Christianity, essentially, the type of Christianity that St. Paul invented, which is most of the New Testament, is his writings. We're being told that that's a Roman invention. Is that true? Is the origins of Christianity to be found in Rome? We've been told that race mattered to the ancients. Well, race might matter today, but can we really imagine that race mattered to people who had endured a terrible age of catastrophe in which everything secure and everything beloved had been absolutely wrecked and destroyed? Maybe other things mattered more than race. Maybe interest in race is a more recent phenomena. We've also been told, scandalously so, that the word Aryan denoted a race. One thing we have to definitely be aware of is the prohibition and the suppression of knowledge down throughout the centuries, particularly after the advent of the Christian religion. The scholar Avro Manhattan, in his book Vatican Billions, comments upon this, and he says that pagan temples were either closed, transformed into Christian shrines, or demolished. Their properties were summarily added to the church's patrimony. The wealth of sundry religions were mercilessly expropriated, their clergy dismissed or persecuted, when not civilly or even physically obliterated. So the man is talking about an overt campaign to suppress, to destroy, to plagiarize, and to cannibalize. So the traditions that we have today, are they really unique to Judaism and Christianity? Helen Ellerby, in her book The Dark Side of Christian History, she talks about the prohibition, the campaign of prohibition and suppression. And she says, after Christians had spent years destroying books and libraries, St. John Chrysostom, the preeminent Greek father of the Church, proudly declared, every trace of the old philosophy and literature of the ancient world has vanished from the face of the earth. So this church father is even gleefully celebrating the fact that not a shred of what was has been left. So universal was the policy and the politics of suppression and destruction. So when authors and writers, teachers like myself come out and suggest or imply that what we have is not authentic today, and what we have might be stolen from other races and plagiarized and cannibalized and copied, the evidence is right there, where you know where to go to look for it. In our work, we always talk about the various aspects of this colonization, the various devices that are used by the oligarchs in order to get what they want and to have their ideologies accepted by the mass of mankind. There's also a sort of a machinery of that. It's not simple. But one of the devices that is used could be summed up as Orwellian doublespeak, the manipulation of language, the manipulation of words. And let me give you one very, very good example which will help clear up a lot of anomalies once it's fully understood. And that is that it's so easy for historians, anthropologists, ethnologists, and what have you, to play with words. For instance, the word invasion. Every time we hear about something like, for instance, an Aryan invasion, particularly in the context of northern India, that term is bandied around. It's in countless history books, countless television shows. What would happen, though, if instead of invasion, you merely substitute the word migration? There's all the difference in the world. What happens if these visitations of these Westerners to Eastern climes, you see, weren't invasions? What happens if that image of horseback riding, sword-wielding, barbarous, racist invaders, conquering, butchering, and murdering, of which there is actually very little evidence in northern India to show this. This is also recent discoveries have pointed this out. What happens if, in fact, we've been duped by another form of manipulation involving language and words? Once you become savvy to what we're talking about, you'll see that this is an evidence in so many areas. Substitute the word migration, which implies a completely different kind of movement, a completely different kind of situation than invasion of warring hordes. And interestingly, the Victorian Freemason, Edward Bulwer Lytton, a great author, he addressed this very phenomena. He said, to savage and barbarous tribes, meaning less developed tribes, the first appearance of men whose mechanical inventions, whose superior knowledge of the arts of life, nay, whose exterior advantages of garb and mien indicate intellectual eminence, till then neither known or imagined, presents itself as something preternatural or divine. They yield to a teacher, not succumb to an invader. And this is a central and most important statement from Bulwer Lytton, talking about the fact that, yeah, if you're not as developed, and if individuals come and visit you, and they are able to dig wells, and they're able to show you new farming techniques, and they have mastery with weaponry, and they have mastery on horseback, their physical features and physical physiognomy is different than yours, and they have expertise in so many areas as mariners or seafarers or what have you, or jewelry makers. It's very easy for those individuals to welcome those people, not be afraid of them, but to see them as sort of godlike, and as brothers, in fact. And the evidence that's now come out about the Indus Valley and the communities that existed in Harappa, Mohenjo-Daro, and specifically along the Sarasvati River, which is no more. This was a desiccated river that was a vast river in ancient times, but which ran dry. Evidence from the communities around that river in Pakistan show that these people from different climes lived happily side by side, and that the visiting Westerners are definitely to be considered migrants and brothers and fellow merchants and even tutors. Well, my goodness, what does this do to those irrefutable errors? What does that do to the fallacies and fictions that we've been, injected with through the centuries? But continuing with these pernicious devices that throw us off the track and that confuse the picture of the past and that confuse the picture of where we're at now. One of the devices is a geographical one. That means the deliberate positioning of events in areas of Asia Minor and Egypt that perhaps never even took place there. And when you're reading alternative literature, you need to be familiar with some of these things, because that will help you become more accustomed to what we're talking about. There's a learning curve. As I said earlier on, we're not addressing history in a normal orthodox way. We're looking at it alternatively. And we're very vigilant and very critical and aware of some of these devices. It's very important to become aware of them. One of the other devices is a caricature. This involves the flagrant embellishment of certain personalities to disguise their true identity. The Bible contains many spurious characters and descriptions of outlandish habits and fantastic activities that are patently improbable. Another device is etymological. We gave one example of it earlier with the migration invasion scenario, but we have to be always aware that words, terms, phrases, and place names, etc., underwent and still undergo either subtle or drastic editing and transposition. There is a campaign of renaming. This is the deliberate alteration of personal names. This device was used widely. Names of characters were simply changed so that their existence and activities would be impossible to confirm. Titles were reported to be personal names, such as David, Solomon, Joshua, Jesus, Aaron, etc. What happens if these are not personal names, but in fact titles? And what happens if some titles were made into personal names? We have the device of omission. Key events that did occur historically are drastically downplayed or omitted altogether by the biblicists. And of course you're going to scream for evidence of this. Well, this is what the volumes contain, this is what the DVDs contain. We're just giving you a summary here of some things, but we have the information on all of this. I've just given you an example, in fact. It's omitted that the Western visitors to Eastern climes were brothers in arms. We're not told that. A piece of history is omitted. Then we have simple invention. This involves the introduction of people or tribes or even events that never existed or never happened. This is what is known in biblical terms or in Christian terms as pious forgery, or the interpolation of things that are completely fantastic. We have tampering with chronology. Timelines are muddled on purpose. King lists are rearranged, and the lifespan of individuals is modified. Dates for key operations, such as building projects, battles, traversals, famines, coronations, marriages, births, and so on, are also tampered with. Then we have interpretation, where wild, unrealistic interpretations are given to events and ideologies that flagrantly confound understanding. We have crypticism, the introduction of a welter of code words, terms, and phrases that signify little to the layperson, but that communicate secret meanings and intentions to the initiated reader. Examples include words like harlot, prostitute, virgin, drunkard, leper, cave dweller, carpenter, shepherd, the term fisherman or merchant, the term judge, the term serpent, terms like blood and seed and vine and covenant and watcher and even mountain and desert and heavens. All of these terms have what is known as connotative meanings. We have to understand the difference between what's called denotative meanings, which is a strict linguistic direct meaning. A harlot is a harlot. A mountain is a mountain. But when we're dealing with alternative history, and when we're dealing with chronicles and scriptures and books that may have many layers and many authors, we have to understand that they may be communicating something quite different than the literal meaning. And this still has to get across to a lot of people. But the alternative or connotative terms, the connotative meanings of these different terms is also very important to examine, because it can give us a much cleaner and clearer picture of what's being communicated. The word carpenter, for instance, that can imply many things. Jesus was a carpenter, or Joseph was a carpenter. Who are the carpenters? Where did that word come from? What's its original translation, and so forth? Now, Hutton Webster, in his book Early European History, he wrote that learning and education were so closely limited to a few individuals that a mass of the people were sunk in deepest ignorance. Men could not pursue knowledge for themselves, but had to accept everything on authority. Hence the inhabitants of Oriental lands remained a conservative folk, slow to abandon their time-honored beliefs, and very unwilling to adopt a new custom, even when clearly better than the old. This absence of popular education, more than anything else, made Oriental civilization unprogressive. So he again is addressing this whole idea of the campaign of suppression and the campaign of hegemony and authority and the suppression of individual thought. This is the ancestry. In my own work, The Irish Origins of Civilization, in Volume 1, I wrote, "Before we choose to merely laugh off the nonsense of the Bible, or flippantly or indignantly dismiss the outlandish forgeries and fictions, let us realize that as preposterous and spurious as most of the content surely is, it was not composed by pathologically impressionable or illiterate men with chronically naive minds. No, in our opinion, the Testaments were commissioned and composed by men of high intelligence for a cozened audience of impressionable, illiterate, and naive men ready to credulously believe the myriad fabulous lies spun by their imperious overlords." Because time and time again, when these fallacies and fables and fictions are pointed out, people generally dismiss it by saying, "Oh well, those authors didn't know much about history, and it's just mistakes. You have to, it's forgivable." But with a book of this great magnitude, and considering all the deeds that are done in the names of various scriptures, including the Bible, is that really to be accepted? The point I'm making is that no, we can never excuse it. The individuals who were behind these stories were very, very intelligent. And they were working on people's emotional level. They were working on faith. They weren't dealing with reason. They weren't dealing with intellect. They were dealing with faith, with belief, and with emotional drives. This is very important to realize. I say also in the same book, in the same chapter of Volume 1, sadly, this penchant for gullibility was not only a problem of bygone days. Man is as irrational and gullible as ever. Sadly, his zeal for demonstrating the level of his ignorance and fanaticism has not abated, not in the least. Now that we have looked at fallacies and frauds and fictions a little bit, we can turn to a little preview of Atlantis, which was, of course, the theme of my first book. And the idea that Britain and Ireland, of course, may be remnants of what we call Atlantis. When we deal with the west to east transit of the elements of civilization, we're dealing with several scholars that are mentioned throughout my books. I've listed them here, I think, in chronological order. The first was Anna Wilkes, in the late 1800s. Anna Wilkes, who wrote a book called Land of the Chaldees, or of the Chaldees, which went into this whole idea of the west to east migration of the elements of civilization, and contemplating the idea that there were highly advanced civilizations, and that modern civilizations, the great empires of old, didn't just arise in the Neolithic period, like we've always been told by the experts, the so-called experts. So we have Anna Wilkes. Then we have the great American writer and thinker Ignatius Donnelly. We have Madame Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, who had no problem whatsoever in understanding that there was a west to east transit. We have, to a certain extent, L.A. Waddell, another key investigator into these matters. We have Conor McAdary, and we have, in the 1960s, Commons Beaumont, and the whole subject of the significance of Britain, the age of catastrophe, pre-Diluvian civilizations, and the west to east movement basically lapsed after the time of Conor McAdary. It didn't do well at his time or ever before. His books have always been very hard to find, and he was a contemporary of the great Immanuel Velikovsky. But Beaumont's theories were not accepted, and the whole theory basically lapsed until the present day. My book is an homage to these previous mentors and thinkers, and picks up the whole study, tries to jumpstart or kickstart this whole investigation again. The American scholar, as I said, Ignatius Donnelly, had lots of interesting things to say about the west to east movement of the elements of civilization, and he had written extensively on Atlantis and the so-called pre-Diluvian cultures and civilizations. From his book he wrote, quote, "From all these facts it appears that the population of Ireland came from the west and not from Asia, that it was one of the many waves of population flowing out from the island of Atlantis, and herein we find the explanation of that problem which has puzzled the Aryan scholars. As Ireland is farther from the Punjab than Persia, Greece, Rome, or Scandinavia, it would follow that the Celtic wave of migration must have been the earliest sent out from the Sanskrit center. But it is now asserted by Professor Schleicher and others that the Celtic tongue shows that it was separated from the Sanskrit original tongue later than the others, and that it is more closely allied to the Latin than to any other Aryan tongue. This is entirely inexplicable upon any theory of an Eastern origin of the Indo-European races, but is very easily understood if we recognize the Aryan and Celtic migrations as going out about the same time from the Atlantean fountainhead. There are many points confirmatory of this belief. In the first place, the civilization of the Irish dates back to a vast antiquity. This was from his book Atlantis, the Antediluvian Epoch. The great Commons Beaumont, to whom my work is dedicated, he wrote in his work, "The British Isles and Scandinavia admittedly comprise one of the oldest land surfaces of the world. And as there is reason to believe, from archaeological and other evidence, one of the first inhabited by primeval man. They form a part of an ancient continental surface, and at no considerable distance of time, Britain was separated from Norway by no more than the width of a river estuary. Formerly, this region of Old Red, later called Hyperborea by the ancients, enjoyed a wholly delicious climate." Beaumont is talking about the changes in topography, which scientists and geologists know, and oceanographers know, that the world did not look like it does now. You look at a map or you look at a globe, and we again, presumptively and quite erroneously imagine that the continents and the nations have always been divided this way, and that the oceans always look like that, and the seas, to all intents and purposes, always have looked the way that they have. Nothing could be further from the truth. And he addresses, in his book, The Riddle of Prehistoric Britain, he says, "The most ancient seat of civilization in the north, the cradle of the Aryan race, was that tattered group of islands which bear the name of Shetlands. The Shetlands, or the Set lands, are primordial. Britain is primordial. Ireland is primordial, according to Beaumont. The earliest homelands." And of course he was talking there in those quotes about the state of the world before the great cataclysm that I've been mentioning. But what happened after the age of catastrophe? I say that one important question concerns what happened to Atlantis. As we show in our work, there are two important areas of study. There's the physical destruction of Atlantis, and then there is the psychological trauma caused to human consciousness due to the worldwide catastrophe that changed the face of the planet. And people familiar with my work on Atlantis know that I'm not that interested in the physical aspects of the cataclysm. A tsunami, a giant wave, some sort of earthquakes. I mean, it doesn't take much imagination. We've seen smaller versions of this even today. What really has fascinated me with all of this ancient history, and why, again, it has so much to do with where we're at today. It has a lot to do with your life. It has to do with your thinking, your thought. Geneticists never stop telling you about the importance of your genetic heredity and your lineage. Do you think that's any less the case psychologically? Do you think it's any less the case intellectually or morally? We are the outcome of our forefathers. It doesn't take a genius or a rocket scientist to work out that almost every trope of our lives, certainly the elements of civilization, how could we have music? How could we have any form of technology today? It didn't come into being overnight. It's a slow, gradual development. As I said, the geneticists are always talking about our genetic heritage. Well, it's the same thing in other areas as well. We are the outflow, the concomitant, the symptom of the past. And if in the past there was something that so traumatized the human mind, and as I talk about in the first book on Atlantis, something so severe that it gave birth to evil, to man's penchant for sadism and injustice. If man's consciousness was so disturbed, I'm very interested in that question. How did man become the psychological creature that he is today? A psychologist would say it's psychological, but perhaps something physiological happened that is embedded, encoded, encrypted within our own genetic memory, what's called our racial memory. And since this destruction of Atlantis may have happened as recently as 13,500 years ago, that's a very short time, historically speaking, in the phylogenetic timeline. It's a very, very short period of time ago. So perhaps, again, aspects of man's personality, as we said earlier in the introduction of this presentation, the darker emotions which we're trained to fear and not look at, that we kind of divorce from ourselves. And then again, on a social level, the civilizations, the cultures, the political establishment we give rise to. I, in my work, trace all of this back to a primal trauma that happened in ages past. So your interest could be the physical destruction and seeking out that mystery, or it could be, like myself, more of a focus on what man became after the age of cataclysm. Immanuel Velikovsky, probably one of the most lambasted and despised of all the alternative historians ever to have lived, he wrote in his work, he said, "In the fields of archaeology, geology, and astronomy, the last few years have brought a vast array of facts to corroborate the claims that there were physical upheavals of a global character in historical times, and that these catastrophes were caused by extraterrestrial agents, and that the nature of these agents may be identified. The memory of the cataclysms was erased, not because of lack of written traditions, but because of some characteristic process that later caused entire nations, together with their literate men, to read into these traditions allegories or metaphors, where actually cosmic disturbances were clearly described." And when Velikovsky talks about extraterrestrial agents, he's speaking about cometary action, some sort of upheaval celestially within the solar system. The great Conor McAdary, he wrote that the fact is, he said, that Ireland was the first power that colonized along both sides of the Mediterranean Sea, and therefore the colonies came from the west instead of from the east, as our astute Roman and British historians would have us believe. And the world has believed it up till now. Investigators have followed the fast clue sent out from this source and found nothing in the east to support this claim that the Aryans emigrated from the east and colonized towards the west. The real and true evidence points just in the opposite direction. There is no mistaking, he said, the monuments left by the Irish, who were once the rulers and masters of the whole earth. Their rule embraced all countries. It was worldwide. Ireland was the first mistress of the seas. It was the first and only worldwide empire which has ever been known. For it was spiritual. It was greater in extent than the Persian, Greek, Roman, or Mughal ever attained to. Now do you see why it's so important? McDarry hits the nail on the head. He sums up the whole scenario perfectly. Why the historical fraud? Why the historical deception? Why the rise of tyrannical, obsessive, territorial empires that are so exploitative of nature, of other races, and so on? Well, we look back through history and find it difficult to find any civilization, you see, that wasn't like that wasn't bloodthirsty and cruel and sadistic and murderous and conquestative. But what Beaumont, what McDarry is saying here is that, in the pre-Diluvian era, it wasn't like that. There have been, in fact, cultures and civilizations where the great adepts set up their schools and colleges for the higher education, the moral education and instruction of all people. And of course, wouldn't this be then reflected in their attitude towards nature, in their attitude towards the heavens and the stars, and their attitude towards one another? Wouldn't this be represented in the kind of pantheons that they had, the gods that they worshipped, you see, and their treatment of themselves and anything that was sacred, anything that was alive? So what would happen if there was, in fact, in ancient times, cultures that were spiritually oriented? Perhaps there's a reason why we're not being told about their existence today, and why all trace of is wiped out. Now, of course, speaking specifically of Atlantis, it's gone by many names. The names are endless. People can refer to the book that I've done or the DVD. We go into Atlantis specifically there. But it's been known as Aztlan. Beaumont spoke of Hyperborea, which is just simply a word that means extreme north. It has been referred to as Arcadia, as Arctos, as Hesperides, the famous Garden of Hesperides. One can see elements of it in the story of Avalon and in Numenor. All of this refers to the paradisical lands that once existed before they were destroyed. Turning to the legends of Ireland, we find that there was not one sunken land or one sunken empire, but there was at least four. In Irish mythology, it's very specific that Atlantis was actually made up of four continents, four subcontinents, like sort of archipelagios in a way. And they were known in Gaelic as Phalius, Murius, Phineus, and Gorius. And this is dealt with in the Atlantis book, but for now I just want to draw your attention to the second name there, Murias, because those who are familiar with the story of the antediluvian kingdom will recognize that word. If you add the letter L on the front of that word, and in ancient times it was the same as it is today in French, where the letter L just represented the word the. It was like a prefix the, T-H-E. In fact, the letter D was often added onto the beginnings of certain words that meant the, and in some languages the word H, which is often silent in English, also represented the. But certainly in this case, L represented the. So, Le Murias, we find has been there for thousands and thousands of years in Irish mythology, the story of the sunken land of Le Murias, or the Muria. And a modern or much later translation of Muria just simply meant homeland or motherland. So La Muria would just mean the land of the mother, or the motherland. That could represent the whole earth, or it could represent, again, a country of enlightened adepts, from which all religion, all culture, all theology, and, as we've been saying, the elements of civilization, was that their fountainhead? Was that the wellspring from which it all came? The ancestral world, the ancestral land. Turning from that small review of my Atlantis book, we can turn now to take a closer look at Ireland and some of the hidden facts about that land, the land of the ancient Arya. Edmund Spenser, writer and British government official in Ireland, AD 1596, he wrote, "The Irish are one of the most ancient nations that I know of at this end of the world, and are from as mighty a race as the world ever brought forth." Peter Beresford Ellis, an expert on the Druids, said the Irish system is the oldest surviving complete codified legal system in Europe, with its roots in ancient Indo-European custom and not in Roman law, and is therefore the oldest surviving Celtic system of jurisprudence. Edmund Curtis, A History of Ireland from the Earliest Times to 1922, Curtis wrote, "The traditions of the Irish people are the oldest of any race in Europe, north and west of the Alps, and they themselves are the longest settled on their own soil." Now the word Ireland comes from Ari, or Arya land, meaning the land of the Arya, or the Aryans. In Indo-European languages, the term Alian meant Lord or God. The capital letter A was transposed to E, and so we have Eri, or Ire, or Eirain, and Erin. The ancient Irish, being inherently romantic and spiritual, believed their land to be a living goddess, referred to as Ari or Eri. In various myths, where this goddess and others appear and speak, they do so as personifications of the land itself. We can plainly see that from Eirain or Erin comes the word Aryan. An Aryan was a man under the goddess, a keeper of her mysteries. Eri or Ari referred to the land of Ireland, and Arya or Aryan to a man of the land, which is to an elder initiated into the mysteries of the earth and the sky. We get words such as terra, like in terrestrial, and terra firma, from this ancient goddess's name. The Greek goddess Hera, even the term Tara, or Tura, or in Cappadocia near Turkey, Ptera, and Eridu, and Eridanus, and Erik. This is in Babylon, and the Garden of Hesperides. One needs to look out for this Eri and Ari word root, the etymology being very, very important. And as an elder, a druid and his confederates had a most important job to attend to, namely the healing of the earth. And in Book 1, in the chapter on the druids, we look at this job, this duty that druids performed. The druids were caretakers of an earth that had been damaged, torn, rent, and ravaged. As doctors or surgeons attend a casualty of an automobile wreck, so the men who have come to be known as the druids attempted to heal the earth's grievous wounds. They did not regard catastrophes as we do today in our spiritless times. To them, there was no such thing as a random act of fate or nature. Everything that occurred had meaning. That's right. All that happened in the natural world did so to instruct and guide. The Arya, the elders, the druids, these were the purified ones who'd made themselves eligible to work with the subtle energies of the earth. The Druidic order of Aryan elders reverenced the earth and commissioned the construction of the many Mesolithic and megalithic sites that cover Britain, France, and Scandinavia. They were the Magi who instructed the world's hierophants how to undo what had been done and how again to set up or set aright the pillar. Now, in the Srimad Bhagavatam, a Vedic text, we find that the word Arya referred to those who are advancing spiritually. The Aryan family is distributed all over the world and is known as Indo-Aryan. In prehistoric days, all of the members of the Aryan family followed the Vedic principles, and therefore they became spiritually advanced. The glorification of the Supreme Lord can be much appreciated by the Aryan family. Although there is no bar for others, the members of the Aryan family very quickly catch the essence of spiritual life. The ancient text goes on to say, an Aryan civilization is a civilization advanced in spiritual knowledge. Well, what about that? Now, we addressed this in the introduction, that we would be contending, we would be restoring this term, this terribly abused and misused term. And one could say so much about this. One could get into the whole story of the mistreatment of that word, both in England and in Nazi Germany and so on and so forth, but we don't want to go there. Let's just keep it simple and pure. These ancient texts, and one wonders, of course, why these texts were not consulted by the so-called experts, but the whole point of this presentation and so much of my work is to show that when it comes to expertise in things, you know, it's almost like that's right there. When you hear the term expert, when you hear the official statement, a lot of it is doublespeak. A lot of it is the manipulation of these terms. A lot of it is omission. A lot of it is clear, simple fabrication. And it starts with the etymology. It starts with the place names. It starts with the words. Like we said, it involves the arbitrary creation of borders and boundaries, which didn't exist in ancient times, all to distort what we know about ourselves and about truth. But look at this. The pure, unadulterated meaning of the word Aryan had nothing whatever to do with race. Quite the contrary. It was a word that had everything to do with caste. Specifically, it was a term that addressed people who were on a spiritual path. And it meant anyone of any country, any background, any nation. Those things, as we said in the introduction, did not mean as much. What mattered to ancient man, particularly after the Great Cataclysm that had seen so much mortality. We're not talking about a tsunami that takes a few thousand lives. We're not talking about a war or battle or disaster, you know, in which there are certain casualties. We're talking about a global catastrophe of unimaginable proportions. Is there any heart and mind looking at the carnage, the death of the animals, which has been recorded by many scientists, and the huge death amongst the genocide, not the genocide, but the mega death that was caused by these, the tumult and the cataclysm of nature? Are you going to then be a prejudiced mind that still harbors some sort of grievance against fellow human beings after such a devastating attack? Such a frenzied and devastating thing that has occurred to the human race? Of course not. Well, what you might be interested in, as you were interested in, as your forefathers were interested in the pre-historical days, and which if only we were still interested in, was moral superiority, spiritual advancement. And this is very fundamental, because now as we delve into these great mysteries, which make so much sense of our time, we find something incredible. That this word Ari was a word that represented the female goddess, and that through her it was implied that you were of reverence to the earth and to the sky, that you were an adept, that you had a duty to perform, an active duty, and of course you had to then, not just any old idiot could do that duty. So you had to be a person who had matriculated and advanced and had purified, and just like certain people, are able to communicate excellently today with animals, well, that's what we're talking about. A highly sensitized, highly advanced individual, a shaman, somebody who gets up at night to watch the stars, the minute movements of the planets and the luminaries, somebody who knows an enormous amount about the herbs of the world. And if you study Irish mythology, it's clear that they had a tremendous knowledge of herbs in the most ancient of days. You had to be an Ari, a noble one. These ancient texts of the Vedas, they may be situated in India, of course, but as we said, on the Saraswati River, on the Ganges, on the Indus River, were giant communities, in which Western men, the great noblemen, the great ambassadors of truth from the far West, whose appearance was very different, but they've left their genes, they've left their racial traditions and so on there. These individuals were revered. They were men of knowledge, men of architecture, men of astronomy, and so on. And their name, start with the word, start with the etymology, and the whole contorted knot, the Gordian knot of lies begins to unravel. Or continue believing what the history books tell you about this term and this word, and about everything else that they put forward. Now, Swami B.V. Giri, in his book The Aryan Invasion, an expert, of course, on the ancient Vedic texts like the Srimad Bhagavatam, he says the Sanskrit word Aryan refers to one who is righteous and noble. It is also used in the context of addressing a gentleman, Arya Putra, Arya Kanya, etc. According to Mueller's etymological explanation, and he's talking there about the historian Max Mueller, Mueller's etymological explanation, the meaning of Arya is given as excellent, best, followed by respectable. It's a noun, like master, lord. It means worthy, honorable, excellent, the upholder of Aryan values, and further, it denotes a teacher, an employer, a master, a father-in-law, a friend, something distinguished, something excellent in life. So again, the lies told to us about the exceptional megalithic ancestors are really without number. The lies disseminated about the Arya specifically are also most pernicious. The very word Aryan has been thoroughly and deliberately misinterpreted. It referred not to race, but as I said, to caste. Specifically, it referred to the intellectual, spiritual, and moral status of any human being, regardless of their racial background. Contemplate it, think about it, read up on it, discover it. We talk about it in the Volume 1. We address it in the introduction. We address it throughout the book. We have a chapter on it in Volume 1 of the Irish Origins of Civilization. Find out how you've been had, how this word has been bandied around and so used and so abused that it's almost like taboo now even to mention this term. This is the kind of level of dumbing down and control that exists in our world. You wanted evidence? We're giving it to you. Check it out. Now, furthermore, more facts, more etymology, more philology, more linguistics. In Proto-Indo-European, this is a very ancient root language, the root of Arya is Aryo. In Iranian, and we'll look at the word Iranian because it's nothing different than the word Aryan, as a matter of fact. These vowels tend to interchange. But in Iranian, the rendition was Asha. In Hindi, the root is Urta, R-T-A. In Greek, the renditions are arete or arite, meaning virtue, Aristos, meaning the best, like Aristotle, the philosopher, and ortho, from which we get words like orthodox, meaning the straight, the right, the correct. In Latin, they drop the A the vowel goes, and you have rectus or erectus, meaning upstanding, right and true. In German, it was recht, meaning right. It also appeared as Reich, or more correctly, Arik or Arak, as in Rick. You see, Richard, Rick, or Arik, or the Nordic Erik, meaning high or rich. This is where we get the English word rich. So an Aryan was a rich man, rich in morality, rich in spiritual understanding. In English, there it is, but it's, again, the vowel disappears from the beginning, and we have the word right, recht and right, and also the terms such as eres, art, aristocracy, arable, the word area, like an area of land, and names such as Haris, Harrison. In Sanskrit, it was Arya, meaning kind, favored, excellent, or devoted. Secondary meanings, as we said, lord, master, noble, respected. The root appears in personal names such as Aryabhata, in Zachariah, or Zacharias, and in Aaron, and in numerous place names such as Benares. And check up on Benares in an encyclopedia. Just go to the Wikipedia. And if you have never heard of the term Benares, the city in India, check out what Benares was, its significance to all Indian people, its significance to theology and religion and writing, and to gods and pantheons and temples. Find out about Benares and then question why it has the term Ari in it. Then we have place names like Ara and Aryavarta, which is an old name for India, which just meant the place of the Arya. Sumeria, Bulgaria, Armenia. Go to Wikipedia. Look up Armens, A-R-M-E-N-S. And an incredible story will unfold, a story that not only corroborates what we're talking about here, but also goes and delves into subjects such as genocide, because we're talking about some pretty heavy information here. Find out who the Armenians were. Find out who their enemies were. And another fascinating story will start to unfold. Armenia, Iran, as we said, Ireland, Ireland, and Eric, etc. If this fascinates you, by all means consult the books themselves, where we have lengthy investigations into this kind of thing. Another fantastic example of this is the word we have called vicar. A vicar. Anybody ever question what that word means or where it came from? Well, the Roman Pope is referred to as the vicar of Christ. And many members of the clergy, you see, use this term, especially the Protestant faith, the vicar, the one who's a vicar of Christ. And the word vicar implies a mediator. In other words, through the vicar, through your vicar, one has a vicarious relationship with Christ. That's worrisome enough, but let's leave that aside. That you should need any intermediary is already worrisome enough. But let's just stick to this particular anecdote, which is that you have a vicarious relationship with Christ. Not direct, but a vicarious relationship with Christ. The word vicar is correctly rendered vice-ari. It's really made of two words. It's a composite word, like many words are. It really contains two syllables, vis or vice, and ari. The syllable vice means in place of, hence the word vicarious. And ari, obviously, we've established means the Druids or the elders of old. So the word vice-ari, or vicar, actually means in place of the true aristocracy, in place of the Druids, in place of. So now we find, again, something very interesting, that the people who've set them up as the world's potentates, the ones who've set themselves up as the spiritual authorities between the populace of the world, the masses of illiterate individuals, and that all-empowering, all-powerful, omnipotent mystery out there, refer to themselves as the vice-ari, in place of the ari. Meaning, we're not the ari, but we're in place of them. We're their stand-ins. That's fascinating. The Pope is therefore the stand-in, or the replacement for the Druid priest. Another example of this word is viceroy. It's exactly the same as we've been talking about. Look up the word viceroy. which connotes a stand-in, you see, or representative for the Roy, because the word Roy meant regent or king, just like Rex and Roy and Reg. These are the roots of the word king. So a viceroy, like the Viceroy of India, is a representative, a noble man, a government official, you see, who stands in for the king, meaning he's not the king. Right, so vicary, the viceroy. So when you're in front of these people, when you're giving them your allegiance, just realize they're straw men, hollow men. They're not the real McCoy, and they're letting you know it through the etymology, through the symbolism. Back to the Srimad Bhagavatam, and you can see excerpts of this book online. From the stanzas and passages of the Srimad Bhagavatam, it says, Aryans do not kill even a single plant unnecessarily. There we are again, back to the difference between the murderous, treacherous, self-serving, narcissistic criminal syndicates that we have running the world today, compared to, as we said, the pre-Diluvian, antediluvian philosopher kings, you see, that this world is now, not graced by anymore. They say Aryans do not kill even a single small plant unnecessarily, not to speak of cutting trees for sense gratification. Aryans do not distinguish between lower and higher grades of life. Aryans do not distinguish between lower and higher grades of life. Ever think and contemplate the difference between hierarchy and holarchy? Well, we've got evolutionists, we've got hierarchies, we've got you, somebody above you and you below, and then somebody, poor sucker, below you. We're living in hierarchies here. Ever thought about that might be one of the reasons why the life is in the horrendous, dysfunctional state that it's in? What's the difference between holarchy and hierarchy? Well, there was a very big difference, and these Aryans knew all about it. All life should be protected. All living beings have a right to live, even the trees and plants. This is the basic principle of the Aryan civilization. Well, we have had a couple of comments here, and we still no reference to racial differences. Wonder where that's going to come up. The great scholar Albert Churchward, in his fine book, The Origin and Evolution of Religion, says something absolutely remarkable about Egypt. The Ari in Egypt. It is stated on a parchment found in a brick wall in the foundations of Dindira at the time of King Pepi. And the quote on the parchment was, "The Great Pyramid was built by the followers of Horus." The stellar cult people were followers of Horus in the same sense as the Christians are followers of Christ, says Churchward. The architect who drew the plans for the Great Pyramid was Nu-Er-Nub-Ari. His name was Nu-Er-Nub-Ari. And his title, that's not the meaning of his name, this is an additional title, was Keeper of the Secrets. And Egyptologists know that the syllables or the letters at the beginning and end of Egyptian names are the key. They're very important. And there we find the Ari word root, because we understand that there were these ancient connections. There was a worldwide global college. The Druids were not just located to Ireland on the west coast of Europe, nor just to Anglesey, you see, not just to Britain and to France. Nothing could be further from the truth. If wandering monks in the post-Christian times could march and walk and wander throughout the world, if the wandering Israelites could manage it, as we're allegedly told they did from Babylon and Assyria, if these guys could manage it to cross Europe eastward, why is it not to be accepted that in much earlier days the same thing happened, but in the other direction, and from a people that we're not meant to know about? Talking about the amazing sophistication of Egypt, just in case anybody hasn't understood that yet, we turn to the work of Edward F. Malkowski, who wrote a book called Before the Pharaohs, and he is addressing the granite sarcophagi of the Saqqara Serapeum. There's many Serapeums, just means underground labyrinth or whatever. There's one in Alexandria, I think there was one in Greece, and the oldest one, in fact the oldest necropolis known to man, one of the oldest burial sites, containing some of the oldest pyramids that have ever been discovered, and there's about 16 of them at the site, I think, is at Saqqara. Wait a minute, Saqqara. There's that term Ara again, Saqqara. But at Saqqara, there's this famous Serapeum, and underneath it, when they went down into the chambers, they found these granite sarcophagi, these sort of boxes, some of them weighing as much as about 70 tons. I mean, the lids alone are unmovable. So Malkowski has something incredible to say about these. They have been analyzed by independent industrialists and so on, and machinists. He says that inside the Serapeum, chambers with ceilings nearly 25 feet high were carved into both sides of a main corridor. These open rooms are where the massive stone sarcophagi for the Apis bulls once stood. Each sarcophagus was carved from a single block of granite, and each lid weighed many tons. In 1995, Dunn, this is an independent American machinist and expert on design, armed with a 6-inch precision straight edge, inspected the interior surfaces of 2 sarcophagi, the 27-ton lid of one of the sarcophagi, and the inside lid surface of the granite box on which it sat was precisely square to 0.00005 of an inch. He also verified that its corners were precise to 5/32 of an inch. Therefore, according to Dunn, replicating the precision of the granite boxes in the Serapeum would be extremely difficult even today. The granite box found in the Great Pyramid has the same characteristics as the boxes in the Serapeum. So he's saying that that famous, well-known granite box in the center, in the King's Chamber of the Great Pyramid, or is it the Queen's Chamber? I can't remember exactly which, but the famous box that's been so debated is of the same type as found in the Serapeum. The granite box, he said, yet these boxes are assigned to Egypt's 18th dynasty over 1,000 years after Egyptian stoneworking was supposed to be in decline. Since their dating is based on pottery found nearby and not on boxes themselves, Dunn believes it is reasonable to speculate that the boxes are not correctly dated. And I can add that you can be pretty sure that that's true, because this kind of scandalous dating, exactly the same kind of tampering has happened with Egyptian king lists and timelines. So, of course, it takes a rocket scientist, a great genius with some sort of, corporate funding to come along and date a granite box, and does so by some shattered pottery that happens to be lying beside it. They date the pottery and then tell you that that's the date of the granite boxes. That passes for science and archaeology nowadays. He goes on to say that their stonework has left marks of careful and remarkable manufacturing methods. It is unmistakable and irrefutable. He believes that the artifacts he measured in Egypt are the smoking gun that proves without a shadow of a doubt that a higher civilization than what we have been taught existed in ancient Egypt. Malkowski goes on to say, rock art dating from 5000 BCE corroborates what the radar equipment revealed. In Libya, Egypt, and Mali, petroglyphs depict not only grazing animals, but also aquatic life, such as crocodiles. This indicates that the desert was inhabited during the time prior to 4000 BC, and as far back as 8000 BC when the climate was wet. And of course, in the Indus Valley, we know that the dates given, like 700 BC and even 1000 BC for the settlements there of the area, are now known to be, preposterously late. Preposterously late. The recent discoveries show that it goes back to 8 to 10,000. Exactly what Malkowski is saying here about the Egypt and Libya and Mali, that settlements were there 5, 6, 7, 8,000 BC. So it has now been proven in Pakistan at the Indus Valley, you see. 10,000 years BC. They even know from the Vedas that the Vedas record stories about the Saraswati River when it was flowing. How could it have details like that at such an early time? They're eyewitness accounts. The Vedas contain eyewitness accounts of things that happened 6 to 8 to 10,000 years BC. And of course, I've dealt with this in my Atlantis DVD, and make reference to not only the work of Allen and Delaire, their books Cataclysm and When the Earth Nearly Died, but to a fascinating book called Saharasia. Saharasia by James DeMille, who is a follower of Wilhelm Reich. And the subtitle of Saharasia is The 4000 BCE Origins of Child Abuse, Sex Repression, Warfare and Social Violence in the Deserts of the Old World. He deals with this fact that, again, the planet doesn't look like what it does now. Mountains are higher than they ever were before, where beautiful temperate gardens and fertile crescents existed. Now we have deserts, you see, the desertification and desiccation of the world. And Malachowski says also that around 7,000 years ago, people from Mesopotamia and Palestine also arrived to the Libyan Mali area. This is near Egypt, introducing cattle and goats. Delernia points out that the rock art in the area, by the profile of the face and the style, depicts white people. There are similarities between cultures of the Euphrates and those of the Nile, such as their architectural conception. Important buildings and tombs in Egypt were decorated with paneled palace facade architecture, essentially the same as the ornamental buttresses and buttressing on Sumerian temples and palaces. So they're mentioning that this was a multicultural setup here. And so why could it not be the same story for Egypt? The proof is slowly leaking out. As I said in my Atlantis book, we're in the days now. They're countdown to a time in which we're going to have so many revelations that devastate sacred cows, but also give us a clear understanding of what was going on in the primeval times. Let's turn now to the meat of Volume 1 and explore the mystery of the Druids and some less known facts about this ancient priestarchy of the West. The Celtic scholar R.J. Stewart, in his book Celtic Bards, Celtic Druids, wrote, "None of the Celtic source literature is by Druids. In Ireland, the amount of poetic or Druidic material in manuscripts is substantial. The bulk of the source material is unpublished and still untranslated." Julius Caesar, this is a rather well-known entry in his memoirs or diaries or writings. In his book, The Gallic Wars, this great destroyer of Druidism, he wrote, "As one of their leading dogmas, they include this, that souls are not annihilated, but pass after death from one body to another. And they hold that by this teaching, men are much encouraged to valor, through disregarding the fear of death. They also discuss and impart to their young, many things concerning the heavenly bodies and their movements, the size of the world and our earth, natural sciences, and the influence and power of the immortal gods." So he's just corroborating what we've already been mentioning several times throughout this presentation. We're talking astrologers here. We're talking astronomers, scientists, architects, teachers, people who had not only schools of learning, but who taught the young the mysteries of nature and the mysteries of the world. I mean, this is the enemy saying this in their own work. And of colossal importance for modern theology, for modern thought, Judeo-Christianity, Caesar is saying, hey, they were into spiritual matters. They taught that the soul was immortal, that you shouldn't fear death, that the soul moves from one form to another. Transmigration of souls, reincarnation, all these concepts. Where have we heard all this before? Hasn't all of this been represented in the corpus of modern religions? Ammianus Marcellus, a historian around 350 AD, he wrote, "The Druids are men of penetrating and subtle spirit, and acquired the highest renown by their speculations, which were at once subtle and profound. Both Caesar and Mela plainly intimate that they were conversant with most sublime speculations in geometry and in measuring the magnitude of the earth." Augustus J. Theobald, in his book The Irish Race in the Past and the Present, written in 1879, he wrote, "Although we cannot know precisely when servitude was completely abolished among the Celts, the total silence of the contemporary annals on the subject justifies the belief that the Danes, on their first landing, found no real slaves in that country, and if the Danes themselves oppressed the people wherever they established their power, they could not make a social institution of slavery. It had never been more than a domestic arrangement. It could not become a state affair, as among the nations of antiquity. In clannish tribes, therefore, and particularly among the Celts, the personal freedom of the lowest clansman was the rule. Deprivation of individual liberty the exception." So what is this author now telling us? That there was no slavery. He says that the Celts, and we need to translate that term meaning the Irish at this instance, he's saying that the Danes or any visitors to Ireland found no evidence of any slavery nationwide, as was common down through all the later ages. The same author says, "Hence the manners of the people were altogether free from the abject deportment of slaves and villeins in other nations, a cringing disposition of the lower class towards their superiors, which continues even to this day among the peasantry of Europe, and which patriarchal nations have never known. The Norman invaders of Ireland in the 12th century were struck with the easy freedom of manner and speech of the people, so different from that of the lower orders in feudal countries. They soon even came to like it, and the supercilious followers of Strongbow readily adopted the dress, the habits, the language, and the good humour of the Celts, in the midst of whom they found themselves settled." He goes on to say that Professor E. Curry, in his book The Early Irish Manuscripts, thinks that the Ogham characters, this is one of the alphabets of ancient Ireland, so often mentioned in most ancient Irish books, were used in Erin long before the introduction of Christianity there, and he strengthens his opinion by proofs which it is difficult to contradict. Those characters are even now to be seen in some of the oldest books which have been preserved, as well as on many stone monuments, the remote antiquity of which cannot be denied. One well-authenticated fact suffices, however, to set the question at rest. "It is quite certain," says Curry, "that the Irish Druids and poets had written books before the coming of St. Patrick in 432 AD, since we find that very statement in the ancient Gaelic tripartite life of the saint, as well as in the annotations of Tsarion, preserved in the Book of Armagh, which were taken by him from the lips and books of his tutor, Saint Mactha, who was the pupil and disciple of St. Patrick himself. What Caesar then states of the Druids, that they committed everything to memory and used no books, is not strictly true. They must have been true only with regard to their mode of teaching, in that they gave no books to their pupils, but confined themselves to an oral instruction." So Theobald is clearly mentioning here, clearly stating that there's even the earliest accounts of the Druids are not wholly to be trusted. We're not seeing slavery. We're not seeing sacrifice. We're not seeing that they only had an oral tradition. Just in the same way that in Egypt we're told their only form of writing was hieroglyphics. Well, you don't build pyramids and design geometrical marvels like that just writing in hieroglyphics. You must have had some other kind of writing, some other kind of script. I mean, it's preposterous to think otherwise. And in the case of the Druids here, we find that the visitors are being educated. The visitors are finding the people that they're invading to be more advanced than they are. He's saying that the fact that they had an oral tradition and that their writing tradition is actually stated in the earliest Christian accounts of the Druids. back a little bit to etymology, and we find again that the senior Druid was known as the Olam. This comes from the root oli, O-L-I, and from that we get the word oligarchy, referring to a wise ruling elite. And believe me, we still have the term oligarchy today, but the meaning and the connotation is definitely different. Those who are calling themselves oligarchs and aristocrats today, are anything but that, even though they may use that title and that term. Now, the Druids were also referred to as Arcadians. The root arca means bear, which is a reference, of course, to the bear constellations. This implies that they were not only from northern climes, but that they were astrologers and navigators. That's right, Boreas, Arcadia. We're talking about the northern sky here. We're talking about Ursa Major and Ursa Minor. We're talking about people who took their names from the various constellations and heavenly bodies that they venerated. This is also where the word Akkadian comes from. The root Akkad means holy place. And as I pointed out in my works on astrotheology, the holy place was nothing more than the northern sky, the original Camelot, the original Hyperborea, the original Garden of Eden. In India, Britain was referred to as Britistan, meaning the seat of religion. The seat of religion. So thousands of miles away in India, that little country of Ireland and that little country of Britain was known to be the seat of religion. Well, we've been taught that, no, wait a minute, we've been taught that India is the cradle of religion. But when you go to the Indians, the ones in the know, they're saying, oh, no, we received it from the West. Now, J. Lewis, in his book Astronomy of the Ancients, he writes, whether the origin of the zodiac is Aryan or Egyptian, it is still of immense antiquity. Simplicius, the 6th century A.D., writes that he had always heard that the Egyptians had kept astronomical observations and records for at least 630,000 years. Diogenes Laertius carried back the astronomical calculations of the Egyptians to 48,863 years before Alexander the Great. Maritanus Capella corroborates the same by telling posterity that the Egyptians had secretly studied astronomy for over 40,000 years before they imparted their knowledge to the world. Carl Jung, commenting on the zodiac, which he studied astrology, he said, as we all know, science began with the stars, and mankind discovered in them the dominance of the unconscious, the gods, as well as the curious psychological qualities of the zodiac, a complete projected theory of human character. And this is an immense statement from one of the greatest intellects ever to have lived. He studied the divination arts, he studied the Hermetic arts, he made a close study of astrology, and basically understood that it's not about rocks floating in space, it's something so much more profound. His comment is talking about the connections between psychic energy and material energy, between the microcosm and the macrocosm. And of course, he's a modern scientist, but are we to understand that the ancients also thought exactly as he did? That when they came up with astrology, I mean, after all, they're the creators of these incredible meta-sciences. Were they ignorant of the fact that the zodiac is a complete projected template and theory of human character? Of course they knew that. Of course they were familiar with what I refer to as the inner zodiac and the 12 divisions of the mind, 12 divisions of thinking, 12 divisions of consciousness that then by way of projection, become what we refer to nowadays as the zodiac and the 12 signs of the zodiac. W. Winwood Reade, in his book The Mystery of the Druids, he says, it can easily be proved that the science of astronomy was not unknown to the Druids. One of their temples in the island of Lewis in the Hebrides bears evident signs of their skill in the science. Every stone in the temple is placed astronomically. The circle consists of 12 equidistant obelisks denoting the 12 signs of the zodiac. The 4 cardinal points of the compass are marked by lines of obelisks running out from the circle, and at each point subdivided into 4 more. The range of obelisks from north and exactly facing the south is double, being 2 parallel rows, each consisting of 19 stones. Well, we're talking stellar cult, we're talking solar cult. Pick up a tarot deck, go to the major arcana, pull out the 19th card. He's talking about 19 stones. Let's not only look at the etymology when we're dealing with these subjects, let's look at the numerology. Pick out the 19th card of the tarot and look what it says on that card. What is the name of the 19th card of the tarot? Why are there 19 sacred stones in a temple of the sun and a temple to the stars? Nothing is by accident. Barry Dunford, in his book The Holy Land of Scotland, says that according to Terry Walsh, in his treatise entitled Global Sacred Alignments, published in 1996, the megalithic stone site at Callanish, on the western Isle of Lewis, aligns with a number of major sacred sites around the world. For example, he connects the Callanish site with the Giza Plateau in Egypt, with Karnak in Brittany, France, and with Ephesus in Asia Minor. We have pictures and descriptions of these sites in the book, but you can go online, go to Wikipedia, put in Callanish and see those magnificent monuments there. And this tiny little overcast, rain-swept, wind-swept region in Scotland, what do we find? That this seemingly insignificant stone circle, erected by the Druids in ancient times, is aligned, geometrically aligned to places thousands and thousands of other temple sites, microscopic temple sites in other countries. They're all networked, they're all aligned geometrically. It's not an accident. David Pinchbeck, in his book 2012, The Return of Quetzalcoatl, says that historians and archaeologists have biased us to think of prehistoric or pre-modern cultures as societies of scarcity. This was certainly not the case in ancient Britain, as they had at the time, as well as the determination to plan and build their enormous outdoor temples, constructing from 5,000 to 10,000 stone circles over a 1,000-year period. Yeah, so they had the ingenuity, and they had the wherewithal, and they had the skill. Now, Bob Quinn, in a book called The Atlantean Irish, he says that in the summer of 2001, I listened to a young Newgrange guide dismissing a visitor's suggestion that the extraordinary rock designs, and these are most obviously the snake-like coils that represent the 19-year metonic cycle, have astronomical implications. He suggested that they were hallucinogenic doodles. Now let's pause here and analyze this, because this was also my own personal experience when I first started researching this particular subject on Ireland. It was about 1979, and in earnest about 1982. I think in that 1983 or 84, or possibly early 85, I went out into the field and had the misfortune of running into these Trinity University, guides who have their spiel about Newgrange and various other sites, and I was told the same thing. If you're on one of those tours, you have the misfortune to have to listen to the gibberish that these people have been scripted to read out and to say. You'll find that you dare not ask a question, you dare not point out the obvious, you dare not bring sound theories, because they're not going to reciprocate. Just in this case, where this author, who's an expert on the Celts, remarking on these stones and the etchings and the fact that they're astronomically based, or at least this visitor, he's saying that this visitor was pointing this out to the guide, only to be told, oh, no, those are hallucinogenic doodles. Interestingly, that's what Barry Fell was told by very prestigious archaeologists and geologists when he pointed out to them that there was ogham, this is ancient Irish writing, stone writing, in America. Almost word for word, he was told the same thing. It's just, hey Barry, it's just hallucinogenic doodles, pay it no mind. And, of course, he knew that this was preposterous nonsense. Now the Druidic order was apparently tripartite in nature, that means threefold. There were the Ovates, the Bards, and the elite Druids, like we said, the Olam, the elite Druids who presided over all. The order was not to enforce hierarchy, but to make sure that only the pure had access to sacred knowledge. As we said earlier, very important to be pure of mind when you're doing the Druidic duties of healing the earth and healing in general. And therefore not anyone can just do that, nor should anyone be allowed to do it. So part of the order of the shamanic peoples of the world, like the Druids, was to make sure also their work was not just anabolic, it was also catabolic in nature. You had to make sure that the pestilential, parasitical, toxic individuals had no chance whatsoever of rising to positions of power. And we could do that with that kind of thing today, because it's exactly what you find in today's world. It's not the cream that rises to the top, it's the scum. Well, that was not happening in ancient days. But back to the etymology. The word ovate, or vate, V-A-T-E, comes from the Irish fed, from which we get the words fate and faith. You see, so the hard V is transmogrified, becomes a soft F sound. So faith and fate. These are words that come from the Irish vate, meaning one of the Druids, a name for a Druid. This is where we get the words Veda and Vedic and Edda, the Norse Edda. And we even get the word Vatican from this. They all derive from this Irish word, the place of faith, the place of the men of faith, and so on. The word bard may derive from Boread, meaning the northern again, because these were men of the northwest. These were people who watched the northern sky. These were people of Arcadia, Hyperborea. The word bard may be the origin of the bar, when lawyers are called to the bar. And speaking in brief about their pantheon, we discover something again that was cannibalized. The chief god of the Druids was the stag god known as Cernunnos, or also Herne, H-E-R-N-E. This is then picked up further into Europe, into the east, by the Greeks, and possibly the Etruscans, you see, and we have Herm, or Hermes. The meaning of the word Hermes meaning secret, the secret one, or the keeper of the secrets, the secret tradition. Hermes, we understand that that is the, in Egypt that's Thoth, and also amongst the Romans it's Mercury, the god Mercury. And look how common the symbol of Mercury is, the caduceus, and the symbol of Mercury. You find it in Piccadilly Circus, you find it on newspapers, you find it on the friezes of buildings. It's a very commonly known symbol. Well, just realize every time you see the Grecianized version of Mercury, that's based on a much more ancient god from Ireland, Herne, the stag god, the god with the antlers. And as the picture on the bottom there, bottom left, shows you, this is Pashupati. This is Shiva, one of the earliest gods known in India. Again, emphasizing the connections between the West and the East. They have the same god in the same pose, representing exactly the same concepts. In the book, Volume 1 of the Irish Origins, we go into this movement and we address this whole idea of the dispersion of the Western area. And when we see very fair children and fair people as far away as the Tarim Basin in China, we even find them in Australia and Tasmania. We certainly find the tradition in India. The girl on the left is Pakistani, with blonde hair. The girl on the right, piercing blue eyes, from Afghanistan, Pakistan, India. When you go over there, you find it's very understood about these ancient traversals and ancient relationships that the modern scholars will do anything to deny. As we said, the Druids are divided. They loved and adored the number 3. They even divided their own order into 3. And that's picked up today when we have schools that divide themselves into houses. We have Congress, we have legislation, you see, we have the judiciaries. We have a lot of tripart divisions, flags, and so on. Just check out the very shape of the pyramid. Just check out the shape of Buckingham Palace. That's the image on the bottom. The image on the top right there is the Buckingham Palace seen from above. The Jewish menorah is a take on the three. The Congress room design. Occult symbols. We have broadcasting Christian networks in America. We've got corporate logos, you see. We have PBS corporations. We've got banks. Their logos tell you a story. We've got the headdress of the popes, the mitre. We've got television shows that employ the tripart division. We're going to ask where that came from. Here is a Jesuit ceremony which emphasizes the three initiations and matriculation in three. Tremendous study just to look at the word three. Now the word druid has several probable related origins. Most likely it derives from the Gaelic dreda, pronounced dri or dred, meaning kindred, or from druvid, that means one who knows. Vid, Veda, just like we showed in a previous slide there. The druvid, one who knows, or one who has knowledge. Now the suffix vid can also be rendered wid with a W. That's the root of the word wizard and the word wise. We find this syllable in Vedic and Veda that connote the highest wisdom. It may also derive from druthin, right? So druid may derive from druthin, that means the servant of truth. In German, it means of God. An Irish priestess was also known as a druth, or a dri, a dre. We derive the word truth from druthin. The hard D at the beginning of the word is softened and anglicized as the letter T. So truth and druid is the same word. Druids are servants of truth. Another acceptable rendering is from the Welsh Gaelic dervid, or derwid, meaning superior priest or inspector, and from, I guess that's pronounced draoeth, meaning magician. In Persian we have duri, meaning noble and holy man. This dervid is very similar, of course, to the modern name David. So King David, Camp David, the term David, the name David, where did that come from? We also see, when we study Druidry, this enormous reverence for trees and the emphasis on the tree of God. In this Babylonian, Sumerian picture, we see the primal couple, a sort of Adam and Eve rendition, with a sacred tree in the center, with astrological symbols at the top, and on the far right we see the serpentine symbol, which has always been used from the darkest ages of antiquity as the hieroglyphic for the female. We see the horned helmet of the bull or goat horns and the central tree. Dudley Wright, he writes that there is a tradition amongst the Jews that the tree of knowledge was named Dar, D-A-R, and that this was supposed to be the oak, whence Dar in Irish means an oak, and also implies wisdom. This is why you'll often hear it said that, of course, the word druid means men of the oak. Well, in a way it did, because D-A-R, Darid, or Dur, or Dar, this word meant the oak and the men of the oak. And we find this word in terms like elder, or alder, the alder tree. We find it in Derry, like the city of Derry, or Dwar, and even the word door. And of course we know when we study Druidism that some of their shapes of these ancient sites are portal-like, like at Newgrange, for instance. So the Druids are the doorkeepers, the gatekeepers. But it implies a spiritual gatekeeping. Now the name Asur, meaning Osiris, comes from the Egyptian Asar, meaning sacred tree. Osiris's relationship with the ash tree suggests a Druidic connection. That's right, the very name of the god Osiris, when rendered in Egyptian as Asar, is very close to the As, which was always known as the ash tree, like Ashtaroth and Ashtarte. One of the reasons for this, not the only reason, is because from the sky, looking down, Egypt itself, the Nile, as a secondary symbol, First of all, the symbol is of the sacred river, of course, but from the air it looked like the branches of a tree. The trunk was the Nile, and as it came to the delta, it branched out and looked like a sacred tree. So Egypt, in fact, Egypt in ancient days was known as the land of the tree and the serpent. And this implies many things, and I've gone into this in other presentations. The great goddess was often shown as a tree, or standing inside a tree of nourishment. The chief goddesses of Egypt were always, just like as in Ireland, connected to the sacred tree. In my opinion, this is where the origins of the Kabbalah are, because the land of the tree and the serpent, well, as a symbol, the tree and the serpent, that's the Kabbalah. That's the ancient doctrine, the mystery school teachings, known as the Kabbalah. In my reading of ancient mythology and history and traditions, these sacred traditions, there's no doubt in my mind that the fact that it uses a symbol of a tree, however stylized, and a serpent implies that it's Aryan in origin. But we always see the sacred tree. We always see the sacred tree. The Buddha sat under the tree. Lord Krishna is always seen in proximity to the tree, just as the Scandinavian Odin was seen in connection to the tree. In Grecian images of the Muses, we find the sacred tree. And the Maya, that image on the bottom right there, shows the priest and the initiate sitting under the tree, the sacred tree. And the symbols of the tree can be found all over the media. In my work on Atlantis, of course, I point out that the DNA is a sacred tree. We find in medieval paintings of the Renaissance era, of the great masters and the pre-Renaissance artists, great emphasis on the tree. It's not just decorative, it's actually a message. In the Bible we hear about Moses meeting God at a sacred tree, or as they describe it, a burning bush. Adam and Eve at the famous tree in the Garden of Eden. What's all this tree symbolism? And in fact the cross, the symbol, however plagiarized and corrupted, of the Sun King hanging on the cross is actually an old Druidic motif of the Sun King on the cruciform tree. And one could argue that the tree is also a symbol of enlightenment, or it's a symbol of the polar axis of the earth and so on. Here we find on the Church of Scotland is that burning bush motif. And on the right, on the flag of the Church of Scotland, you'll notice that the tree is not only blazing or burning or illuminated, but it has 3 roots. Again, the number 3 representing the Druids. On the left, the picture of the Scottish Church incorporates in the design a Vesica Pisces and also the Knights of Malta crosses. And later on we'll be looking into that symbol. Now earlier in the introduction, in the preview, we mentioned the name of the great Conor McDowry, who wrote extensively on the West to East movement of the elements of civilization and on the role of Ireland in the West. Well, hold on to your hats, because we're going to find out why you haven't heard his name and why his works have been suppressed. We're going to get into the reason for that right now. He wrote in his book, which is entitled The Bible, an Irish Book, that Christianity came from Judaism is acknowledged by churchmen, but it has never been truthfully divulged before where Judaism had its origins and home, or who were the Hebrews and the Jews. The term Hebrew and Jew, for deceptive purposes, has been conferred upon a people of Aramaic race, and it is a misnomer to call this people the modern so-called Jews. Well, where did the word come from? The word Jew is actually a derivation or corruption of the word you, because as we said in the past, certain consonants and certain vowels were interchangeable, and we see this in Hebrew. It's a known fact that Y and J were often interchangeable. So Judah or Judaic, their origin is with the language of the trees. Specifically, the word Jew comes from the yew tree. One of the most sacred of all trees in Druidism was the yew, the taller and thinner variety of yew, similar to the cypress, known as the Fastia Giata, grew abundantly throughout western Ireland and was sacred to the ancient warrior queen and goddess of the Tuatha De Danann, Banva, after whom Ireland was once named. Botanists believe all other yews in the world to be descended from two Irish trees. County Mayo comes from the word meaning yew forest. Interestingly, the most sacred Egyptian groves, orchards, and temple precincts appear to have had these Irish yews in pride of place. According to Ralph Ellis, the yew was the Egyptians' original tree of life, and it featured prominently in Egypt's most sacred mystery school traditions and initiatory rites. It was a symbol of death and underworld rites. The oldest implements in the world, dating to over 50,000 years ago, were made of yew wood. The tree may have been considered sacred because it poisoned all animals that ate of its bark or leaves except the stag and deer. The deer and the stag were supremely sacred, of course, to the Irish Druids. Now the yew can still frequently be found in British churchyards. Given that the yews were older than Christian churches, it follows that Christian churches and cathedrals were deliberately positioned near to the tree for symbolic purposes. A study of the yew tree serves to confirm the west to east movement of the elements of religion. The last letter of the Irish Ogham alphabet was I, and that letter was connected to the yew tree. The letter turns up as the Hebrew Yod, the first letter which we find in the name of God, Jehovah, whom Moses suggestively met at a burning bush. The word yew may be connected to the word Jew, from Yahu or Judah. So, were the Jews, the so-called Jews, originally men of the yew, that is, initiates of Druidic colleges? So the letters were interchangeable. Ayu, Yua, Judah. We need to look at the etymology, keep our minds on the history of these words, and cuts through a lot of disinformation. Then we can look at another tree which was sacred to the Druids, the Rowan. Just as the word Jew derives from the word for yew tree, so does the ancient name Levi, L-E-V-I, or Levite, come from the Gaelic letter L, which was known as Louis or Lewis, and which can also be rendered Louis, L-E-W-I-S, or Louis, like in the French Louis. L, the letter L, or Louis, as it's known in Irish, was the third letter, there's that number 3 again, of the Irish alphabet. It referred to the Rowan tree that was most sacred of all the trees in Irish Druidism. Each berry of the Rowan tree bears a minute pentagram. So Levi, Lewis, Louis. We already spoke of the Isle of Lewis, which was sacred to the Druids up in Scotland. Well, where does this word Lewis come from? Lourdes in France, L-O-U. Lewis, Lewisham. It's the third letter in the sacred alphabet of the Druids, and it referred to a tree, the Rowan tree. So what's this connection between the ancient pantheons of the Jews? Is there something, why did Moses meet God in front of a burning tree, a burning bush? Why not at a well, you see, or some other location? Why did the editors and scriptors of the Bible insist and write this in? Because they knew how important tree symbolism was to the ancients, to the Egyptian priests, and to the Irish Druids, and also to the Babylonians and Sumerians. They knew what we're not supposed to know. Like we said earlier, the significance of these religious tropes, these religious traditions. We find them in the Bible, but we don't notice it. There's a tree in the Garden of Eden story. In the very book of Genesis, there's a mention of an oak tree, and the burial of all the gods are buried by the prophet under an oak tree. This is what we said earlier, symbolic language. It's metaphorical, it's mythological, it's sidereal. In the book released this year, Astrotheology, again, there's a whole chapter. In chapter 19, there's a section, a very important section, on the symbolism of the tree, and how the tree was the seminal and cardinal symbol of God. and also of goddess. It's something that we need to deeply look into, is the significance and symbolism of the tree. The worshippers or keepers of the Rowan were known as the Lewi, L-E-W-I. And this is the origin of Levi, or Levi, L-E-V-I. It's where the word Levite originated. But who were the Levites? They were the priests, teachers, and instructors. The biblical Levites adopted the old Druidic title as their own, either because they had descended from the Western Druids, or because they were initiates and adepts from Druidic, Chaldean, or Ammonist colleges. That's right. Look up the word Levite when you're dealing with the 12 tribes of Israel, and you'll find that they were a tribe set apart. They were very special. They didn't operate like the other tribes. Their banner, their flag, their insignia, and their customs, their duties were very different. They were legalistic. They were the judges of the tribes of Israel. And they were the ones that Jehovah imparted the oral tradition to. Because remember, in the Bible we talk about we hear Moses received the law, the 10 Commandments. But we also hear about an unspoken oral tradition handed down to the priests, to the Levites. And little more is ever said about that. But we find that this then becomes the backbone of Judaism. But we are not told what that law is. That becomes the foundation of the Torah and the foundation of the Talmud and the foundation of Judaic religion. And of course we surmise that it also found a home. It's also key to Christian ideas. But the very presence of a tree, the very fact that we see this, to the educated person, to the one who's done their homework, what you're dealing with here is Druidism. And in the Astrotheology book, chapter 1, we also show this. How many passages, literally we have lists and lists of passages from the Bible, from the New Testament, showing the Druidic tropes and elements and motifs that the average reader is completely unaware of. But of course, the intelligent ones of the world, as I said, they've questioned these things. They know better. They know that there's an untold story. Sigmund Freud, in his very, very important book, Moses and Monotheism, and this is a book that I deal with in Volume 2 of the Irish Origins of Civilization. We deal with Sigmund Freud and his great discoveries. He said, among the greatest riddles of Jewish prehistoric times is that concerning the antecedents of the Levites. They are said to have been derived from one of the 12 tribes of Israel, the tribe of Levi, but no tradition has ever ventured to pronounce on where that tribe originally dwelt, or what portion of the conquered country of Canaan had been allotted to it. They occupied the most important priestly positions, but yet they were distinguished from the priests. A Levite is not necessarily a priest. It is not the name of a caste. Well, we find also the city of Maliwi, or Maliwi, or Maliwi, which turns up in the Nile. The great city of Maliwi, the city of the Jews, the so-called Jews, was a city on the Nile. So we've got yew trees, we've got the tradition of the trees, we've got temple structure, the pylons are tree-like, and we've got the origin of the Jews and the Levites. And of course, if people are familiar with the work of Ralph Ellis and Mustafa Gadala and Ahmed Osman, they'll know that it's no longer a secret about the origin of the 12 tribes of Israel. The Isle of Lewis in Scotland was a Druidic centre. The place names Lewisham and Lewis derive from this root. Additionally, the supreme sun god of the ancient Irish was Lu. There it is again, L-U-G-H. He appears globally as the English Lud, and Lud, L-L-U-D, is where we get the word London. So the word London was originally Ludunum, and where St. Paul's Cathedral is, that was the ancient temple of the sun god. Now it's got a Christian cathedral on it. It was originally near the Fleet Street. A key position in London was dedicated to the Irish god Lu, but his name can be spelled L-U-G-H or L-L-E-W, and so forth and so on. In Sumerian we have the Lugal, in Welsh Lu, French Lugos, Italian Logos. A logos is a word that means meaning, means truth and understanding. He appears in the Christian canon as Saint Luke, L-U-K-E, the patron saint of surgeons and healers. As I said, the word London comes from Ludunum, meaning Lew's Hill. Lew's Temple is now the site of the Christian St. Paul's Cathedral. The rowan tree may have been given its name Lewis due to it being sacred to Lew, who connects to the tree as Odin, the Norse Odin, connected to the great world ash tree, or as Zeus was connected to the great oak tree. The duplicitous historians and clergy know that the real meaning of the title Hebrew had to be obscured. It was noted that the word was similar to Apiru, which referred to thieves, wanderers, and vagabonds, or to simple shepherds seeking refuge in Egypt due to droughts. Such refugees did exist, and were bound to sustain themselves in Egypt by performing menial tasks. With the letter H added, we have Hapiru, making a word that could easily be mistaken for Hebrew or Hebrew. But the Apiru or Hapiru were not the same people as the Hebrew or Ibaru or Abaru, the wise ones and counselors to Pharaoh. Now the Irish or Aryan Magi had journeyed far and wide and had established mystery schools throughout the far-flung corners of the globe, in every empire and major city. The early Egyptians knew them as the Shem Suhor, or disciples of Horus. And a while ago we came across that when we looked at Albert Churchward's discovery of the parchment that talked about the builder and the designer of the Great Pyramid in Egypt, and that this man was of the company of what he called the disciples or the followers of Horus, Horus being the falcon-headed sun god, from which we get terms like hour, hours of the day, the Horus, the horizon, the great sun god of Egypt. Well, the Shem Suhor, here we have them again. The Shem Suhor are the Druids in an Egyptian context. They existed in pre-dynastic times. They were temple builders, they were astronomers and astrologers, they were teachers, and they were the ones who are the primordial Hebrew, not the Apiru, who that just simply meant a visitor to your land, a refugee. And it's known by historians that there were great famines, that Egypt was the breadbasket for all people in the surrounding districts and lands, from as far away as Mesopotamia, as far away as Palestine. In times of great famine, they would all descend on Egypt, hoping to be looked after, you see. And there was also on Santorini, the eruption of Mount Thera, which has now come to light, which also caused devastation in that region. And again, Egypt, although Egypt was shaken desperately itself, all the people of the surrounding countries looked to Egypt as the breadbasket, looked there for their survival. So, Egypt had severe immigration problems of its own during that time. But the word Hebrew can also be traced to the Gaelic Heber or Eber, meaning the fire or the sun. A Hebrew or an Iberu was a priest of the sun. We're talking solar cult here. The word did not refer to a race or nation, as we've been told by duplicitous historians. It actually referred to the caste of Druidic elders and to their gnosis. It also referred to their sacred language and alphabet. A Hebrew, then, was one conversant with the sacred knowledge. To be precise, the knowledge of the stars. Arthur Diott Thompson, in his monumental work entitled On Mankind, Their Origin and Destiny, wrote, Hebrew, in short, is the language which enables men to pass from one meaning to another, which explains, interprets, gives the allegorical meaning. By Hebrews, therefore, Moses does not mean the Israelites, but men, Israelites or Egyptians, who were learned in the Hebrew language, in the knowledge of Ambres, the initiated and the initiators. The Reverend Robert Taylor, in his book The Devil's Pulpit, he wrote, the initiated who had passed through all the inferior grades and attained the highest rank of autops, or eyewitnesses, were called by the whole pagan world Israelites, or Hebrews. The name of Israelites, Jews, or Hebrews did never designate a political or national body, but were the name which, from an infinitely remote antiquity, designated the highest order of the initiated into the holy mysteries, and to whom alone were committed the oracles of God. Now we start to see why the works of such people as I'm mentioning was suppressed. Now we know what earth-shattering revelations come when you delve into the subjects of etymology and philology, and you discover the true facts. So in short, the ancient name of the land of Ireland was Hibernia. Okay, so the ancient name for the land of Ireland was Hibernia. And the Irish were often known as the Hibernians. This is a Gaelic word, and it also denoted those tribes that inhabited Spain. In fact, Spain's olden name was Iberia, because the letter H is often silent. In short, the original Hebrews were the Irish. So Hebrew turns up as Iberu, Heber, and we find out that the ancient name of Ireland was Hibernia. And this is not because that name was brought by Easterners to the West, as some scholars maintain. No, it's because that term was the word that meant the Iberu, the land of the Iberu. It was taken west. It was known throughout the whole world. And the Egyptian language confirms what we are saying about these intriguing terms. In Egyptian, the word Ibre, meaning, like the Hebrew Eber, refers to rivers and to water. The reference here was most probably to the Nile and to the schools of the Hebrew that existed along that great river. With the letter H added to the beginning of the word, we have the Eber, meaning men of the river. Rivers were always considered sacred to the ancients. The Rhine River, for instance, takes its name from the Germanic word Rune, meaning sacred knowledge or source of wisdom. Men of the river, therefore, refer to those of the underground stream of hermetic knowledge. In the papyrus of Hunefer, of the Egyptian Book of the Dead, we see Osiris enthroned upon the sacred river or pool of water from which arises the papyrus plant with the 4 sons of Horus. So whether you're talking about the Indus or the Ganges or the Saraswati, you're talking about the Nile or you're talking about the Rhine or any other river, river was always sacred. This is where a lot of communities developed. This is where the mystery schools are. This is where the temples were built. This is why the symbol of the river is found in Washington, D.C., with the obelisk and the Washington Capitol. This is why you see the river running past the Houses of Parliament. This is why you find it running past Notre Dame, the Seine River. Look at the buildings. We take it for granted. We don't give it any thought. It's just something to take a photograph of, picture, postcard stuff. Do we ever think about the designs of cities and why certain statues, obelisks, Egyptian sphinxes, monuments, sacred sites? Just take a trip along the Thames and make sure you bring your etymology pen and notepad with you, because the names, even the names of the towns and locales along rivers like the Thames, for instance. What about the Mississippi in America? So the symbol of the river is another, just like the tree, very, very important symbol. And as we said, Egypt was called the land of the tree and the serpent because they understood that their river looked like a tree. These two symbols go hand in hand. Now, Dr. Alfred M. Lilienthal, in his book, The Jews Are Not a Race, he wrote, the descriptive name Judaism was never heard by the Hebrews or Israelites. It appears only with Christianity. Flavius Josephus was one of the first to use the name in his recital of the war with the Romans to connote a totality of beliefs, moral commandments, religious practices, and ceremonial institutions of Galilee, which he believed superior to rival Hellenism. When the word Judaism was born, there was no longer a Hebrew Israelite state. The people who embraced the creed of Judaism were already a mix of many races and strains, and this diversification was rapidly growing. Okay, so we owe it all to historians as duplicitous and as fraudulent as Josephus Piso, Flavius Josephus Piso, who just pulls this name out of the thin air, tags it and attaches it to something that it has no business doing, and the world then merrily goes on its way. We never ask, we never stop and say, what was the ancient meaning of that word? Where did it come from? Because when you do that, when you are a Conor McDowry and you do ask these questions, and you find out such a fantastic story, an alternative story of history, look what opens up. Look how many lies fall away. Earlier we mentioned that one of the most important questions regarding Atlantis, Lemuria, and the pre-Diluvian civilizations that are mentioned in the world's cultures, and specifically in the mythologies and folk traditions, is what happened to them. And we addressed the idea of the age of catastrophe that wrecked the world, and that we emphasized it was a global disaster, a global calamity. So let's turn now to the age of catastrophe to learn something about that period of history, of ancient history. In my work I've mentioned that the campaign to have the world believe in the east to west transit of the elements of civilization was made considerably easier since the great land bridges that once existed between Ireland and England, and between England and Scandinavia, or the continent, have long since been submerged. Well, this is a very, very important note here, because, again, we've emphasized at least 2-3 times that the world doesn't look the way it did in ancient times. That goes for the borders of different countries, it goes for the coastlines, you see, and it goes for the positioning of islands. So when we look at the map today, when we look at a globe and we see England, we see Ireland, and we're used to looking at that and we're used to these shapes, how different it would be if we could see the world when the seas weren't as high, when the oceans had receded, and the great changes that geologists know can happen when sea levels rise. We have to keep in mind that when we look at the maps of the world, that is a very recent picture of topography, of geography. We always must bear this in mind. It's another area that we've grown accustomed to, but when we think back to ancient times, things could look very different. Now, the loss of the land bridges and the rising of the waters is a frequent motif in the world's myths and legends. Science is now finding out that many of these myths relate to physical phenomena. The loss of the land bridges made Britain and Ireland appear to be remote, and an aura of otherworldliness grew up around these lands. And that's true. One thing about reading the legends or reading the historians when they talk about the Western Isles, I mean, we know that this concept was pretty extreme in the sense that even until quite recent ages, people believed the world was flat, and that if you traveled in a boat or a ship too far west, the idea was you're going to fall off the edge of the world. And we laugh at that today. But this was a ploy to prevent explorers and men of wealth from funding and participating in trips that might take them to the Western Isles. And that would have then meant, of course, earlier discovery of the significance of the Western Isles. And the otherworldliness, that sense that there was something forbidding or mysterious. Ireland and England were often called the land of the gods. A lot of people believed that these lands were inhabited by strange animals and demons and so forth and so on. And this aura of otherworldliness grew up. We sense this in the various myths that deal with Avalon, or with the Lyonesse and the mysterious Lost Isles, which Celtic and Irish mythology is so full of. But you see, once upon a time, as we heard Commons Beaumont earlier mentioning, that maybe only a small estuary separated Scotland and England from Scandinavia. What happens if these land bridges, which now geologists know existed, between England and Ireland, and also between England, western coast of England, and the eastern coast of Scandinavia or the continent? What happens if it's discovered later on that there was a land bridge between southern England and France? As we said, that changes what we know about the topography. But what it also does is it makes places that are now very remote, like for instance the Shetlands, like the Isle of Lewis, like the Orkneys. Yes, they're remote and wild and desolate now, and we could never think of those places being anything to do with a cradle of civilization or a cradle of language and writing and customs. Of course not, because this is again this sort of implanted idea that we have about the topography and the geography of Europe and Britain. But the understanding of these land bridges, which takes us into the realm of science, which takes us into the realm of geology, takes us into the realm of Professor Erlingson, one of the greatest geologists who's researched this idea and wrote a book called Atlantis in Ireland. And it takes us into a fundamental reevaluation of the remoteness and the wildness and the otherworldliness of lands, and maybe that is a propaganda story that grew up after the great cataclysms and the reshaping of the globe. The loss of the land bridges, as I said, it's mentioned in the ancient cultures. From the Song of the Flood of the Hopi Indians of North America, down in the bottom of the sea are the proud cities and the worldly treasures corrupted with evil. So there again, another motif. They're not just talking about physical calamity. Every time you're reading an account of this devastation, you're reading also about moral turpitude, a moral falling off, some sort of spiritual unraveling. Dudley Wright, in his book Druidism, The Ancient Faith of Britain, he says that traditions of the submersion of cities beneath the various lakes of the country are still current throughout the whole of Wales. The annotator of Camden mentions the names of no fewer than 6 lakes in which ancient cities are reported to have been submerged. From the Zuni Indians of North America, in one of their legends they say that earthquakes shook the world and rent it. Creatures turned fierce, becoming beasts of prey, wherefore others turned timid. Wretchedness and hunger abound. Black magic, war, and contention entered into the hearts of men and creatures. We've been saying from the outset here about this falling off, this moral falling off. We've also hear the legends talking about this, and the coming in of contention and corruption and wickedness. And underlying all of that, of course, is the idea of a trauma that beset consciousness. This is central to my work, and we dealt with it extensively in the Atlantis book and Atlantis DVD. What happened to man a short period of time ago? And if, in fact, some of the nightmare fears and phobias that we have, some of the what apparently appear to be psychological syndromes and complexes, fear of water, fear of dark places, fear of foreigners and strangers, fear of certain insects, all of that, all the stuff we covered in the Atlantis work. Could that be physiological? And more importantly, it's recent. It's a recent trauma. What would that do to consciousness? Has anybody ever asked this question? In the introduction of the Atlantis book, we asked that. Is anybody interested in the origins of evil? I mean, here we are, running amok. There's ecocide, there's genocide, there's megadeath, there's sadism in our own lives. The world is wall to wall with injustice, criminality, all sorts of stuff. And then we have masochism, man's sadism to himself. Possibly it's arguable that some of the worst crimes that man does is to his own being, a relatively uninvestigated area. Well, where did all this come from? The evolutionists are going to tell us that's natural. We're working it out as we go along. Let nature take over evolution and we'll reach some sort of plateau of normalcy. The Christian world, the religious world always tell you that it's to do with original sin and sinning against God and all of this stuff. But can we look at it in a different way? That this earth cataclysm, this trauma, is caused by watching the earth around you dissolve and all sense of stability gone. Unimaginable horrors, unimaginable devastation. And if one goes around Britain, especially northern Scotland, to the Highlands of Scotland, to Argyllshire, if one has open eyes when they go around the Boyne Valley, or the Shannon Valley, or you go to the Aran Islands, you see, and go there with educated eyes, you will see the remnants. You'll see the evidence of the horror and the destruction that nature once rent. But of greater interest to me than that even is the psychological consequences to mankind if the whole of mankind experienced such devastation. To me, this has not been gone into, and it deals with the coming of all of this tragedy and this moral turpitude and this wickedness and injustice, what can be summed up by the term evil. It's a fact that exists. Where did it come from? Contention entered into the hearts and minds of men and creatures, say the Zunis. A Chinese legend says the pillars supporting the sky crumbled, and the chains from which the earth was suspended shivered to pieces. Sun, moon, and stars poured down into the northwest, where the sky became low. Rivers, seas, and oceans rushed down to the southeast, where the earth sank. James Churchward, in his book The Lost Continent of Mu, this is a book that deals with the pre-Diluvian cultures and civilizations that were lost. He wrote, "The whole continent heaved and rolled like the ocean's waves. The land trembled and shook like the leaves of a tree in a storm. Temples and palaces came crashing to the ground, and monuments and statues were overturned. The cities became heaps of ruins. As the land rose and fell, quivered and shook, the fires of the underneath burst forth, piercing the clouds in roaring flames, 3 miles in diameter. There they were met by lightning shafts which filled the heavens. A thick black pall of smoke overshadowed the land." It goes on to say that huge cataclysmic waves rolled in over the shores and extended themselves over the plains. Cities and all living things went down to destruction before them. Agonizing cries of the multitude filled the air. The people sought refuge in their temples and citadels, only to be driven out by fire and smoke, and the women and the men in their shining garments and precious stones cried, "Mu, save us." During the night the land was torn asunder and rent to pieces. With thunderous roarings, the doomed land sank. They cried, "Mu," they cried, "Mother, Mother Earth, what's happening?" Backing up what I was saying later on, that after this cataclysm, I mean, if a bomb drops on your street, as has happened in many cities of the world during wartime, what is it automatically that people do? Almost by compulsion, almost without being told what to do. Well, they go amongst the rubble, and they try to salvage anything they can. They take one brick and they put another one on top of it. It's a slow, agonizing process of restoration. Well, in ancient days, this was done. Many of the monuments and the great ancient sites that you will go to in Scandinavia or in Britain or in Scotland or whatever, you'll see that these are made up of small stones, like Maeve's tomb in Northern Ireland. You'll see that they're made up of small stones, hundreds of thousands of small stones. And it's befuddled, the science community. What on earth would have been the purpose of this? Well, if you see your mother beaten and scarred and bruised and with rubble in every direction, wouldn't the shaman perhaps say, "Hey, let's pick up these stones and bring them to a central place"? And by doing that, wouldn't you also galvanize a fractured and fragmented people that need to be held together because they're screaming mad now, going out of their minds? That ritual of lifting the stones and bringing them to a central location and putting them there. And then, of course, what's the philosophy of that? What's the after effect? That in times afterwards, that monument would be a symbol, would it not, of the cataclysm that was, as a reminder that such things can happen. And more than that, just like the pyramid in Egypt, it would be there forever, as a symbol to say, and we were able to gain restoration. Those monuments were erect, and they were saying this is order returned. In Egyptian mythology, there's tremendous emphasis on the raising of what's known as the Djed pillar. And Freemasons have picked up on this idea of a pillar that is broken. If you look into medieval art, you'll see this. If you look into Masonic iconography, you'll see this. A pillar that is broken or smashed, a curtain that has been rent, a temple that has been hit by lightning. In the tarot cards, we have a card called a tower struck with lightning. We have pyramids with doors that are many feet up. Could that be to prevent water from coming in? That ancient man had learned from these cataclysms to build correctly, to build pyramidically, to build towers like round towers and obelisks, towers of Babel. In fact, there's even passages in ancient work that talks about that the function of the Tower of Babel was to keep the water out. Did man learn to suspect that the earth could do this again? We even hear in the book of Genesis about God promising that great cataclysms and floods would not come again. But ancient man may have been practical enough to realize, what are we going to do with our important manuscripts? What will we do with the gods, the images of the gods? What will we do with some of the sacred relics that we have should the earth again teeter? So some of the buildings, if we look at them in that light, particularly the pyramid in Egypt, we start to realize that they had a dual function. They were to be hermetically sealed so that the great symbols of the culture and the civilization could be interred there, just in case colossal devastation revisited the earth. Now, I wrote that the catastrophes forced the Northwesterners to flee their ancestral habitats and to cross the land bridges to the continent. Moving south and east in search of shelter and food, they were welcomed as elders by every race they encountered. They were responsible for the cave paintings at Lascaux in France, and in Egypt also, and it is their descendants that are falsely believed to have been the first invaders to ancient Ireland. These descendants were, however, merely returning to the land of their forefathers after a semblance of normalcy had returned to their wrecked homelands. So this is basically what we're talking about here, is a rewriting of almost everything that's been written about anyone invading Ireland. Because invariably, the invader, the historians talk about the invasions and the comings of this group and that group to a naked land. And therefore you're bound to believe that whoever invaded came for the first time. And this is pretty much 9 out of 10 of the books written on Irish history. The land is barren, the land is naked, it's uninhabited, and it's conquered by various waves, groups that come in waves. Well, nothing could be further from the truth. First of all, it was very easy to be able to migrate from the lands of Britain because of these land bridges. Secondly, people who would not normally have migrated in such numbers were forced to do so because of the cataclysm, the age of catastrophe, forcing them out of their homes. These are very advanced people, as we saw earlier, technically advanced, spiritually, theologically advanced. They're welcomed, they influence, they live temporarily in caves. So this whole story about our ancestors being permanent cave dwellers is utter nonsense. But a cave is a place that you would take temporary refuge in while the world around you was in tumult. And while you're there, you might even paint on the walls. And then you might also move on, which is what we know happened. The exact same type or style of paintings that were found in Lascaux in France have also been found in Egypt. This was last year discovered, 2007. And what was more, the paintings in Egypt are dated to over 15,000 years ago, and this approximates the time of the Great Cataclysm. But most importantly, again, the rewriting of Irish history, of British history. Let us understand, put it in neon lights, put it in neon sign on Times Square. Return. Let us never entertain the idea that Ireland in primordial times was a naked land. It was inhabited from the most remotest periods. It probably was a remnant of the ancient lands, the pre-Diluvian lands of the gods. The only time it was ever deserted is during and after the age of catastrophe. And then hundreds of years, perhaps even thousands of years elapse. And when we start hearing of the historical and prehistorical migrations to Ireland of various groups, we have to understand one thing that is never mentioned in the ancient books and the accounts of these invasions and migrations. We have to understand that they were returns of the indigenous inhabitants of those lands. Once this is committed to memory, once this is absolutely understood, British and Irish history will make sense. More than that, you'll be able to make greater sense of what you read concerning these matters. Of course, the story has been preserved, but it's been preserved in the minstrel tradition, which of course is very much part of Irish culture. Music, poetry, the bardic tradition. When we listen to a song, for instance, like Stairway to Heaven, what are the lines we've heard so many times? There's a feeling I get when I look to the west, and my spirit is crying for leaving. In my thoughts I have seen rings of smoke through the trees, and I've heard the voices of those who stand looking. Oh, it makes me wonder. It really makes me wonder. And it's whispered that soon, if we all call the tune, then the piper will lead us to reason, and a new day will dawn for those who stand long, and the forests will echo with laughter. Within lines like that, within other songs, within other poems, within other sagas, the story is being told, the story of the forest god, and the story of the ancient ways, and of the harpist, and of the piper, and of moral rectitude, and of connection to nature, closeness to nature, respect for nature. The guide, the supreme guide, instead of being lost in our shadow play, and our heavens and hells, and our adoration of nonsense. and of an elect group who stand watching and waiting, and the spirit of these guides and adepts, you see, still exists within the land somewhere. This is very much close to the Gaelic and Irish tradition. Let's fast forward now to a controversial area of my work concerning the destruction of the Druids and the seizure of their gnosis. In Book 1 of the set of Irish Origins, there's a comment on the back I'd like to read. For centuries, the annihilation of the Druids has been but a footnote of history. Yet it is one of the very first genocidal acts to be laid at the door of the Vatican and Judeo-Christian establishment. This book exposes the reasons why the Irish Druids and bards were targeted, and how their ancient knowledge, which once illumined the world, has been plundered and misused by those who seek to spiritually darken the world and the minds of men. I also say that clearly, it is not in the interests of the powers behind government and religion for us to realize that culture originated in Western climes and from pre-Diluvian civilizations of Atlantis and Lemuria. The desire of the Vatican mythmongers and mythographers was to falsely situate the seat of culture in the Middle East, as far away from the Atlantic zone as possible. These mythographers knew full well that Ireland was a remnant of Atlantis, and that its primordial megalithic inhabitants had been evacuated to the continent en masse. If we therefore find, as we do, apparently Semitic symbols all over the lands of Europe, we do so because they came there due to earlier traversals of Western peoples. What this means is that we're not ruling out that there were east to west movements, like the historians love to tell us. We know that there were. Of course there were. In fact, in the last segment we've already addressed the fact that there were movements from the eastern lands and the southern lands to the west. We emphasized that by and large, though, those movements were returns. The descendants were returning to the ancestral home after a semblance of normality returned. But those historians who never deal with the age of cataclysm aren't going to tell you that. No, in their work, it's a naked land being visited for the first time. So we are not talking about later periods, starting, say, 600 BC and moving up to about 1,000 year AD. We're talking about 10,000 BC. We're talking about 6,000 BC. We're talking about the tsunamis and the cataclysms that forced people to flee these destroyed lands. And then we're talking about the return of their descendants. But we emphasize, you see, that the spread of the cultural elements happened in primordial times, years before official history opens its chapters. Because the people who are writing the histories are pathologically in avoidance of this. And this is why you see biblicists, for instance, preposterously stated that all creation began a mere 4,000 years BC. And Christians labored under that misapprehension for centuries. In fact, some people still believe it. It's also why in academic circles they are little better when they insist that, everything starts rolling around about 10, 11,000 years BC. Of course, truth doesn't need a maintenance, but a lie mechanism certainly does. So if you keep your eyes open, you'll find out that these archaeologists and these ethnologists and geologists and whatnot and scientists are forever revamping what they say they know. There's nothing consistent, because everything they know flies in the face of the actual facts about what has been going on in this world. But as I mentioned in the introduction, in order to track and understand the destruction of the Druids, this phenomena that's just been a footnote of most history books, we actually have to go to Egypt, because the roots of the destruction of the Druids and of the great priesthood of the West, the roots of that lie in a period of history about 1400 BC, and specifically with a very famous pharaoh, a very famous character in Egyptian history, no less the pharaoh Akhenaten. So our journey, our trail, takes us to Egypt of 1400 BC. This section is entitled Akhenaten, the Cult of Aton, and the Dark Side of the Sun. It's the title of the second book. Who was this Akhenaten? Well, he was really known as Amenhotep IV, his father being Amenhotep III. The Greek rendition of Amenhotep was Amenophis IV. His name is often spelt with an I, Ikhnatan. As we said, the consonants and the vowels often interchange. He's commonly known as Akhenaton or Akhenaten, and he was the pharaoh of the 18th dynasty, the latter part of the 18th dynasty, from about 1353 to 1336 BC approximately. And these dates are forever being modified by Egyptologists. Akhenaten was referred to as the leper or broken king, and he was subsequently exiled from Egypt during approximately the 17th year of his regency. He was the head of what is known as the Atonists, after the god that he worshipped, Aton. And Akhenaten, his family, his ministers, their gang, so to speak, the Atonists, they were rivals of another very important group that we need to know about. It's essential to study this when we're looking at Egypt. A group known as the Amonists, who worshipped the god Amen, or Amen-Ra. And my work always emphasizes that the Ammonists of Egypt were in league with, were confederates of, were colleagues with the Shamsu-Hor, the disciples of Horus, who are nothing more than the Druids, the Irish Druids situated in the east. And we heard about their presence earlier on in Libya, Mali, Egypt, in pre-dynastic Egypt, in Nubia, in Sudan. All of this information has been suppressed, and you need to know about it. And what you need to know about is that there was a factionalism, there was rival dynasties. There was the Pharaoh of the north and there was the Pharaoh of the south. There were those who worshipped Aton and there was those who worshipped Amen-Ra. We have these schisms and they're important to know about. It's also important to understand that an Atonist is ultimately a member of the solar cult. It's also important to understand that the Ammonists were members of the solar cult, because there's nothing negative about sun worship or solarism or solar cultism or the stellar cult. What I address in my work is a specific corrupted version of solar cultism. But again, what we find when we turn to books and to the internet and to other writers and so-called experts is we find a wholesale damning, a wholesale indictment of solar cultism. But Christianity and Judaism is a form of solar cultism. Solar cultism is quite a large tree. And just because one branch or one twig turns out to be rotten, one shouldn't implicate the whole of solar cultism with that. Again, we have to be specific. We have to be specific when we're looking at the symbols. We'll deal with that a little bit later. But it all originates with these ancient cults of the world. Those are dealt with in my book on astrotheology and also in the DVD of the same name. We talk about the four cults: solar, stellar, lunar, Saturnian, and some other cults like the volcano cult and the fire cult and the Dionysian cult and the cult of Venus and so on. Now, when we talk about the Dionysian cult, we're talking drugs there. We're talking pharmacopoeia. And this plays a large role in the modern religions. One only has to look, again, with eyes that are trained in pattern recognition and symbolic literacy. Why do the clergy, why do the cardinals and the bishops and the prelates wear the colors that they do? Is there a story being told there? What is the origin of the cross? What is the origin of the mitre and the headgear? Here's some pictures from GnosticMedia.org, which show that many of the costumes and the tunics and the garb, not just of the royals, but specifically of the cardinals and the prelates and the popes, was taken from this drug cult, this ancient cult of the mushrooms. And scholars such as James Arthur and Jordan Maxwell, and more earlier we have the great John Allegro, have written books on this. Here we have the Amanita muscara mushroom, which is uncannily similar to the costumes of the prelates. Some have argued that the Holy Grail, the chalice of the Grail, is also a metaphor for the Dionysian cult of mushrooms. Here in this artwork, medieval artwork, which I believe shows the Emperor Constantine, a bizarre looking image if ever we saw one, we find again in subliminal form the mushroom. We see that Constantine is making the sign of the goat, the horns of the goat, which is an old Irish salute. Here again on the left, Christian artwork. On the bottom, the mount, the sacred mountain, the sacred hill, and on top of it the triform tree with mushroom-shaped vegetable growing there. Here in India, various images of the Buddha. Clearly and distinctly you can see the mushroom shapes there of how important psilocybin was to the ancients, that there was a whole cult operating in the ancient world. And through the work of John Allegro and others, we now have to accept that this existed. Well, there were many cults. And it's ludicrous to believe that any of the descendants of these cults, either biological descendants or ideological descendants, aren't around anymore. As Jordan Maxwell and others have pointed out, these descendants still exist and they still run the show. So we had Akhenaten, the very famous pharaoh of the 18th dynasty, and of course we have his son, allegedly his son, the very famous, equally famous Tutankhamun, or Tutankhaten as he was called, because at once, when he was an Atenist, he had the term of Aton, his god, in his name. He's the son of Akhenaten and the queen Kia. Akhenaten had two wives, Nefertiti and Kia, and after his father was deposed and exiled, Tutankhamun, or Tutankhaten, changed his name to Tutankhamen, because he had returned to the worship of Amen, and he turned everything that Akhenaten did, he tried to turn it back to the way it was, to establish a more secure status quo after the damage wreaked by his father, and he also changed his name back to the worship of Amen. We've been talking about the devices of deception. We've been talking about omission in the past. Well, that famous gold mask that has gone around the world on the circus of display, purportedly it was the image of the famous pharaoh, Tutankhamun, but in fact this mask did not show his visage. It is in fact the face of his brother, Semnakare, that we've been seeing all this time. Tutankhamun's title, one of them, was the living face of the sun. And Lord Carnarvon, in charge of Tutankhamun's tomb's excavation, was funded by the Rothschild dynasty, to which he was personally related. Investigators Mustafa Gaidala and Ahmed Osman, like Sigmund Freud had, speculate that Tutankhamun is the actual prototype for the Jesus Christ of the Bible. You have to understand what prototype means. It doesn't mean he was Jesus of the Bible, but many of the characters that turn up in later texts, just as they turn up in history or mythology, are based on very well-known deities and potentates and heroes of the past. That's what a prototype means. That's what an antitype means. Antitype or archetype. But one of the most fascinating things about Tutankhamun is brought out by the scholar Mustafa Gaidala. And it has to do again with language. T-U-T that we find at the beginning of the name, according to Gaidala, that is actually a very poor rendering of the original Egyptian syllable or term. Those terms, of course, were in hieroglyphics. So in one way you can understand it, because the translation of certain hieroglyphics has always been problematic. There hasn't really been more than about 1,500 words discovered in Egyptian. And sometimes the vowels and consonants, different scholars are ambivalent about the translations. But Gaidala is adamant that in the case of TUT, you see, it's far better to render that DWD or even DVD. And of course, if you do that, then what we find as the first syllable of the name of Tutankhamun is actually Dawood or David. This is the origin of the word David that we looked briefly at earlier on in the presentation about Camp David, you see, and David, King David. Well, it turns out that that's an Egyptian name, or more correctly, a title. And TUT, that rendition, that transposition is inaccurate, and it maybe was inaccurate on purpose. We have to understand that there's also a method to this madness. The title David has been found to refer to the kings of the Egyptian 18th dynasty, that is, to the cult of Aton. In other words, there was not one David, but many. The word had a similar meaning to general, field marshal, or commander. Well, we have not only Tutankhamun, remember, we have Tuthmosis, and there was at least 3 of them. In fact, there was about 4 Tuthmosises. So the Tuth is much better rendered as the David, or the David. And this was a term, a title, not a personal name, more it should be reckoned as a title. We also derive the word dove, D-O-V-E, from the word David. We also have the word divide, hinting at sacred geometry and the whole science of geomancy and architecture. The dividers, those who are expert at architecture. And this, of course, brings in a Masonic angle as well. So we derive the word dove from David, and the white dove is frequently used as a cryptic insignia for the house or seed of David, and therefore for the cult of Aton. It's Latin. In Latin, dove is columba, and this, of course, gives us the Knights of Columbus and Saint Columba, etc. There on the picture you can see the doves on the maces and standards of the British royals, the Davids, the Atonists. We said that the wife of Akhenaten was Queen Kia, but the most famous wife of Akhenaten, of course, was Queen Nefertiti, who lived approximately 1370 to 1330 BC. We speculate, given some evidence, that she might have been an Irish or even Scythian princess. Perhaps that's true. In any case, she lost favor with Akhenaten, and Egyptologists are suggestively vague as to the reason. She can be identified as the prototype for Mary of the Bible, and she bore 6 daughters to Akhenaten. Dr. Joanne Fletcher, in her book The Search for Nefertiti, she said her Aryan looks made her particularly attractive to the Führer, and this description was also applied to some of the amazing life-like plaster casts, masks. In 1927, the keeper of the Egyptian antiquities at the British Museum described one of them as being not that of an Egyptian nor a Semite. It is that of a northerner. It is a Nordic type. So the pale, famous aquiline features of the great Queen Nefertiti, the wife of Tutankhamun, the wife of Akhenaten, betrays the fact that she may not have been Egyptian, but she was certainly royalty, because in fact Akhenaten had to marry with her in order to gain title, in order to become the pharaoh. So she was an elite. She was somebody of aristocratic background. But evidence shows that she may not have been from Egypt. She may have been one of these descendants of the Shamsu Hor. Graham Phillips, in his book Act of God, says that Nefertiti's name, A Beautiful Woman Comes, does not contain the noble designation normally found in the birth names of high-ranking Egyptians. This unconventional designation, coupled with the complete absence of family history, suggests that Nefertiti may not have been a native Egyptian. An important indication that Nefertiti was indeed of foreign extraction is the bust in the Berlin Museum. The fair-skinned woman it depicts is clearly not of North African origin, but markedly European. Is that why the scholars are vague about her ancestry and also what happened to her in the latter part of Akhenaten's reign? Is that on purpose? Have they buried the information because of what it might imply? If it is indeed found out that this Nefertiti, the great queen of Egypt, her ancestry is to be found amongst the Scythians of Europe, or the Irish of Britain. Now the Pharaoh, as I said, became king by marriage to the right queen, the queen with the legal title. As Mustafa Gadala points out in his book Historical Deception, the Egyptian women were entrusted with the civilization. The woman, or the princess, and not the male, was the legal heir to the throne, and the man she chose to marry would become the ruling pharaoh. Now Aton, the god of Akhenaten and his coterie, was basically depicted in one way, and that is as a solar disk, a round solar disk. This is Akhenaten's personal god. The center of worship was at a place called Amarna, which is in a very hot part of the desert, and at the temple of Amarna, or better known as Akhetaten. Akhetaten, the city of Akhetaten, that Akhenaten built for the veneration of his sun god. Previously, the center of worship had been mostly at Thebes, the great center of the Amonists, and of Amun-Ra is at Thebes. Here we see an image of the pharaoh Akhenaten styled as a lion. And this is the origin, in fact, of the idea of the Lion of Judea that crops up amongst the Judaic traditions. Its origins are to be found in Egypt, as a matter of fact, because the lion was always the tutelary symbol of the pharaoh. And when we really understand who the Judites and the Jewess and the Jews are, and that their origin is also Egypt, a lot of things start making sense. Here, in fact, is a photograph of Amarna and one of the lions that was sacred to Akhenaten. Akhenaten referred to himself also as the architect, which again, of course, brings in the Masonic rites and rituals. And the symbol of the lion, of course, is ubiquitous. It's another one that we see without observing. We see it not only on Judaic symbolism, but we see it in Britain, we see it in media corporations, and we see it on heraldry. It also turns up on the coronation chair of the kings and queens of England. This chair, of course, was originally in Ireland. It went by way of Scotland, I believe, and then it's finally, at the time of the Stuarts, turned up in England. But the central point of interest is that it is sitting on, it is propped up upon 4 lions, the symbol of the Atonists, the solar cult. And the back of the chair is again suggestively shaped like a pyramid. Now, one of the greatest controversies, one of the greatest questions surrounding the pharaoh Akhenaten, which has been posed by people as eminent as Sigmund Freud, but which has also been a study of Ahmed Osman and Ralph Ellis and Mustafa Gadala and a few other scholars, is the whole question of whether the pharaoh Akhenaten was in fact Moses of the Bible. Osman says, an examination of their respective religious beliefs makes it clear that Moses and Akhenaten should not be looked upon, as has largely been the case, as rivals, but as the same person. The great scholar Godfrey Higgins said that Manetho, the historian Manetho, states that Moses received his priestly education and learned all the wisdom of the Egyptians in the city of Heliopolis, in the Delta, the biblical city of On, the house of the sun. This is just one of the many intriguing anecdotes that has led scholars to believe that there's a connection between these two. We talked about Nefertiti being the prototype of Mary. We talked about Tutankhamun being a very likely prototype for the Jesus of the Bible. And this has been an ongoing question, an ongoing search to discover if there's legitimate connections between the Moses of the Old Testament, the leader of the Judites, and this Pharaoh Akhenaten. Emanuel Velikovsky has looked into this. As I said, Sigmund Freud and many other scholars have sort of dabbled with this idea. And there's strong evidence to believe that, in fact, the two were one and the same man. As I said, Dr. Sigmund Freud, along with many other men, he was murdered by Rothschild agents for his discoveries regarding the tomb of Tutankhamun. and the documents that had been discovered therein. This story, he set his findings, Freud set his findings down in his last book, written about 1939, Moses and Monotheism. This book, we believe, cost him his life. And you can pick up Gerald O'Farrell's book, The Tutankhamun Deception, which will lay out the whole case of this, that Sigmund Freud did not die of natural causes, but like many people who succumbed to the so-called curse of the pharaohs, they were murdered. They were taken out by agents of the Rothschild dynasty because of the excavations, because of documents that were discovered, because of statements like what I've just made. The documents were discovered showing that the story of Jesus, the story of his birth, the story of his crucifixion, paralleled events in the life of Tutankhamun. And in those years, the early part of the 20th century, this kind of information was highly taboo, and concerns did not want this to become widely known. But what about Sigmund Freud? What about this man's courage and bravery? No consideration, he said, will move me to set aside truth in favor of supposed national interests. Well, Freud was a Jew. He was warned by his Jewish friends to shut up. Rabbis, close friends of his, begged him to never publish Moses and Monotheism. In fact, as Gerald O'Farrell shows in his book, Freud's writings, his archive, which is New York, is almost impenetrable. It's in a lockdown situation, very hard to access. And on the question of monotheism, Lorraine Evans, in her book Kingdom of the Ark, says that Akhenaten frequently emphasized that he, and he alone, was the go-between for this new divine life of Egypt. The sole god of Egypt was now mediated through Akhenaten. At the close of the great hymn to the Aten, it says, "There is no one who knows you except your son Akhenaten." And this is just to emphasize the fact that Akhenaten made some revolutionary and radical and quite perverse changes to the pantheons and to the religions and to the theologies that were known in Egypt for thousands and thousands of years. It turns out that these Amonists were pantheists, polytheists. They worshipped Amun-Ra, but they were very egalitarian. They were very tolerant of any other kind of belief systems, and theology to them was not a matter of prejudice or any kind of dominance. This changed in the 18th dynasty with Akhenaten, who became very fanatical. Temples were closed, and the worship of other gods was forbidden. And the people took this very hard. For about 17 years they had to endure this man's personal tyranny and the usurpation of other gods in favor of only one god. So as soon as we hear about monotheism entering the world, we also hear about cruelty and bloodshed and suppression. Is it any accident that the same thing has been going on down through the centuries? Sigmund Freud wrote, "The Aton religion had not appealed to the people. It had probably been limited to a small circle around Akhenaten's person." Lady Queensborough, and in the book Occult Theocracy, she wrote, "In spite of the loud and frequent assertions made by Jews and Christian divines alike, contending that the Jews were the first monotheists, it is a well-proven fact that the high initiates of the Memphis priesthood were monotheists long before the Jews ever went to Egypt." Douglas Reed, in Controversy of Zion, the one God, he says, was mentioned in Egypt 2,600 years prior to Judaic monotheism. Of course, a study of Egyptian texts conclusively proves this to be true. From the Book of the Dead, that's almost 3,000 years BC, it says, "Thou art the One, the God from the very beginnings of time, the heir of immortality, self-produced and self-born. Thou didst create the earth and make man." From the hymn to Amun-Ra, "Homage to thee, O Amun-Ra, Lord of Thebes. Thou joy, the ornament of the gods. All men lift up their faces to gaze upon him. Thou art the Lord, inspiring awe, crushing those who would revolt against thee. Thou art the King of all the gods. Thou art the great God, the living one. Thou art beloved for thy words, which are the satisfaction of the gods. Thou art the King of heaven. Thou didst make the stars." So in the ancient Egyptian chronicles, even though we hear mention of other gods, there's the overarching solar deity there's the mention of the one all-important God, very kindred to what we would understand between monotheism. Because if you read closely into the Bible, there's also acceptance of the other gods, and that Jehovah, or Yahweh, the God of the Christians and the Jews, was selected from a whole pantheon of different deities and gods. From the short hymn to the Aten, we read, "When you dawn, their eyes observe you. As your rays light the whole earth, every heart acclaims your sight, when you are risen as their Lord." Leonard Slane, in his fine book entitled The Alphabet versus the Goddess, speaks of Akhenaten. He says, Akhenaten inherited the throne on a fluke of genetic roulette. Sickly as a child and disfigured as an adult, he held court with his beautiful wife Nefertiti. His two passions were reforming Egypt's religion and its writing system. Immanuel Velikovsky, in his book on Akhenaten, entitled Oedipus and Akhenaten, wrote, Akhenaten was a stranger to Thebes and Egypt when he assumed royal power there. He had spent his childhood and youth abroad, either in Syria or in wandering from country to country and from court to court in the lands of the Middle East. His name is never mentioned in the many inscriptions of Amenhotep III, although of the prince heir to the throne such mention would be expected. He and his father are never pictured together. Amenhotep had himself depicted together with his wife and daughters in enormously oversized figures, but no son was ever represented in this or any other family portrait. In the tomb of Yuya and Tuya, parents of Queen Tai, there were mortuary gifts from the king and queen and their daughters, but none from Akhenaten. Even the mere existence of Akhenaten is nowhere hinted at during the reign of his father. The Egyptologist E. A. Wallace Budge wrote, "The religious revolution, inaugurated by Amenhotep III at the insistence of his wife Queen Tai, and was certainly carried on with increasing vigor by their son Amenhotep IV, who believed that he was an incarnation of Aton, the god of the solar disk. Their discussions gave many people an entirely false idea of the character of Amenhotep IV and of the nature of the cult of Aten. This king was described as a reformer, an individualist, as an idealist and a pacifist. But he was a reformer who initiated no permanent reform, an individualist who diverted the revenues of the gods of his country to his own uses, an idealist who followed the cult of the material, and a pacifist who lost Egypt's Asiatic empire." Budge goes on to say, "In recent years, he has been described by such names as the great idealist, the great reformer, the world's first revolutionist, the first individual in human history, etc. But in view of the known facts of history, and Dr. Elliot Smith's remarks quoted above on the distortion of the skull of Amenhotep IV, we are fully justified in wondering whether Dr. Hall, if the king was, quote, not really half insane, close quotes." Nicholas Reeves, in his book Akhenaten, Egypt's False Prophet, wrote, "It was an era which, though starting off well enough, had degenerated rapidly into mayhem and widespread religious persecution, an orgy of wanton destruction, and almost total economic collapse. For the events he set in train, Akhenaten could never be forgiven. With a ruthlessness not seen in Egypt before or since, Amarna, both as a city and a concept, was razed, and all trace of the pharaoh's existence systematically expunged." So Reeves is saying that the mania, the craze, the perversity, the dogmatism of the pharaoh basically incited the people to erase his identity. But before the 17th year of his reign, before he was finally exiled and dealt with, he unleashed a reign of terror never seen in the history of Egypt, before or after his time. Lorraine Evans again, in Kingdom of the Ark, she wrote, "So Akhenaten drifted from the position of great charismatic leader into one of despotic dictator, as many leaders have both before and since. It was to cause great strife within his people later, but for now he lived in an ideal never-never land of his own construction, isolated from the population and surrounded by family and courtiers. Now Aaron drifted into fantasies of the perfect world in which he lived and the perfect kingdom over which he ruled. Little by little, he ordered the palace artists to display him in divine form. Here was Akhenaten in the form of a divine being, the form of a messenger from the cosmos. Lorraine Evans speculates not that Akhenaten was Moses, but that Akhenaten was Aaron, who of course was an aide, a close associate of the biblical Moses. But leaving that aside, she also points out that the man was completely crazed, may have been disturbed, mentally disturbed in some way. Dr. Joanne Fletcher, in her book The Search for Nefertiti, wrote, ever since the monarchy had started to strongly support the sun god back in the reign of Amenhotep II in the 1420s BC, the priests of Amen had seen their power slowly eroded by successive kings, and this must have been the final straw. The highly conservative priests had been forced to stand by as their sacred precincts were hacked about and redesigned, and whereas previous monarchs had swelled Amen's coffers with tribute, this king and queen were demanding that the flow be reversed. As the images and inscriptions were defaced, cult statues melted down, and their treasuries ransacked, the incalculable wealth of centuries was now laid at the feet of the new gods, the Aten, Akhenaten, and Nefertiti. And at this point, we pause one more time to emphasize how important this statement is, because what we're actually reading here is a prelude to a future genocide. What we are actually hearing here with Dr. Joanne Fletcher's remarks about the wanton destruction, we're going to see again in history. My work is to show you that the origins of the destruction of the Druids in the far western hemisphere is part 2 of the destruction of the Atenists. Perhaps this time Akhenaten, by that time Akhenaten had died and he wasn't at the helm. But in my thesis, this is only part 1 of a campaign of destruction. So that when we see the isolated, apparently isolated story of Ireland, which has always been treated as a very isolated thing, when we often hear about the destruction of the Druids, the question of Egypt never enters our mind. We think of Romans. You see, we think of the coming of Christianity, perhaps. We think of Norman invasions, and we think of internecine fightings amongst the Britons. And the question of Egypt never arises. So my work delves into this, area, controversial area, that links the destruction. And we can see that Egypt was ransacked. Egypt was destroyed. Egypt was eviscerated in exactly the same way that we find a little bit later in history. Is there a connection? I think there most definitely is a connection. Now, from the Stele of Cairo, we read that from Abu, that's Elephantine, to the swamps of the Delta, the properties of the temples of the gods and goddesses had been destroyed. Their shrines were in a state of ruin, and their estates had become a desert. Weeds grew in the courts of the temples. The sanctuaries were overthrown, and the sacred sites had become thoroughfares for the people. The land had perished. The gods were sick unto death, and the country was set behind their backs. Let us remember that this particular passage comes from the Egyptians themselves. This is not some later writer. This is from an old stele from Egypt, a record of the kind of aftermath, the destruction and the aftermath of this demagogue. The temple walls were mutilated by the Atenites. The priesthoods were driven out, and all temple properties were confiscated and applied to the propagation of the cult of Aten. The figures of the great gods that were made of gold and other precious metals in the shrines were melted down, and thus the people could not consult their gods in their need, for the gods had no figures wherein to dwell. even if they wished to come upon the earth. There were no priests left in the land, no gods to entreat, no funeral ceremonies could be performed, and the dead had to be laid in their tombs without the blessing of the priests. And Mesod and Roger Saba, in their book Secret of the Exodus, they say that Akhenaten had already levied a sacred tax on the country and had set up numerous forced labor projects for the construction of the Theban temples, as well as other temples to Aten and the rest of the country. Then he decided that a large part of the revenues of the old capital Thebes should be directed to Akhenaten. He doubtless did the same thing to the other cities of Egypt, strangling bit by bit the whole country to the profit of the city of light. All Egypt worked for the grandeur of its god-king Akhenaten. So the Atenists were not just ideologically opposed to the Amonists, they were at physical war with them. They didn't want a trace of their rivals to exist. And this didn't matter if the whole country was to suffer. These so-called monotheists didn't mind if their wanton destruction completely unnerved and unseated the populace of Egypt. Ahmed Osman, in his book Christianity and Egyptian Religion, says this is the first time in Egyptian history that we find the king's cabinet composed almost totally of army generals who could have gained their positions of power and later on the throne only as the result of a military coup. So it's the first time in Egyptian history that the king is surrounded by military. Lorraine Evans says that if we take the reliefs at face value, then it could be argued that the city of Akhenaten was virtually an armed camp. Large platoons march at double speed or stand at ease, and it is noticeable that these forces are never very far away from the figure of Akhenaten. There are soldiers under arms standing in front of the palaces and the temples and the watchtowers which border the city. Nicholas Reeve says, Akhenaten was clearly not a man open to reasoned argument. He demanded from his subjects complete and utter subservience. The tomb and temple reliefs show him and his family adored by groveling populace, but the adoration is far from spontaneous. Closer inspection reveals that the people are kept in check by large numbers of troops with batons. Now, reading this, it's hard to believe, you see, that 9 times out of 10, the historians of the world, the Egyptologists, lionize Akhenaten. Look at Akhenaten's image in the media. Go to the academic works, and you'll find that almost every Egyptologist, every archaeologist, even though they may say a few sentences that show that maybe he wasn't completely normal, basically lionize the man as the Christ before the Christ, the great enlightener, the first monotheist. I've listed in Book 2 some of the comments of these academics after they first discovered that there was such a man. And it was remarkable that these individuals would do this. And that alone raises certain questions. As who are these Egyptologists? Why do they think that this Atenist tyrant, this demagogue, this ransacker and looter and pillager and desecrator was so wonderful? Where does the dementia end in all of this? Ahmed Osman, in his book Moses and Akhenaten, writes, the persecution of first Amun and then the other gods, which must have been exceedingly hateful to the majority of the Egyptians, would certainly also be hateful to the individual members of the army. This persecution, which entailed the closing of temples, the dispatch of artisans who entered everywhere to hack out his name from inscriptions, the presumed banishment, the excommunication of his very name, could not have been carried out without the army's active support. Each time a squad of workmen entered a temple to destroy the name of Amun, it must have been supported by a squad of soldiers who came to see that the royal decree was carried out without opposition. And now we come to a very, very important passage. It's Graham Phillips' Act of God. And he writes, there are almost no soldiers in native Egyptian dress depicted anywhere near Akhenaten. Among foreigners, quite obviously of African origin, are a large number of figures who appear to be officers in Asiatic dress, identical to that worn by the Hyksos in scenes discovered at Avaris. Avaris is the capital of the Hyksos. Who the Hyksos are, we will deal with in a moment. But first, what is Philip saying here? That Akhenaten was so loathed. Akhenaten, as we read earlier, was basically so foreign to Egypt, so out of touch, that he decided that the god Aton, who was a minor god, would suddenly become the supreme god, so out of touch with his people that their cares and their needs, he could heed not. We find that then, when his despotism began, he had to have mercenaries. He had to hire foreign soldiers. I mean, this sounds familiar, does it not? That he had to bring in oppressors from outside, mercenaries who would serve him to oppress his own people, if indeed we're to believe that the Egyptians were his own people. But more to the point, the term has now been introduced in this particular slide, the Hyksos. And from now on we get into some very, very controversial but fascinating areas. The Hyksos pharaohs of Egypt. In the past, I wrote, the historians Manetho, Josephus, and Strabo proclaimed the wandering Israelite tribes to be intimately connected with the pharaonic dynasties of Egypt. Nowadays, a few researchers carry on the revisionist work of Karl Abrahams, Sigmund Freud, Immanuel Velikovsky, and Commons Beaumont, and they help us to understand where the mysterious people of the Bible came from. Most importantly, we discover that the Israelites, so-called, were certainly not impoverished, oppressed slaves, as most of the world has been expertly conditioned to believe. The chiefs of the so-called Israelites had been pharaohs themselves, and were related to and descended from the Hyksos pharaohs of the 13th dynasty. Their great capitals were Memphis and Avaris. Avaris was later renamed Pi-Ramesses, but had been known as Zaru or Zion. It was situated in the Goshen area of the Bible, that is, in the eastern zone of the Nile Delta. Suggestively, it was the city where Akhenaten had grown up and been educated. The Atnas coterie, who were expelled along with Akhenaten, were, like the pharaoh himself, members of this Hyksos dynasty of wealthy and powerful kings and priests. So the Hyksos dynasty, who appear in Egypt about the 13th dynasty, we've been talking about Akhenaten in the 18th dynasty, but the Hyksos kings, the Hyksos pharaohs, were a despotic, unloved, and possibly foreign invading group. And these Atanists may, in fact, according to the evidence, be descended from this Hyksos strain of pharaohs and from their dynasty. Certainly, we find out that Akhenaten grew up in the Delta area, in the area that was controlled by the Hyksos. Specifically of importance is the city of Avaris. This is where we get the term avarice, meaning greed, from the ancient city of Avaris, which was the capital of these so-called Hyksos kings. Ralph Ellis takes on the job and demolishes a great lie. In his book, Jesus, Last of the Pharaohs, he says, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob were not a family of poor, captive, downtrodden shepherds at all. They were nothing less than the Hyksos, the shepherd king pharaohs of Egypt. He goes on to say, Akhenaten, according to both the revised biblical history and the king lists of Egypt, was a direct descendant of the Hyksos pharaohs, who were so strongly influenced by the priests of Heliopolis. And these, of course, are the priests of the sun cult that he's talking about. This deity has to be a direct result of their influence. It is simply the Hyksos belief system under another name. Akhenaten's father, Amenhotep III, must have had many sympathies with this belief in the Aton as well, but he never dared openly to promote this new cult. So Ralph Ellis helps us to see the connection between the Hyksos and the Atanists. That previous pharaohs, like the father of Akhenaten, certainly would have worshipped Aten, but they may have done it privately. The pharaohs had private gods, and they then had the public worship, the worship that was accepted, that was traditional, that was standardized, and it was expected of the pharaoh. But these are just royal duties. Behind closed doors, in their own private temples, they were worshippers of the sun god Aton. And it's only during the time of Akhenaten that the Atenists emerge. And by that time, they're very powerful. So contrary to belief of most historians, maybe this Atonism didn't just arise with Akhenaten. Maybe the priests of Heliopolis, of the great sun cult. These are people who put the pharaoh in power. They're the ones who decide which of the princes will become the pharaoh. You couldn't become pharaoh without the priest's authentication and authorization. So perhaps, as some scholars have worked out, some scholars believe that this powerful sun cult that was against the Amonists, they were behind the young, frenetic, and possibly demented Akhenaten. Now, regarding the Hyksos connection, the author Ralph Ellis has established that the syllable Hyk, H-Y-K, has two meanings that might easily be confused. And we saw this element of confusion earlier on in the presentation when we analyzed the word Hebrew and saw that it could have derived from Apiru, meaning wanderer, vagabond, migrant, or it could have arisen from the Ibaru, which meant astrologer, wise one, adept, and so forth. Well, here we have the same issue with this syllable Hyk. The term can mean either captive or king, depending upon whether the Y is pronounced like an I, as in Nick, or as a Y, as in Mike. Ergo, historians can easily misidentify the Hyksos people. And boy, oh boy, is that an understatement. Anyone who's up on these subjects, anybody who's done their homework, knows that that is exactly the case, that the Hyksos people have been a bone of contention for generations. Every scholar has a different idea of who they were, where they came from. One could do a whole presentation on just the Hyksos alone. And the main controversy is, of course, where did they come from? Were they native to Egypt, or did they invade from the outside? This is primarily the great bone of contention. But the great Commons Beaumont was miles ahead of everybody, and years before he wrote of the connection between the Israelites and the Hyksos. He already had it in the bag. He wrote, "These alleged Israelites, who had bred and multiplied to such an amazing number as to constitute a threat to the Egyptians, can only be explained as the descendants of the original Hyksos, who had stayed behind 327 years previously." Sigmund Freud discusses the whole question of Moses and his connection to the Israelites. He says, "Tradition maintains that Moses was a Levite. This seems a transparent distortion of the actual state of affairs. The Levites were Moses' people. In later times we find Egyptian names only among the Levites." So there we go. Sigmund Freud already doubted the official story and started to speculate, started to muse deeply on the fact that, wait a minute, were these Israelites probably connected to the royalty of Egypt? Just like Beaumont is saying, yes, they were. Just like in more recent times, Ralph Ellis has again picked up the trail to say, well, wait a minute, these Israelites, these Judites, these Levites, there's nothing ragged. There's nothing sodden and foreign about these people. They didn't enter into Egypt in the way that the Old Testament tells us, and the way that most Jews and Christians are familiar with the journeys of Abraham and the incarceration of Joseph, the man in the coat of many colors who suddenly from baker or some menial job suddenly becomes the court astrologer to the Pharaoh of Egypt. One minute he's in jail and the next minute he's the richest man in Egypt. Or the stories of Jacob and all of the stuff that we've grown up learning about. The speculation is that that's the cover story. That these individuals knew Egypt. They were elites within Egypt. What does that do to official history? Sigmund Freud goes on to say, "Among the greatest riddles of Jewish prehistoric times is that concerning the antecedents of the Levites. They are said to have been derived from one of the 12 tribes of Israel, the tribe of Levi. but no tradition has ever ventured to pronounce on where that tribe originally dwelt or what portion of the conquered country of Canaan had been allotted to it. They occupied the most important priestly positions, but yet they were distinguished from the priests. A Levite is not necessarily a priest. It is not the name of a caste. Douglas Reed, in his suppressed book, The Controversy of Zion, writes, "The little tribe from the south, Judah, became identified with the landless tribe, that of the Levites. These hereditary priests, who claimed that their office had been bestowed on them by Jehovah on Mount Sinai, were the true fathers of Judaism. They wandered amongst the tribes, preaching that the war was one of the war of all, and Jehovah's war. Their aim was power, and they strove for a theocracy, a state in which God is the sovereign and religion the law." So God is the sovereign and religion the law. So the Hyksos pharaohs of Egypt, they date from a very early period, about the 12th or 13th dynasty. And when it comes to talking about prototypes and antitypes and archetypes of later biblical characters, we find some of them amongst the Hyksos princes and kings. For instance, Amen-Emhet, the first of the 12th dynasty, is believed by a few Egyptologists to be Abraham of the Old Testament. Then we have Amen-Emhet the third, who is believed to have been Joseph, that wealthy Hebrew dream analyst with the coat of many colors. Now, Akhenaten's concern was not, as has been insinuated by academic sycophants, to spiritualize the country. In effect, it was to de-spiritualize it. His demented concern was to have the God of his Levitical family to be everyone's God. Few in Egypt shared his sentiments or thought this was a good idea. He had support only from other members of his family, from henchmen and court guards, from foreign parts hired to protect him, and from certain Hyksos sun priests at Heliopolis, Avaris, and Memphis. And as we said, these priests of the Delta solar cult appear to have had a hand in electing the pompous king to his elevated but much misused office. Certainly, as the old historians have written, it was at the city of Heliopolis that Moses received his education, or shall we say, his indoctrination. Lawrence Gardner writes in his Genesis of the Grail Kings, "It is generally reckoned that the Hyksos pharaoh, Apepi II, was the last hereditary dragon king in Egypt, but it would appear that the heritage was perpetuated through the female line into the new dynasties." So the Hyksos may not have been banished or completely expurged from Egypt in the early part of the 18th dynasty. The Atenists may have been connected to them in some way. This is what a lot of scholars are starting now to understand. And that, of course, the Dragon King, the Dragon Court, that William Bramley, the author, has referred to as the Brotherhood of the Snake. And of course we've seen the headdresses, the coronets of the pharaohs, and the symbol for the serpent, and the symbol of the dragon. But let us not ever doubt for a moment that there are many reasons why a symbol will be used. So if we were to see the symbol of the serpent on ancient monuments like we do in Ireland, or in ancient scripts and chronicles, if we see the symbol in the dragon dances of China, for instance, or if we again see it on flags and ancient coins and heraldry, or in ancient temples, and if we see it as we do used by the Egyptians, there could be many reasons. It doesn't mean that the symbol is negative or evil in itself. In fact, in my work on astrotheology, I've shown that the original usage of the serpent was because it represented something astrological. The symbol of the serpent, as used by elites and royals, as used on the caduceus of Hermes, for instance, was really a symbol relating to the constellation of Draco, which was a universal symbol for royalty and for nobility. And in fact, the symbol of the serpent, when studied correctly, is one of the links that proves that there was a connection between the Eastern and Western hemispheres, because this symbol was universal. And when it comes to the symbol of the serpent itself, or the dragon, we find that still being used today, and we find it alarmingly on the symbols of royalty of many royal houses of Europe and Britain. Often it's hybridized with a kind of lion figure. These are kind of two Atenist symbols, because of course what we're dealing with here is composite symbols, just in the same way that a word is made up of many syllables. These ancients used to know how to blend certain symbols together. Of course, we know that the lion was sacred to Aton and sacred to Akhenaten. Lions have been found at the great city of Amarna and also at Akhetaten, the city of Akhenaten. We know that the serpent would have been still beloved of Akhenaten. He wouldn't entirely have expurged that symbol because, of course, it was the universal symbol for royalty in Egypt. And since he was the pharaoh, wearing that symbol would have meant his status. So when we look at these logos and we look at this heraldry, we're seeing a composite images of serpent merged with the lion. Here we see the symbol of the rampant dragon, the winged serpent, on the columns outside the city of London. This is the guardian dragon that guards the way to the corporate precinct within London. London is situated, the city of London, and as we said earlier, it's a sun temple area. London was Ludunum, the city of Lu, the city of the sun. So isn't it interesting that the city of London is positioned on an ancient Irish site dedicated to the Lords of the Sun? And isn't it interesting that the corporate area known as the city is guarded by twin dragons, guardian dragons? Here we find it on the standard of the Prince of Wales, 4 dragons with a crown in the center. And interestingly, as we'll see later, at his coronation, Charles sat upon a throne bearing a red dragon emblem. Well, of course, he's the Prince of Wales, and the symbol of Wales, the symbol of the Cymry, has always been the red dragon. Does this again point to Egypt? His mother, the Queen of England, spoke these words over him: "This dragon gives you your power, your throne, and your authority." So here we have it. It's just a little bit more than the divine right of kings. She's not saying to her son that you're given the right to rule by the people. She's not saying that I give you the right to rule. She's not saying God bestows your right to be the Prince of Wales. She's saying this dragon, this red dragon. Now most people will think, oh, that just means Wales. But does it? Is metaphor being used here? Is symbolic terms being used here? Well, we've been talking about the Hyksos. Now it's important to look more deeply at their beliefs and what kind of god they worshipped. Well, the major god worshipped by the early Hyksos kings was known as Set, S-E-T. He's also known as Seth, Sut, or Sutek. Set had many symbols attached to him. He was symbolized by the giraffe and by the red desert. In fact, his color was red, and one of his symbols was the red cross. In the myth of Set and Horus, this mirrors the conflict between the Atenists and the Ammonists. Satam means hated. And look where we find that symbol of the red cross, not only on the bishops and the popes, but on many flags. In fact, the red cross is to be found as the very symbol, the very flag of England, known as St. George's Cross. We find it on the flag of Northern Ireland. We find it on the charities like the Red Cross. Now in Egyptian, a title for Set was the Juji, pronounced something like Juji. This is the probable origin of the name adopted by so many British kings, Georgi or George. The name refers directly to the god Set. One of the most powerful Masonic societies is known as the Order of St. Michael and St. George. And both St. Michael and St. George, we see in depictions of these saints and knights the symbol of the Red Cross, and we also see the symbol of the dragon. Now the pharaonic crown of Lower Egypt, the area dominated by the Hyksos, was known as Deshret, or Red Crown. Ergo, it is not St. George who is the patron saint of England, but Set of the Hyksos. Hargrave Jennings, in his book The Masculine Cross and Ancient Sex Worship, published in 1874, wrote, "The rabbis say that when Aaron was made high priest, he was marked in the forehead by Moses with the figure X or with a cross. We see the red cross in Christian artwork, and we see, as these pictures show, that the Pope wears the symbol of the red cross, and the prelates and bishops also. Turning to Masonry and its connection with Egypt and its connection with the Serpent Lodge or the Dragon Court, author J.S.M. Ward, in his masterpiece on Freemasonry, discussed high-degree rituals and symbols. His description of the 25th degree, entitled Knight of the Brazen Serpent, reveals that the lodge is referred to by Masons as the Court of Sinai. So Freemasonry is very connected with these ancient Judaic people that we're now exposing as really the Hyksos dynasties, the Dragon Court. Masonry is directly connected to these times and to these cults and sects and castes. In his book Freemasonry and the Ancient Gods, Churchward writes, "The most powerful Grand Master represents Moses. The wardens, who are called ministers, represent Aaron and Joshua. The orator is called Pontiff. The secretary is called the Grand Graver. And the candidate is known as a traveler. The jewel is a serpent entwined around a tau cross, standing on a triangle, worn suspended from a red ribbon." So, from the Masonic books themselves, from J.S.M. Ward and from Churchward, we learn that in Masonic ritual there's the use of the old Egyptian serpent, there's the use of the symbol of the crown, there's the use of the symbol of the tau cross and the red ribbon. But we don't have to take any writer's word for it. We can trust to our own eyes by a study of the Masonic, Freemasonic and Templar symbolism. Here on the flag of France, the state of Lorraine, which was a Freemasonic bastion. The Dukes of Lorraine were always the elites of Templarism and Masonry. On the right, a symbol which has been used by the Templars and also by the Scottish Rite Freemasons of America. We see the whole story, the crown and the cross. We see the cross is red. We see the background has the rays of the sun, sacred to Atonists. We see the black Malta cross, and we see the twin swords representing again the idea of conflict and rivalry, a primal rivalry. And it's picked up in corporate logos such as the Alfa Romeo symbol, which not only incorporates the red cross but also the serpent, the dragon. We see it here on the Knights Templar emblems, a symbol of the red cross. And many have pointed out that this Templar type Malta cross, despite its color, is really a cryptic symbol of the Great Pyramid of Egypt, seen from above. But on the right, you can draw your attention to the most important symbol of the Knights Templar, which is two riders on a single mount. A horse is pointed towards the west. The two shields is a cryptic symbol for the double cross, but again, the cross is colored red. And the fact that there's two of them we will address a little bit later when we deal with the Scythians. Here is Godefroy de Bouillon, the Grand Master of Templarism, wearing the large red cross. Here we find it on the most prestigious Order of the Garter. And also make a note there, it'll be important in a later section of this presentation, around the shield on the left is a blue belt. Well, that belt is actually known as a garter. Hence the Order of the Garter, of which the Queen of England is the supreme Grand Master. And on the right, the coat of arms, the actual emblem of the Knights Templar, is a red cross with the royal lion and unicorn behind it. Again, as we proceed through the presentation, these symbols will be thoroughly analyzed. At the bottom, the double cross of Lorraine, the color being red. Here, in a slightly more commercial corporate context, we have the flag of the British East India Company. Now there's a study. The British East India Company. Go to the encyclopedias, go to our work. We have lots of links, lots of information on these latter bodies. We can't delve into it in this presentation or we'd lose our context, but certainly have to emphasize at this point for people to make a study of these corporations that are headed by the royals, that are seated with elites, and which was responsible for basically genocidal acts, the wholesale conquest, colonization on a political, social level of the whole of the world, both East and West. So start getting into the encyclopedias, do your homework, look up British East India Company, Dutch East India Company, Virginia Company, Hudson Bay Company. And you're going to find that these are they're connected to groups that you may be familiar with, for instance, like the Russell Trust or the Skull and Bones Order, the Order of Death. These orders, like the Skull and Bones, are direct tentacles, branches of these companies that I mentioned. And find out how they monopolized sugar, tobacco, caffeine, mercury, opium, the whole dumbing down of people through these foodstuffs, through these stimulants. Well, who monopolized the trade of sugar and caffeine and tobacco? In the book Atlantis, Alien Visitation and Genetic Manipulation, there's an extensive appendices section. And that appendices, that large appendices section, was put in the book absolutely deliberately. It was the result of many years of research, because my own work I knew would be very controversial when the time that it was published, for the time that it was published and put out, and it was. And therefore, a good deal of the book was these appendices with verifiable source materials. In other words, not from me. So that if anyone was to read my thesis and say, well, this just is, you know, too fringe, too way out, I presented a lot of appendices for people to look at, and look at all these divergent subject matter and come to the conclusion for themselves about whether my original thesis has any merit at all. But Appendix F needs to be mentioned at this point because it contains Valdemar Valerian's Master Chronology. And this is one of the most important documents probably that's ever been penned, ever been written. There are others like it, but this is just something really stupendous that in a most objective way helps you connect the dots and see what we're talking about when we're dealing with these royal-backed dynastic concerns like the Hudson Bay Company and the Virginia Company and the British East India Company. Just go to that Master Chronology and begin reading from when it starts, from the early centuries all the way down to the modern age. And just with the evidence of your own eyes and your own intelligence, you'll see something remarkable unfold. The history, the chronology of mass control. Here is a picture of Cross Hall at the White House. Not only is it the red carpet, which is alarming enough, since that should only be, that has historically only been used for royals. Why do we find it in a country that is meant to have fought against these dynastic concerns is worrisome enough. But the very fact that it's also called Cross Hall. Let's remember, symbol literacy, pattern recognition. Back to the Hyksos again. Their legacy in Egypt. Well, the Hyksos did not have a good reputation among the Egyptians, whose national traditions depicted them as plunderers of cities and temples, cruel and impious barbarians, faithful only to their god Seth, that variable incarnation of evil in the Osiris legend. So says Joseph Modrestewski in his book The Jews of Egypt, from Ramesses II to Emperor Hadrian. Ralph Ellis tells us that about the Exodus, the true Exodus. It's mentioned in the Bible, but what's the true historical data on that? He says, thus began an orgy of looting and violence as the departing Hyksos Israelites stripped the land bare. It was destruction on an unprecedented scale, and it prompted the Theban pharaoh, when he saw the ruins of Avaris, to declare that this was not just greed, but avarice. What happened after the Hyksos and the Atenists were cast out of Egypt? In the days of Akhenaten, the sun had moved from the sign of Taurus, the bull, into the sign or house of Aries, the lamb or the ram. And the priesthoods of Egypt were not all in agreement as to this movement or this position of the sun. The Hyksos kings and their people honored the astrological procession and began reverencing the traits and proclivities associated with the sign of Aries, whereas the priests of Thebes in southern or upper Egypt decided the time was not right for this and for new gods to be venerated. They wished to remain loyal to the quote-unquote Tsarion principles, and we can't blame them. After the legacy, the ruin, the machinations, the insinuating treachery of the Atenists and what they had seen, after the depravity and mania of Akhenaten, we can hardly accept them to be sitting around the table, discussing the finer points of astrology and of the zodiac. So they wanted to return the land to a semblance of normality. One way to do that was to go back to the worship of the old gods and to establish patterns. Akhenaten, because he had invented and come up and conceived a new god, he had promoted a minor god to a higher status. Of course, they were going to be more fanatical about it, and they were not going to be inclusive, they were going to be exclusive. And so exclusive, in fact, that even during the time of their exile from Egypt, after the so-called Exodus, the true Exodus that is, they would even have schisms in their own company. The Atenists would finally even divide over this matter, as we'll see. This astrological phenomenon not only caused divisions amongst the priests and cult members within Egypt, but it was also the cause of division amongst the Atenists, the ones mentioned in the Old Testament fictive accounts as the 12 tribes of Israel. Ralph Ellis is convinced, as we are, that the so-called tribes divided over differences relating to the zodiac. The two hard-line tribes, known as Judites, repudiated and condemned those who dissented for all eternity, saying that they had broken the covenant, quote-unquote. The Bible scenes at Mount Sinai are fictive accounts of this time of argument and schism. That's right. The secret lies again in astrology or astrotheology. The Egyptians were of the stellar and solar cult, the movement of the sun, the movement of the moon, the movement of Sirius, the movement of constellations was of vital importance to them. They, like so many other races in the world, had divided their zodiac into the famous 12 houses, even though many other constellations and luminaries were noted. These were the gods. These were the original gods of the early schools. Now, due to the wobble of the axis of the Earth, the sun, moon, planets, and constellations appear to move backward through the 12 signs. The sun takes 2,160 years to traverse one sign of 30 degrees, moving 1 degree every 72 years. The entire cycle lasts 25,920 years. Which means that this slow procession, the sun moves through all the signs of the zodiac. It is now very close to the sign of Aquarius. It's not in Aquarius yet, but it's in the cusp, what is known as a cusp area. Here's another diagram that illustrates what we're talking about, a clock-like image of the zodiac. The small hand points to the sign of Aries there, and this sign of Aries was very important to the ancient Atenists because it's where Akhenaten conceived the whole cult of Aton. The cult of Aton took birth during the sign of Aries. It was just always symbolized by a ram or a lamb. But of course 2,000 years or more have elapsed. In the introduction of this program we said that we'd be dealing with a period about 1400 BC in Egypt. Well, we have moved on since that time. We're now at least 2,000 years on from that point. And so we are now moving, we've already moved out of the sign of Aries. And where the large hand on the diagram shows you, we've moved through the whole sign of Pisces, symbolized by the two fish, and are now at the cusp point, as I said, of the sign of Aquarius. And that little man with a water pitcher is the emblem or symbol, the famous symbol of the sign of Aquarius. But let us never forget that Christianity, Judaism, Atonism was conceived in the sign of Aries. This is a very important historical and mythological anecdote. It is one of the reasons why we see the lamb being used as a symbol of Christ, Agnus Dei. It's one of the symbols for the red cross of Set, because let us never doubt for a moment that that red cross is an astrological symbol, of course. It represents the crossing of the celestial equator and the ecliptic. But it is the tutelary emblem of the Atenists, the worshippers of the god Set. The ram, the lamb, where does that come from? As we said, it is the symbol of the sign of Aries. This all has to do with Egypt and what was happening in the stars and in the sky at the time of the reign of the Akhenaten. And as Jordan Maxwell and so many other ancient writers have gone into, it's all about astrotheology, stellar mythology, Christianity conceived in the sign of Aries, the symbol of light, the person of Jesus himself, his 12 disciples, and all the other adventures that take place that are fictively rendered in the Bible, the meeting at Mount Sinai, the burning bush, the Old Testament stories as well. It's all astrotheology, stellar mythology. It's dealt with in great depth in this book that we did on the subject of astrotheology and sidereal mythology. A close look at the Bible, a close look at all the Christian stories, the metaphors and their origins, going back to the famous cults of old, the cults of antiquity. Here again in Christian art, we see the solar Christ. The artist has emphasized that. He's emphasized the astro-theological, astro-mythological element here by having his figure hold the red cross. We see the trees, the old Druidic cult of the trees. We see the sleeping members in the foreground. These represent the 4 seasons. This is an astrological rendering. We have to understand that the whole Bible is an astrological rendering. The movement of the sun, and the emphasis has always been that Jesus, in exactly the same way as Mithras or Orpheus or Zoroaster, so many other mythological characters, Horus, Isis, Bacchus. The idea is that the hero is a rendition of the sun or one of the important luminaries, and that his adventures from the time of his birth to his death are metaphors for astrological phenomena. John E. Remsburg, in his monumental book, The Christ, says that Charles Francois Dutoit, in his Origins of Worship, one of the most elaborate and remarkable works on mythology ever penned, shows that nearly all the religions of the world, including Christianity, were largely derived largely from solar worship. Again, we don't have to take any writer's word for it. Let's just look at the imagery. Just look at the solar cult imagery. Still in evidence today. Manly Palmer Hall wrote, "The adoration of the sun was one of the earliest and most natural forms of religious expression. Complex modern theologies are merely involvements and amplifications of this single aboriginal belief." Now, the Hyksos, we talked about the Hyksos being defined or symbolized by the serpent, the dragon, by the god Set, by the red cross, and even the lion, the hybrid lion of Atonism. We looked at the symbol of the sun and the rays of the sun, and of course the pyramid, but the pyramid doubles up as the Knights of Malta cross. We also have to know that they were known as the Shasu, meaning shepherd kings. We know that the Pharaoh in depictions holds the shepherd's crook. We see that Jesus, the Christian Christ, and the Pope of Rome use that same crozier shape. Jesus Christ is the basis of the Christian religion, and he was referred to as the shepherd. He was even visited by 3 shepherds. Is this code to show that he was descended from the Egyptian pharaohs known as the shepherd kings? Did it have to do with him being a master whose teachings were being carried over from the age of Aries into that of Pisces? And turning to Freemasonry again. Aries, the Masonic lambskin. Masons wearing the apron, the Passover ritual, and the idea of the lamb's blood. But these Masonic symbols and emblems, they just appear to be mumbo-jumbo to those who are on the outside. Does anybody question where all of this comes from and why so many degrees of Masonry feature Judaic names and titles? George Washington, President Truman, seen here wearing the lamb skin, replete with symbols. And it would be fine if these symbols were confined merely to the enclaves of Freemasonry, but they're not. They're to be found in every boulevard, every city, and every major town of the world. They're found in religion and they're found in politics. Now, losing his mighty empire was no small upset. The humiliation and indignity was undoubtedly felt very poignantly by the Atenist king, who could not fathom why he had been so maligned and misunderstood. We know this about psychopaths and maniacs. The one thing we know about the psychopath or the sociopath, what used to be called sociopath, anyone with a severe mental derangement or schizoid personality, we understand that everyone else is to blame. It's old, it's new, but everyone else is to blame. Their view of the past is often very shaky, highly edited, spurious, and should any kind of upset come to them, or any kind of tragedy, in the mind of the psychopath, nothing they've done is always at fault. In fact, they overemphasize their own goodness, their own traits, their own worth, completely against what the record is. But fundamentally, in the life of a psychopath, if they are ever thrown out of office or ever suffer any kind of downsizing, everyone else is to blame. And this is no different with the ancient tyrant Akhenaten. We can surmise that from his broken throne and dark halls of exile, his confusion turned to hatred for the world and for mankind. All that mattered was revenge and the reconquest of the world. In our work, we stress that this is the origin of the New World Order. So when you see that term under a pyramid, sacred to Egypt, sacred to the pharaohs, when you even see that term at all, New World Order, it implies that there was an old world disorder. Throughout the Bible, throughout Judaism, there's a tremendous contempt for Egypt. Egypt is downplayed continually throughout the Bible and has been thought of very negatively by anyone who's an advocate of religion. Of course, that flies in the face of the magnificence that we see when we go there, or anybody who looks at the place objectively. Something doesn't seem right with this antipathy that the biblicists, the writers of the Old and New Testament, seem to have towards the land. But from what we're explaining in this presentation, we can understand it. We can understand the conflict between the Atenists and the Ammonists, and the great antipathy of the Atenists, particularly after their exile for Egypt. In Isaiah 19, we sense this, that this is a subtext. The burden of Egypt. Behold, the Lord rideth upon a swift cloud, and shall come into Egypt, and the idols of Egypt shall be moved at his presence. And the heart of Egypt shall meet in the midst of it. And I will set the Egyptians against the Egyptians, and they will fight every one against his brother, and every one against his neighbor. And the spirit of Egypt shall fail in the midst thereof. So the Atenists breeding conflict. Well, that's exactly what the ancient records show, particularly during the exile period of Akhenaten, particularly during the reign of Tutankhamun, particularly during the reign of the pharaoh Horemheb, who was an Ammonist, and how the Atenists tried to unseat him, and how they tried to dupe him, and how they tried to embroil Horemheb and his Egypt in foreign wars by stirring up neighboring tribes like the Hittites. We have the information in the Irish Origins book. Makes fascinating reading. It's an old story of internecine troubles and fighting and treachery. From the Hebrew Torah, he shall deliver their kings into thine hand, and thou shalt destroy their name from them. Ye shall utterly destroy all the places wherein the nations which ye shall possess serve their gods. So you're not going to enter in as confederates. You're not going to empower and enlighten anymore. You're going to wipe out and destroy. Read the first 5 books of the Bible that make up the Hebrew Torah, or the Jewish Torah. Read the catalog of genocide and mayhem and mass murder. You're going to utterly destroy, not utterly enlighten. Looking at the duplicitous Flavius Josephus Piso again, the so-called Jewish historian. What does he write in his books? It reeks with contempt for Egypt and for the Ammonists. He writes, "When time had obliterated the benefits of Joseph, and the kingdom of Egypt had passed into another family, they inhumanely treated the Israelites and wore them down in various labors. For they ordered them to divert the course of the river," that's the Nile, "into many ditches, and to build walls, and raise mounds, by which to confine the inundations of the river. And moreover, vexed our nation in constructing foolish pyramids, forced them to learn various arts, and inured them to undergo great labors. And after this manner they did, for 400 years, undergo bondage, the Egyptians doing that to destroy the Israelites by overmuch labor." So there's the origin of it all. There's the origin of the lie of slavery that even the top Jewish scholars say didn't happen. There is no evidence for it. There's no evidence for such oppression. There were times when the Egyptians used slavery, but that was usually directly after a war in which the captives were used to clean up the mess, so to speak. But there was no prolonged hundreds of years of confinement, and we could elaborate on this ad infinitum, but we refer you again to the books and to the sources that we mentioned so that you can corroborate this. Because many of these entries, many of these statements about Egypt are absolutely nothing more than propaganda. Let's continue with our look at the destruction of the Druids. Continue with that into the story of the Scythians and my theories regarding this group of people from Europe, the Scythians. The traditions of Irish Druidism, as I point out in the books, had spread to Egypt with the Iberu, that's the original Hebrew, of course, in primordial times. And we stated that the Iberu or the Aberu were the original men of the river, the men of fire, the great adepts from Hibernia, from Iberia. The Druids were collaborators, we pointed out, with the Egyptian Ammonists. And the civilizations of Syria, Greece, Egypt, and India may have been situated topographically in the eastern hemisphere of the globe, but this means little. What matters is where the inhabitants of these climes received their cultural and spiritual elements. This is the truth that must never be revealed to the world. So if we read about Irish culture, we're bound to read of its eastern origins. Over and over again, authors persist in rehashing this falsehood. They emphasize later migrations that occurred a long time after the rise of the original Irish empires of knowledge. And Comins Beaumont, in his book The Riddle of Prehistoric Britain, deals with this whole question. He says, "The ancient civilization of the land we call Egypt has been pronounced by archaeologists as flawless of its type from the very first. It reveals none of the painful steps from primeval beginnings passing through the Paleolithic, Neolithic, and Bronze Age to that of iron. It apparently burst upon the scene into exotic radiance, its perfected civilization accordingly having been described as a miracle. Science cannot admit any such miracle, and another explanation must be forthcoming." And Sergei Maspero, in his book The Dawn of Civilization, wrote, "What were the people by whom it, that is Egyptian civilization, was developed? The country whence they came, the race to which they belonged, is today unknown." And I wrote, "A major area of our work concerns the connections between Ireland and Egypt. There were connections between these two lands from the remotest periods. At a later date, Celts from Europe, known in Irish mythology and in history as the Gaels, also frequented Egypt. This group that had traveled as far as the Indus Valley have gone by the name Scythians. They were the ancestors of the Sarmatians. They have other names, one of which was Messe Getae. The Scythians were, in our estimation, displaced to Europe after the Age of Catastrophe. After their sojourn in Egypt, and after teaming up with the Atenists, some of their horde made their way back west. The Scythians re-enter Irish history as the so-called Milesians." Now this is why we dealt with the whole age of catastrophe earlier on in this presentation, because it's fundamental to understand that there was a displacement. So therefore, when you hear about Amorites, and when you hear about Babylonians, and when you hear about Sumerians, or the Scythians, or the Sarmatians, or the Mesogete, and for that matter even of the Cretans and the Philistines, and certainly when you hear about the Hyksos, when you hear about any of these groups, the Hittites, the Hurrians, you have to realize that when history starts speaking of them, some groups are portrayed as nomadic, and others are ensconced in a particular area. But we have to understand that there was an age of catastrophe, a worldwide cataclysm. You don't stay put when that happened. We've already emphasized that the lands of Britain were pretty much deserted, evacuated. Same thing went for Europe. So where an official history says that a certain group had their territory, how do we know that that's true? They may have had multiple territories. They may have intermixed. It's not necessarily so easy to identify their actual homelands and their actual natural habitats. And this is very much the case with the Scythians, who technically are said to have existed in Russia, north of Anatolia, which is Turkey, but that they also had many communities elsewhere, as far away as Galilee and into Egypt. The Sarmatians, the Scythians, would have found it easy, and we have to find it understandable, that these horseback riding Scythians could easily have found their way, as they did, into Asia Minor, and from there it's a step away to Egypt. Now within the last 10 years or so, authors such as Ralph Ellis, Mustafa Gadala, and Ahmed Osman, following on from masters such as Commons Beaumont, Immanuel Velikovsky, Sigmund Freud, and others, have uncovered the close ties between the Hyksos and the so-called Israelites of the Old Testament. We advocate the Israelites, or Hyksos, to have been none other than the Scythians of Europe, who were, we believe, displaced from Britain during the great age of catastrophe. We advocate the Scythians to be the same shepherd kings of foreign lands that the historians have been so hard-pressed to identify. We believe the Scythians had many communities in Egypt, just as they had further east. And of course we make that point that this is a later migration. It's not the same migration west, it's not the same migration east of the Iberu. The original megalithic movement of the Druids into Egypt, their confederacy with the Ammonists, is of a previous or earlier time than the movement of the Scythians. However, the Scythian movement is still a west to east movement. So even if you don't want to accept that the ancient Irish of the Mesolithic and the megalithic period moved out of their habitats as the great wise ones and moved east into Samaria, Babylon, Egypt, and so on, even if that's too heavy, although we believe that evidence is coming out all the time that shows us this is perfectly legitimate. But even if you find that too heavy, just look at the later movement of the Scythians. These are Celts, these are Gaels. These are people I believe were displaced from Ireland and set up their new center, their new habitats where the historians know that they did. Turkey, Anatolia, steppes of Russia, etc. From there, we entertain the idea that they entered into Egypt. That's still a west to east movement. So whichever way you cut it, we've got to entertain this idea that the cultural elements, whether they came with the ancient Irish or whether they came with the Scythians in a later date, the movement is still from west to east. And when we see those symbols reappearing in Europe, they were brought back by the same cult and its descendants, by the same sect, by the same people, the same nations, the descendants of those nations, returning again to the ancestral homes. Now, if the Scythians and Hyksos used the title Israelite, and that's a big if, but if they did, it is probably because this was the name of the ancient Irish Iessa, or Issa, the god of light. If the name Issa is combined with the name Ra, one derives Isra, or Isra, which can soon be rendered Israel. The phoneme L means ministers, or messengers of. Iessa was Lord of Light, and Ra, or Amun-Ra, was also. The combination of names by members of the solar cult is perfectly understandable. There is nothing unfathomable about the matter. And we add that there was a Scythian capital at Galilee. It was known as Scythopolis. You can even find maps that show it. In ancient times it was actually known as Beth Shean, which has always sounded to me like a very Gaelic term, by the way. Max L. de Mont, one of these Jewish historians I've been mentioning, in his book Jews, God and History, he says that in Genesis, the book dealing with their history, the history of the Israelites, that he means, before their entry into Egypt, the Jews are, with one exception, referred to as Hebrews, not as Israelites. After their exodus from Egypt, and in other books of Moses, the Jews are referred to mostly as Israelites, very seldom as Hebrews. After the Exodus, it is the pagans who usually refer to the Jews as Hebrews, whereas the Jews usually refer to themselves as Israelites. Now that would be incomprehensible gobbledygook unless we take on board what we've been saying in this presentation. Of course, when the wise ones entered Egypt, and when they were known to the Ammonists of old, from primordial times, they knew that they were Hebrews, because that is a term that has nothing to do with how it was later used. That's the problematic term. It doesn't make sense until you know its original meaning, its original denotative meaning. The term Israelite, we've explained, comes in afterwards, after the Exodus. But the Exodus is not of Jews. The Exodus is of the Hyksos people, extreme royalty, elites of Egypt, not leaving of their own kind, of their own will, not going on vacation, but thrown out of Egypt because of the tyrannous actions and activities. These come into history, these people enter into history, and are often known as by the Israelites. But where did that term come from? Is that a Scythian Celtic term, referring to the god of the ancient Celts and the ancient Gaels and the ancient Irish, Issa, Iessa? Now, of course, Scythian itself is a later derivation. The Scythians refer to themselves as the Saka, S-A-C-A, S-A-K-A, or the Saga, S-A-G-A. It did not mean men of the spears or of the blades, as we've been told. It actually meant the stag men. The word sage, meaning wise ones, magicians, or adepts, comes from this root. And so does the word sacred or sacrament come from this word, Saka. And it's very close to the word Zaka, with a Z that meant the stag. And also horned animals like the goat. That term for the Eastern Scythians were known as Mesagete. That is a word that contains the word roots for the word goat, the Get, or the Goths, because the Goths were linked to these Gaels. They were linked to the Scythians. And they worshipped the horned animals, the vegetarian horned animals. They were the sages, the wise ones. In fact, the word Saxon also derives from this. The Scythians were ancestors of the so-called Anglo-Saxons. The biblical name Isaac also derives from Saka. It is correctly rendered Ish-Sak, Ish in Hebrew meaning man, Sak meaning Scythian, so it means man of the Saka, the wise man. The Proto-Greeks were known as Archaeans. Could this be a corruption of Sacaeans? If you put the S on the beginning of the word, that's what it shows you. In fact, one of the Buddha's main titles was Shaka. So it means the wise ones, the sages, the adepts. And the story of the Scythians is gone into in Volume 1 of the Irish Origins of Civilization, in the chapters entitled The Milesians, because, as I said, the Scythians were known as the Milesians when they enter Irish history. What a fascinating story. It shows the incredible story of the Scythians, how they got displaced from Ireland, which is unique to my work, and shows how they returned. But when they returned, unfortunately, a large group of them were allied to these Egyptian pharaohs. And the story in the book shows you how they first went to Egypt, what prompted them to go there, a little bit of what happened when they were there, how they got tied in with Akhenaten's group, and how, again, they were exiled, finally. They took the side of the Atenists, and their confederation or collaboration is essential. And most importantly, though, I identify the Scythians absolutely with the Hyksos, because every scholar has a different idea. They can't make up their minds whether whether the Hyksos were Cretans, whether they were Philistines, whether they were Amorites from the Babylonian area. Some people have even said they were Hindus from India, Hurrians, and so forth. So, there's no consensus here. But to me, the evidence, especially when you dip into the Irish records, and you look at who these people were, and you examine these word roots, there's strong evidence to suppose that the Scythian horsemen were the ones who entered into Egypt as the Hyksos, or at the very least they were closely allied. Now the myths tell us that after a prolonged stay in Egypt, the Scythians decided to return to the west. The records tell us how they made their way to Scythia. They made their way back to their homeland, and then eventually their descendants spread out to Spain. On their travels, they were not alone. They brought with them the sons and daughters of the Hyksos Atnast nobles with whom they were allies. This ancient connection between the Scythian Celts, or Scythian Gaels, and the Egyptian Atnasts is crucial to an understanding of the destruction of the Druids and the conquest of Ireland. Their departure from Egypt was not a benign affair, as the historians relate. It was an expulsion. The Scythians were part of the house of Akhenaten, or the biblical Moses. They were departing the land with their leader, the broken king, the man without an empire. Here is the truth behind the ever-problematic story of the exiled tribes of Israel. A decoding of Irish mythology, together with a study of ancient texts, lead us to understand how the land of Ireland fell out of the hands of the gods into the hands of the mortals. And this is directly from Irish legends and mythologies that talk about this, that how the land fell out of the hands of the gods. We understand that the country's priestesses were predicting the decline of the Golden Age and the rise of another age dominated by spiritless people committed to debauchery, treachery, and evil. This evil, quote-unquote, was the consequence of the intrigues of those eastern invaders who belligerently conquered the land of Ireland, taking it as a replacement for their long-lost Egyptian thrones. So Britain, Ireland, Wales, right? Britain is made up of several countries, Scotland, Wales, and Ireland. The British Isles, upon which the sun never sets. Did the Milesian, Atnast, Scythian, Hyksos kings and their descendants decide that they'd move west to conquer ancestral homes, the place of the ancient Druid forefathers, and make that the fount of their new empire? After all, it was the fount of wisdom. It was the land, the seat of religion. Well, that's what we're reading about when we read about these invasions to Ireland. The truth can now be told. Well, there is no doubt in our minds that Ith, Ur, Mil, Don, and Heber, namely the Milesians, were related, either by blood or ideology, to the Egyptian cult of Aton. It is these demagogues who sought to raise their own Davidic thrones upon those of the Druids, in a mineral-wealthy, strategically well-placed, climatically temperate island, known to them from their own childhoods as the Fortunate Lands in the west, those beyond the Pillars of the Giants. And that, of course, refers not to the Straits of Gibraltar. No, it refers to the Giant's Causeway, as a matter of fact, in Northern Ireland. The true Pillars of Hercules, the true Pillars of the Giants, up in Hyperborea. Another lie has been told to us about this anecdote, whether you're reading Plato or whoever, and they're talking about the famous Pillars of Hercules. Well, Hercules was simply based on the old god Ogma. But Ogma was an Irish god. And don't take my word for it. Go to people like Fraser and Robert Graves and so many of the other great mythologists. It's conclusively understood that Hercules was a later rendition of the Irish Ogma and other gods. Well, Ogma's Irish. So the Pillars of Hercules are the Pillars of Ogma, god of strength, god of Ireland. Once you understand what Hyperborea represents, what part of the world it was situated in, then the mysteries are cleared up. But you can do more than that. You can go and look at them. You can go and take a photograph of them. In fact, thousands of people do every day without realizing it. Go to Northern Ireland. And on the west coast of Scotland, the same forms, the same hexagonal beautiful hexagonal rocks are to be seen. On the east coast of Ireland and on the west coast of Scotland are these pillars that the mariners knew when they passed through them. They referred to them as the pillars of the giants. The first king of the first dynasty of Egypt had made his way to Ireland, where he lies interred. And he was not the only Egyptian to embark upon such a voyage. The connections between the two lands have been well obscured, as we have said. But in ancient times men did not fear to fall off the edge of the world if they traveled far to the west. On the contrary, they knew that the great masters and astronomers of the world resided in the west. But this is the bunkum, the mumbo-jumbo we're given. The earth is flat. You're going to fall off the edge of the world. It's a realm of monsters and demons and otherworldly specimens. Look at what we've believed. Look at what we have bought into and how it contradicts with the truth of the matter. Now the Atnas believed they would be welcomed in the land of their ancestors. However, they were wrong. We suppose the Druids chose to remain loyal to the Amonist pharaohs of Egypt, and that after hearing of Akhenaten's heresy and belligerence against the old gods and the Egyptian people, they warily denied the Atnists entry into their land. As a result of this rejection, the Atnists regarded the Druids in a similar light as the Amonists. They reacted with open war. Now we're talking official Irish history here, because that's exactly what happened. In the story of the Milesians, when they arrive, their king Ith is pretty much the first one to approach the Irish kings at Derry in the north of Ireland. Well, they didn't like the guy. They suspected something was up and they basically had him murdered. I think it's because they were on alert. They already knew that these Scythians, that were once Irishmen like themselves, were hand in hand with these Atnists, that they worshipped a corrupted form of solar religion, and that they had despoiled, laid wreck and ruin to Egypt. And therefore the Druids, being confederates of the Amonists, were on guard. And this is exactly corroborated in the story of the Milesian approach, their approach of the Irish kings, and immediately that they were in a state of rivalry and conflict. Now an important king of the Scythians, who ruled during the time when people crossed, when the Scythians crossed from Scythia into Spain and then from Spain to Ireland, was known as Mile, M-I-L-E, King Mile. His people have been referred to by historians as the Milesians. This may be the origin of the word militia, meaning armed man. Mile's wife, Mile is a very interesting character, and Mile's wife is one of the most important figures in Irish and Scottish history, because she was none other than Meritaten, the lost daughter of Akhenaten and Nefertiti. Her name meant the beloved one of Aton. The word Mary, M-E-R-I or M-E-R-Y, depending on which scholar is translating the hieroglyphics, can even be rendered M-A-R-Y, Mary. It can even be rendered M-E-R-R-Y, merry, like having a merry old time, or Robin Hood and his merry men and all of that. Meri is an Egyptian word, and it meant beloved one, favored one. Aten, in Meri Aten, it's obvious, it's Aton, the sun. So here we have a leading regent, no less the daughter, and some historians think no, it's the granddaughter, but nevertheless, Meritaten, beloved of Aton, married to the king of the Scythians, descend upon Ireland. More importantly, her nickname was Scota, S-C-O-T-A. She gave her name to Ireland, and then later, after Irish in ancient times moved into Scotland, Scotland took the name, and it still preserves her name today, Scotland. Scotland named after Scotia, named after an Egyptian princess. King Menes, as we said, the first king of the first official dynasty of Egypt. This is about 3,000–4,000 years BC. King Menes. Is he buried in Egypt? No. Where is he buried? Knockmany in Ireland. What's that all about? The story is to be told. The story, we have the information that the Egyptians, whether it's the baboon that have been discovered at Navan Fort, these are Barbary apes, Barbary apes known only in the East turn up in Ireland, and so forth and so on. The connections are there. But this is a very specific connection regarding Scota. Ralph Ellis, in his book Scota, the Queen of the Scots, says that Ireland was originally called Scota before the 3rd century AD, and that is fairly well known. Amongst others, Claudian, Orosius, Marianus, Scotus, Isidore, and Bede all mention that Ireland was called Scota. So the question arises as to whether she was making a return to the homeland of her own mother, Nefertiti. As we said in an earlier part of this presentation, the pale features, the aquiline features, the dearth of information about Nefertiti's ancestry, and also what happened to her after the reign of the Atenists, because she fell away. Perhaps she fell out of favor with the Atenists. But of her 6 daughters, 4 were killed in a famine. 4 died in a famous famine that swept Egypt. And Scota, Meritaten, disappears also from the historical record until we find out that from the Scottish and Irish records, she accompanied King Miel. So the question arises, was she making a return to the homeland of her mother? In any case, since Scota was a direct descendant of the chief Atenists of Egypt and one of their highest dignitaries, it follows that her husband, Miel, regardless of what country he actually came from, was certainly a member of the solar cult. Now the Milesians are better known to historians as the Gaels, and that word comes from Goidels or Goidelics. In Latin, Anglo-Saxon, Welsh, German, and Irish, Gael, G-A-L, meant foreigner or stranger. The Gaels were therefore considered, by those they supplanted, to be unrelated, strange, and different. As we will see, it was these Atenists who were responsible for the conquest of Ireland and the gradual appropriation of the sacred traditions. Their descendants were also responsible for the economic rape of Britain. As we approach the Christian era, we pick up the trail of the Milesian Atenists in the guise of the so-called Chaldees, or Chaldean monks, that historians are wont to believe were ostensibly Christians. Christian lore tells that the Chaldeans were persecuted and eradicated because they were apparently contaminated by pagan ways. The leaders of the Chaldeans were the educators of Europe's nobility. The Chaldeans were closely associated with the Knights Templars and the Cistercians. We've had to fast forward a bit there for time and brevity. Of course, we tell the story of the Milesians in greater depth in the Volume 1 of the Irish Origins of Civilization. But isn't it interesting that after they arrive in Ireland, about 600 BC, 500 BC, and when we fast forward to the time of Christianity, 33 AD, moving up to about 600 AD, we come across a group of people called the Chaldeans, who historians believe are a blend between the old pagan Druidism and the Christianity that came later. This is what British Israelites, for instance, are wont to believe. When we read official historical accounts, we're told this. In fact, we're told that the blending of the Christians with the Druids was a pretty much amicable affair. Of course, nothing could be further from the truth. The word Chaldee can still be seen in many, many word roots throughout Ireland and England. For instance, Kirk, Chaldee in Scotland. Kirk is church, and Chaldee means the Chaldees. The Chaldees were a large group of monks. After the age of the Gaels, that's the Milesians, the official history books tell us that there were at least 4 other important waves of visitation. We are told that there was a group known as the Picts, who finally ended up in Scotland, but whose relics can be found all over Ireland and Britain. We have the famous Britons, another wave that came after the Gaels. More correctly, they're known as Brythonic Celts, probably or possibly related to these Gaels. And they arrived about 500 BC to England. We have the Belgae. Ostensibly, allegedly, they're Belgian Celts who crossed over during the time of Julius Caesar. And we have the Caledonians. This is a Roman term for tall, red-haired Germans related to the Belgae and the Picts. They gave their name, Caledonia, to ancient Scotland. Now, after the alleged arrival of the Belgae, Britain was to become a province of the Roman Empire. The Romans, brutal and cruel as they were, made expert use of complicit, sycophantic British puppet chieftains to rule the tribes in their name. Some of these vassals were loyal to the Roman emperors and were subsequently awarded power and riches for services rendered. After the Roman Empire collapsed, due to the spread of quote-unquote barbaric tribes, Britain was conquered by Norwegian Vikings, by Danish Jutes, and Germanic Saxons. It was during and after this wave of invasion and settlement that Britain became known as Anglo-Saxons, or the English from Angleland. The Anglo-Saxon settlement occurred in the 5th century AD, about 200 years after the arrival of Christianity. H.R. Ellis Davidson, in his book Myths and Symbols in Pagan Europe, he wrote, in the 5th century, a mixture of tribes generally known as the Angles and Saxons came to England and settled in the south and east, driving much of the Celtic population westward into Wales and Cornwall. Robert Siblerard, in Keepers of the Secrets, says the Saxon invasion of Celtic lands eliminated the memory of the Druids. So when we're talking about the destruction of the megalithic Irish, the original aboriginal ancestral peoples and their priestarchy, the Druids, we're talking about waves, successive waves of attack and annihilation. It did not all happen in one phase. There were several levels to this, several moments in history in which this primeval race came under threat. Geoffrey Keating, in his book The History of Ireland, from the earliest period to the English invasions, this is a book published about 1629, he said that there are some authors among the ancients that make false statements with respect to the Irish, particularly Strabo, who asserts in his 3rd book that the Irish live upon human flesh. My answer to this charge is that Strabo has lied in thus asserting the Irish to be cannibals. For nowhere in our Irish records do we read of any person that eats human flesh. My answer to St. Jerome, who makes the same assertion, is that he must have had this information from some vendor of lies, and that it should not be credited to the prejudice of the Irish. But that opens many doors. This is an understatement. In the presentation's introduction, we talked about that, the various forms of colonization. And we mentioned that it was social and political and involving military action, and we also mentioned that it was psychic. But when it comes to the Irish, when it comes to these vendors of lies, there is no end to it. And one of the campaigns of colonialization, when you're going to invade a people, is to spread all manner of physical and written poison and fiction. So most of what we hear about the Druids, particularly these scandalous accusations, are nothing more than lies, propaganda. It's the lie machinery. Peter Beresford, in his book of the Druids, he says, the curious fact is that no insular Celtic literature nor tradition provides evidence for the practice of human sacrifice as a religious rite. Philip Freeman, in the book The Philosopher and the Druids, wrote that Posidonius also notes that the Druid sacrifice condemned criminals. Posidonius states that the Gauls will keep a criminal under guard for 5 years, then impale him on a pole in honor of their gods. They will then burn his body on an enormous pyre, along with the first fruits of the land. But this particular rite of human sacrifice seems to have occurred only once every 5 years as part of a harvest festival. It was not a daily slaughter for some bloodthirsty god, but an exceptional effort at restoring balance to nature for the good of the tribe. So we find out the facts. We find out the actual truth. That yeah, sacrifice was involved, but it was of criminals, inveterate criminals who violated the code of the people, who stole, raped, murdered, and didn't deserve life. This is how the Druids dealt with them. Is that any worse than what we experience today, with thousands of people who are innocent being treated in an abominable way. But see, these ancient historians had an agenda. This is what we always have to face and always have to remember. Most of them were patronized by the same plutocratic, oligarchical concerns that we've been addressing in this whole presentation, and that I labor in my works to always remind the human race are still in existence today. Their descendants are still around today. So we have a lie machinery at work, and it's very important for sanity, for true understanding of history, for true understanding of the world, to understand this and to be able to be immune to it and analyze it. For the simple reason is that it continues today. The same lie machinery is in work today. It's still being propagated today. This is why we need to be very, very astute when we read newspapers and magazines and accounts of history and what people's beliefs are. There's an Orwellian lie machinery at work. John O'Mahony, in his book The History of Ireland, says that against no class of her people did the English law rage with more violence than against the bards and the Shanachis, and none were hunted down more relentlessly by the bloodhound myrmidons of our tyrants. In fact, it was necessary for the perpetration of their wholesale plunder and for the imposition of feudal landlordism in the place of the tribe's ownership of the Gaels, that the members of the free clans could not be reminded of their pedigree, recited by the professional historians. For this purpose, they did seek and do still seek to demoralize and brutalize our noble race. So what he's saying here is that the bards, who were an integral part of the Druidic order, were mercilessly hunted down and destroyed. The bards were the keepers of the records. They were the keepers of the lineage. They knew about the racial heritage of the kings and the chieftains. So if you were some chieftain or prince or duke and you wanted to know about your family and you needed a refresher or a reminder of who exactly your family was, how far back in time it went, what other cousins and related dynasties throughout the world may have been involved with your family, and all of this kind of thing that we take for granted today. Well, they didn't have computer programs and they didn't have genealogists in the sense that we have today. They'd call in the bards who had mentally remembered all of this, who were experts in this. So of course when the colonialists came in, when the invaders came in, they absolutely targeted the bards. And today we have this romantic idea of what the bards were, and they were harpists and they were these sort of soothsayers and poets, but they also had a tremendous political function. And so they were sought out, and within just a few years, a very short period of time, they were annihilated. This is the kind of thing that spurred me to want to talk about this subject. I was sick and tired of opening books and finding that the destruction, the wholesale genocide of the Irish elite, some of the most spiritual men who've ever walked the planet, deserves nothing more than a few lines, a paragraph, and then turn the page, we're on to something else. James Bonwick, in Irish Druids and Old Irish Religions, published in 1894, or 1894, says that the statutes of Kilkenny, which were put in place by Edward III, made it penal to entertain any Irish bard. But Munster bards continued to hold their annual sessions to an early part of the last century. Carolan, the old blind harper, he was called last of the bards, he died in about 1738. So we're talking about a campaign of genocide and annihilation and cannibalization and plagiarism and suppression. We're talking 18th century here. Well, wait a minute, first we were talking about 600 BC. This thing is very long in the making. We have the Milesians, Atnists coming, and it's these people's descendants, who would of course been by that time religiously Christian after AD 33, whatever. So we're talking about a wholesale campaign. It takes a long time to suppress a people, especially those as ardent as the ancient Irish. And sometimes when you hear the term being used Celtic or you hear Gaelic, sometimes scholars use those wrongly, because the Gaels are officially the Milesians. They're officially the oppressors. We're identifying these people and their descendants as the oppressors of the original megalithic Irish. So when you're looking into the timelines and when you're looking into the chronology and when you're looking into the identity of these different Irish groups, whether it's the Caledonians or the Belgae, you see, or the Britons, or the Gaels or the Celts, one has to sort of get a profile on who we're talking about here. And that's what the books go into. Volume 1 will clearly profile, as best as we can anyway, who these people were. And if you're up on this subject and you've tracked it long enough, you'll find out that very few of these so-called Celtic scholars can find a consensus. Every few years they're changing their definition of what a Celt is, or where the Celts lived, or where the Celts stayed, or what kind of blood type they have, or what kind of language they spoke. So it appears to be a welter of information. Now, St. Patrick burned whole libraries upon his arrival in Ireland. He was an agent, like St. Columba, sent to eliminate the Druids so that few would trace the origins of the world's educators. We saw in the last slide also that the eradication had also intentionality behind it, meaning that as long as the pure, pristine, unadulterated church or college of the Druids and the bards, the Shanachis, the minstrels, as long as that existed, there was no chance for the other thing, that other monstrosity, out of Egypt, out of Atonism, out of Rome. There's no chance of that ever getting seated and rooted. So the order of business was to eradicate everything that was there before. Not eradicate it so much that you couldn't plagiarize it, but as I said, that campaign of plagiarization and of appropriation is not done overnight. It actually takes hundreds of years to do that, to sift through the plunder, to arrange it, and to finally hybridize it, repackage it, and make it your own. So we're talking in the region of about 600 years here, 600 to 1,000 years. But the main thing is that no matter how long it takes, it has to happen. You have to eradicate the unadulterated form first. You have to wipe away all trace. Well, didn't the Atonists do this to the Amonist temples in Egypt, in their own land? Didn't they despoil and destroy? It's business as usual when they arrive in the West. That's right. We've heard about it. St. Patrick arriving in Ireland at quite a late date, after Christianity. Still, we hear him talking about casting out serpents, until we realize, of course, what he meant by that, or what the scriptwriters, the mythmongers, meant by that. They weren't talking about physical snakes. They were talking about the Irish Druids, the Irish bards, who refer to themselves as the Nadreds or the Adders, meaning the serpents. The symbol was universal. We find it on the headgear of the pharaohs, and we find it in Ireland. The Druids, the Ammonists, the Alchemists, the Nissi, the Nashon, the Nagas, the Orphites, being wiped out by a despotic form of the Brotherhood of the Snake. Now, in the 12th century, when the English king, Henry II, decided to invade Ireland, he had to ask permission from the Roman Pope of the time, Adrian IV, who granted him his wish after clearly establishing who it was that was to rule Ireland for all time. In the words of Pope Adrian IV, he says, "It is not doubted, and you know it, that Ireland and all those islands which have received the faith belong to the Church in Rome. If you wish to enter that island, to drive vice out of it, to cause law to be obeyed, and St. Peter's pence to be paid by every house, it will please us to assign it to you." So when we're talking about double-headed eagles and monarchic control versus theocratic control, this is what we mean. The king is on his knees before the Pope. The king is asking permission. He's got the swords, he's got the army, but he's asking permission from the theocrats of the world. And so the control mechanism, this ordo ab chao situation, exists today. The ideological takeover, the eradication of the old ways, the supplanting of a religion, a Chaldean religion, a form of Christianity that would appeal to the people because it was in fact hybridized from ancient Ammonism and ancient Druidism. You wipe out the original, but you've got the copy, you've got the facsimile. And you repackage that and you put it in front of the people, and they're mind controlled into believing that this is still authentic. And from that point on, you proceed. You have people completely under your power. Colonialization, colonization. Terry Jones, in his work The Primitive Celts, he wrote, "It seems to me the Celtic world is not so much a world that has been lost as a world that was deliberately obliterated by a ruthless empire." And how right he was. because that basically sums up the whole situation. Look at the Bible's passages. Let's reread them with an understanding of what we're talking about. For instance, Ezekiel 17. I, the Lord, have brought down the high tree, which I believe means the Druids and the Egyptian Magi of old. Have exalted the low tree, which I believe refers to the Atenists. I have dried up the green tree, that again refers to the Druids, and have made the dry tree to flourish. I, the Lord, and I believe that means Aton, the Lord of Judaism and Christianity, I, the Lord, have spoken and have done it. The historian, Roman historian Tacitus says, if you want to rule the world, the whole world, does it follow that everyone else welcomes enslavement? To robbery, slaughter, plunder, they give the lying name freedom. They make a wilderness and call it peace. While recounting the story of the children of Meal, a few historians remind us that having defeated the Tuatha De Danann, that's the High Druids of Ireland, the brothers Eber and Eramon, each desiring to be kings over Ireland, fell to quarrelling and fighting. They admit that the so-called historical cycle of Ireland opened with divisiveness and conflict. Humans had defeated the gods, Atonism had defeated paganism, and the rivers ran with blood. Here's a little timeline, again, to keep us aware of the historical process. Akhenaten's reign is thought to have ended about 1336 BC. Allegedly, he attempted to return and seize power again under the reign of the Amonist king Seti I, around about 1290 to 1279 BC. There's even a record of this time saying that the Shasu, or the exiles, were busy making trouble for the king. However, Seti dealt with them by basically eradicating the threat once and for all. The Egyptian people did not want this demagogue back in power. Then we have the building of the Temple of Solomon, allegedly around 957 BC. We have the so-called captivity of the 12 tribes of Israel, around about 722 BC by the Assyrians, and then by the Babylonians in 586 BC. Then we find these Judites, or more correctly the Atenists, dispersing and moving westward, as we talked about, probably around about 550 BC. They moved to Scythia, of course, as we said. They moved to Spain, possibly France. And by the time they get round to conquering and attacking Ireland, it's probably around 500 BC. That's the 6th century BC. There's infighting amongst themselves, and dynastic rivalry persists. Of course, this is an old story. And they also would have had to put up with continued resistance from the Irish and Scottish and British Druids. They also then have the Roman invasion under Augustus in 34 BC, and then again under Julius Caesar in 55 BC. There's a lot of British history starts at this point. There's difficulty conquering Scotland, and we have Hadrian's Wall in the period after that. And then we basically have the Christ and the Christianity story beginning. And of course, under that, I've always insisted that we are talking about Atenists when we're talking about the Chaldeans. This is the so-called Christian sect of monks in Britain. And let us never forget, when it comes to talking about the Caesars, that these individuals were also, very much like the Egyptians, considered godlike. For instance, Caesar Augustus, the adopted son of Julius Caesar. In fact, most of the key terms used for Jesus were originally attributed to him, to Augustus Caesar, the most important of which was Divi Filius, Son of God. In the picture on the right there, there's Augustus styled, depicted as an Egyptian pharaoh in Nubia. This is very important to bring out. What was the connection between the Roman Caesars and the Egyptians? The book goes into that, looking at the power of the Atenists. And they not only just seated themselves in Britain, but they had large coteries, large followings from Babylon and into Greece. The city of Athens, for instance, which people think is named after the goddess Athena. But could it also be that Athens? Is there a connection there? And what about Rome? What about those great patrician families of Rome who always looked to Egypt as the land of the greatest kings and the greatest pharaohs and the greatest enlighteners? Could the Atenist elite families have taken refuge in Rome? Could they have been working behind some of these elite patrician families of Rome? Could in fact the Romans have come to Britain because they were sent? Instead of thinking that they did it on their own terms, could they have been mercenaries employed by the Atenists in order to continue the suppression of the Druids, which probably wasn't working and taking too long? The Emperor Tiberius Claudius Nero, 42 to 16 BC. He's believed by the author Tony Bushby to be the father, no less, of the biblical Jesus by way of Mary, who lived in Rome. This would make Jesus a member of the powerful Claudian family of Rome. Well, such a man could conceivably commission historians such as Paul to pen whatever he demanded. Abelard Reuchlin, in the true authorship of the New Testament, wrote, "The New Testament, the Church, and Christianity were all creations of the Calpurnius Piso family, who were Roman aristocrats. The New Testament and all the characters in it, Jesus, all the Josephs and the Marys, all the disciples, apostles, even Paul and John the Baptist, are all fictional." The head of Scottish Rite Freemasonry in America, a senior member of the Masonic Lodge, Albert Pike, in his Morals and Dogmas, wrote something on this subject. He said, "The teachers, even of Christianity, are in general the most ignorant of the true meaning of that which they teach. There is no book which is so little known as the Bible." So the characters in the Bible are mythographs. They're based on other characters. The individuals who compiled and wrote the Bible were elites. Elites from Judea, elites from Rome, possibly elites from Britain. The story of the Bible, we go into it in the volumes. It's a fascinating alternative story of who conceived Christianity. Was it really conceived in the East, like we're told? Who was Paul? Who were his patrons? Where did this modern form of Atenism, and even one could say modern form of Ammonism in many respects, after all of these different groups appropriated the mythical tropes, the traditions of those that they supplanted. It's all a form of cannibalism. And when we're talking about Christianity, the same thing applies. They say Christianity is based on Judaism. As we saw earlier, what was Judaism based on? Was it based on the Atenism of Egypt? Now that we've established the connections between Christianity and Judaism and Ammonism, and showed also where the Irish aspect comes in, with the plagiarization of the corpus and archives of the Druids, we can move on. And we want to look now more specifically at the secret societies, particularly the Freemasons and the Knights Templar, which we've been referring to in brief throughout the entire presentation. My interest, of course, has always been to expose the workings of these Templars and Masons, but I've never lost sight of the fact that there wouldn't be a Masonic lodge, there wouldn't be any of these secret societies without the ancient Ammonism and without the Druidism of the past, because these individuals, the elites, the power brokers at the top of these secret societies, know what we're revealing here today, and that is that they plagiarized and cannibalized the ancient archive. They are called preservers of Druidism, and we'll see how that works in just a moment. But they're unworthy preservers. They had access like thieves in the night, like Aladdin breaking into the open sesame, breaking into the tomb of all the knowledge, of all the sequestered information. And it took them over 1,000 years to process it. So they're using an archive that was meant for the uplift of all mankind. And this is why. This has always been on my mind personally in my work to expose the machinations of these orders and organizations, to shine light back onto them, is because they are using for their own empowerment a kind of knowledge, a kind of gnosis that was meant for the uplift of all humankind. In fact, they're using it to empower themselves and to colonize the minds of all mankind, to keep them subjugated to their own specific form of tyranny. And therefore, by studying these secret societies, we come full circle. We understand how they got their power. We can lay at their door the many crimes that they're responsible for, or their descendants are responsible for. And we can attempt to stop them, stop the progress of this Leviathan by finding out where the knowledge came from, and perhaps even how to use it against them, and perhaps how to use that ancient archive of knowledge to empower ourselves again. And this is what is of fundamental importance to the age we live in. We're not just pointing fingers here. We don't just have a meaningless, obsessive bugbear about these secret societies, nor are we implicating ordinary street-level Freemasons, people who are charitable and do great works. We're talking about the bloodline level here. We're talking about the people whose dynasties, their families, their lineage goes way back in time. And again, those individuals who are either biologically or ideologically descended from these Roman patrician families who were backed by the Atenists all the way through Greece and Babylon, all the way back to the 18th dynasty of Egypt. These are people with long lineages, lineages that stretch to France. The Knights Templars of Burgundy and Champagne and the House of Lorraine. How important it is to know about the House of Lorraine and Charles d'Orléans, and also the Duke d'Orléans and Adam Weishaupt, and how all these orders were established and what their purpose was, and also what the smokescreen was, what they said that their agenda was about, which of course is the smokescreen. That's the spin for the public. These are all important areas to look at. The founding of America, the symbols that are being used all over the world today, where did they come from? The whole lie that's being disseminated about the East to West movement of the elements of civilization. Now, Albert Pike himself, this is one of the most senior Freemasons in America. In his book Morals and Dogmas, written in 1871, he said that Masonry, successor of the mysteries, he says, still follows the ancient manner of teaching. Masonry is identical with the ancient mysteries. Albert Churchward, expert on Freemasonry, in his book The Arcana of Freemasonry, he says, these sacred mysteries were the same amongst the priests of the Maya, the Druids, and the priests of Egypt, and the same as we practice. That's right. From the horse's mouth, we're getting it. Here, the symbol of the skull and bones, Lodge 322 of the Illuminati. 322 also being a reference to what? Well, it's the symbol, it's a number that relates actually cryptically to the sign of Aries. And we saw how important the sign of Aries was to the Atenists and to the proto-Christians. Christianity is nothing but a branch of Atonism that is as plain as the nose on your face when you know what you're into, what you're studying. So 322 of the skull and bones. The lodge is a form of the Russell Trust. The key members of the original members of the Skull and Bones were appointees of the Russell Trust, which is a British organization. 322 is a Germanic lodge. So we have German royalty involved here. So the people who come from Yale University, who sit in the positions of power in every conceivable area of American politics and corporate business, do they serve America? They may have the stars and stripes behind them, but are they servants of America, the people of America? 322 is March 22nd. Happens to be the first day of the sign of Aries, which begins around about March 21st. The sign of Aries opens from Pisces into Aries on March 21st and 22nd. The sun is just moving into Aries at that time. And that famous skull and bones motif, which has been used by the Nazis, which has been used by the pirates, and which can be found even as far back as Ireland, certainly in Babylon. This symbol can be found in numerous places. Now, Thomas Paine, in his book The Origin of Freemasonry, published in 1818, says, in Masonry, many of the ceremonies of the Druids are preserved in their original state, at least without any parody. With them, the sun is still the sun, and his image, in the form of the sun, is the great emblematical ornament of Masonic lodges and Masonic dresses. It is the central figure on their aprons, and they wear it also pendant on their breasts in the lodges and in their processions. It is the figure of a man, as at the head of the sun, as Christ is always represented. He goes on to say, in the same book, Masonry from the customs, ceremonies, hieroglyphics, and chronology of Masonry is derived and is the remains of the religion of the ancient Druids, who, like the Magi of Persia and the priests of Heliopolis in Egypt, were priests of the sun. Anyone who's studied the works of Thomas Paine knows what an incredible thinker and philosopher and sociologist he was, how conscientious and brilliant a man he was. And these few lines perfectly endorse and underline that. It's from the horse's mouth. Experts on Freemasonry, members of Freemasonry, are literally telling you verbatim that modern Masonry wouldn't exist, Templarism wouldn't exist. Now, of course, you can come along and say, oh, well, that's because these people are the same as those ancient pagans. We're dealing with paganism here. These evil secret society members, are the same. They carry on from these old Babylonian and Egyptian and Druidic evil arcs. Well, that's nonsense. That is the early stages when you don't know what's really going on and you haven't worked out how the process of colonialism works and how a great archive that's millennia old can suffer being plagiarized, how traits can be adopted, how traditions can be adopted. I mean, it happens all the time. It's just there to be studied. But in this instance, we have to realize that a very, very ancient sacred canon, and I repeat, one that was meant to be for the uplift of all mankind. So when you look around at the state of the world and you see such barbarousness, true barbarity, and the decline of civilization, and the kind of narcissism that you've got going around, it's because something's not there. The tutorial is missing. School's out. The books have been burned. The knowledge has been plundered. You're not meant to know about how to become enlightened or realized. You're meant to know how to fit into the machine and work all the days of your life until you're exhausted. You're meant to be an indentured servant, a slave on the debt of the country to which you are a perpetual peon. And you think that the churches and the potentates and the priests are really interested in your own spiritual uplift and maturation? They want you to be educated, solvent, sovereign, and intelligent? If that's what you think, then there's no getting through. You have to look the facts in the face if there's going to be survival. You must call a spade a spade. And that is all that we are doing. We're not accusing unnecessarily. We are merely revealing. We are not reacting. We are responding. And the response is always with knowledge. We shine the light that these secret societies claim to adore back on them. See how they like it. President John Quincy Adams, in his book The Conspiracy Against God and Man, said in that book, "I do conscientiously and sincerely believe that the order of Freemasonry, if not the greatest, is one of the greatest moral and political evils under which the Union is laboring." Now, Giuseppe Mazzini, the head of the Bavarian Illuminati in the 1800s, he was a successor to the creator of the Illuminati, at least the official creator of the Illuminati, has a very brilliant passage that I've used continually throughout my work. And the reason why I use this passage is because most of my work is to identify, again, not lower-level henchmen, not oily rags, not self-motivated, egomaniacal, narcissistic lieutenants. That's not of real importance to me. We're looking at who rules from the top of the pyramid. And this whole presentation has been dedicated to that, to show you the story of how the secret societies began, where they got their knowledge and what they're doing with it, to expose the Atonism, that warped branch of solar tradition, solar cultism, that warped branch of the great dragon brotherhood who became corrupted, the Hyksos, who have never served anybody but themselves, who despoiled Egypt and laid ruin to Ireland and to so many other cultures and nations. Now Mazzini says, "We form an association of brothers in all points of the globe. Yet there is one unseen that can hardly be felt. Yet it weighs on us. Whence comes it? Where is it? No one knows, or at least no one tells. This association is secret, even to us, the veterans of the secret societies." Well, there's your hierarchy for you. The banes and the benefits of hierarchy, meaning that you could be at one cell and you haven't got the faintest idea what's going on above you. Your being focused, your perspective is merely what you can control below you, but you could be in exactly the same position with those above you. Someone above controlling, invisible to you, outside your frame of reference. This is the bane of hierarchy. Now, Sir William Pitt, politician of England in the 1770, he said, "There is something behind the throne greater than the king himself." And this is the message each person in this world today needs to burn into their brain. But that's right. One of the most important Masonic mottos is "Per me regis regnant," meaning through me kings reign. I hope by now we understand who this king is. Who is this through me, through I? Well, it's Aton, it's Akhenaten, it's Tutankhamun and their descendants. It's the Moses and the Aaron. Those are the men in the costumes on the stage, the Moses and Aarons and Isaacs and Josephs, you see. These are the actors. These are the names they go by. But who's behind that play of masks? What a fascinating discovery to find out who lies behind the mask of all of these biblical and scriptural, personalities. What an amazing discovery to find out who is really at the top of the great power pyramid. And that these kings can even say that behind me is something greater. And that the Masons are telling you that through their king, kings reign. Now, say you were a king, a duke, a prince, a potentate, and you found this out. You're not going to find it out right away, of course. You're going to have to ascend quite high. But what would happen to you if you found out that your status is merely a nothing? You've joined one of these lodges, you're attempting to matriculate, you're looking for the great mystery, the great promissory note, and finally they do open the doors and they let you know who you're worshipping, who is really at the top. And you find out, my goodness, it's the pharaohs that make the Caesars and the generals and the kings of the rest of the countries of the world look insignificant, like barbarians shivering in their castles and their forts. We're talking pharaohs here. Find out what that means. We're talking the nobles of the nobles, the emperors of the world, the most enlightened people. Well, if this is who you're really serving in Masonry and suddenly you find out and you're a Winston Churchill or whoever off the street, some politician of which we know so many have given their lives for these kinds of orders and movements, and then you suddenly find out it's the Sun King. You're talking beyond the Bourbons, beyond any conceivable understanding of royalty. This is who you're serving. Would you not too bend your knee? Would you not too get in lockstep with the whole agenda, the whole gig? Well, millions have. Now, it can now be revealed that the architects of control that rule this world from behind the obvious thrones of royalty, Masonry, Zionism, Judeo-Christianity, etc., because these are just the branches, they are the descendants of the dragon court of old that eventually morphed into Atonism. The Atonists have been ensconced in Britain from the time of the Milesian conquests, approximately 500 BC. Their absorption of the Druidic traditions and their acquisition of the mineral-rich deposits all over Britain was a labor of centuries. From their new empire, upon which the sun never sets, they have spread out to regain conquest over the world lost to them in ages past. They have also reached out to seize America, and we find their solar cult symbolism everywhere in that land. Here is a photostat or photocopy of a Masonic book which goes into great detail of the degrees and orders and forms of initiation and the rites and so on. And it addresses the name Freemasonry. Name of the order is the head of the chapter. The question, the Mason is asking the neophyte the question. By what name were Masons anciently known, he asks. Long before the building of King Solomon's temple, Masons were known as the Sons of Light. Masonry was practiced by the ancients under the name of Lux, that means light, or its equivalent in the various languages of antiquity. Question. What is said to be the origin of the word Masonry? The answer. We are informed by several distinguished writers that it is a corruption of the Greek, which signifies I am in the midst of heaven, alluding to the sun, which, being in the midst of heaven, is the great source of light. Others derive it directly from the Egyptian Fre, meaning the sun, and Mas, meaning a child. Fre Masen, child of the sun, children of the sun, sons of light. Atonism. Christianity is Atonism. Freemasonry, Templarism, Illuminism, better known as Egyptian Atonism. Frank Higgins, another expert on ancient Freemasonry, in his book by that title says, Masonry's association with the monumental remains of the ancient empire of the Nile is so traditional that no introduction of the subject is necessary. Egypt has been correctly termed the cradle of Freemasonry, although it is far from having been its birthplace. I think we've now established where the birthplace was of even the ancient traditions of Egypt. It was in the lands of the West. It was brought there by the Shamsu Hor, millennia before Atonism ever took birth. To emphasize the point we've been making here, we turn to the official founder of the Illuminati himself, Adam Weishaupt, who said, Freemasonry is hidden Christianity. No one need be ashamed to be a Christian. Of course not, because Giuseppe Manzini's of the world, the Adam Weishaupts of the world, the Duke d'Orleans of the world, the Charles de Lorraines of the world, the Albert Pikes of the world know what you don't know. And that is, it's a play of masks. You got Christianity here, you got Islam over there. You got Judaism. You got Protestantism, you got Catholicism. Well, it's all makeup. It's all costume. Which costume do you want? Which color? You open up the big box, you open up the chest of cloaks and masks, and you take your pick. And this is how it proceeds. This is how this whole rotten edifice. And they don't mind what kind of puppet is on what kind of string, as long as they're holding the puppet, as long as they're holding the strings. This extends, we mentioned in volume 1 of our book, that this extends incredibly, this dialectic. We point out in that book that there has even been the concoction, the creation of two traditions within the same form of Christianity. What we have referred to as an exoteric tradition and an esoteric tradition. The exoteric tradition being official Latin Christianity that we're familiar with, that's taught in Sunday school and in the churches of the world. And that of course is both the Catholic form and the Protestant form. These are exoteric, in your face divisions. But then there is what is known as the esoteric tradition of Christianity, which involves Gnosticism, which involves the secret societies like the Knights Templar, which certainly involves the Irish Chaldeans, since they were the tutors of the Templars anyway, and even things like New Ageism, which tend to be blends of certain kinds of solar religions and seem to blend in nicely with aspects of Christianity. But our point is that these two wings are again versions created by the same hidden hand. And how easy it is to create factionalism between these divisions, artificially, to give the impression that they're rivals. Certain movies have been made to insinuate this. Certain books have been written to insinuate that there is this esoteric form of Christianity which owes a great debt, you see, to the holy Druids, and that if only this esoteric branch of Gnosticism and Templarism and these the holy monks of the Chaldeans who weren't too happy about the suppression of the Druids and marveled at their great knowledge. If only this group had succeeded back then in the 13th century, maybe the world would be so much more wonderful today. And do you know how many people believe this? And then we have the official version, the papal version, the Latin version, entering into a conflict with the esoteric version. And this play has been now going on for about 1,000 years. But is Christianity any less in the world? Is the monstrous acts any less in the world? Can we not see through this? That again, this has been a concoction, a deliberate dialectic, created so that the real edifice continues to move everlastingly forward. As I said, we don't have to take anyone's word for it. As my mentor Jordan Maxwell has said so many times, symbolism, chump. The evidence of your own eyes. The cardinals, the bishops, the prelates, here wearing the Malta cross, the Knights Templar cross. appointing members of the Knights Templar. Many cardinals, originally the popes, the very first popes were even put into the throne of Rome, were made bishops of Rome by the French Templars. So close has been the connection. I've referred to them in my work as the Luciferians. In fact, interestingly, concerning this number 666, we find that on the Pope's mitre is the Latin term Vicarius Filii, Dei, which means vicar for the Son of God. Again, when we decode that, we find that in numerology, this phrase totals 666, with Vicarius being 112, Filii being 53, and Dea for God meaning 501. Right on the Pope's helmet then, on his very mitre, we have the number of the famous beast. Christianity's own number for the beast is on the head of the Christian movement. Martin Luther, the head of Protestantism, tied in with the Rosicrucians, no less than was founding fathers of America, no less than was Adam Weishaupt, and so many other regal people, regents, in at the beginning of the formation of the Illuminati. These symbols that you're seeing here are actually the symbols of Martin Luther that are found on the documents written by Martin Luther, the supposed creator of Protestantism. So let's go in search of the Atonists. What's happening today? Where are they to be found? Luciferians. Lucifer was the so-called son of the morning, another reference to the Aton. The son of any morning is obviously the sun. It is as simple as that. Therefore, to worship the gods of light is to be, quite literally, a Luciferian. That's right. It's not the same thing as Satanism, not the same thing as devil worship. It's solar worship all the way. Lucifer is the son of the morning, God's most holy angel that fell. Okay, we're talking about the sun here. 666, it's the sum of the Hebrew term Nezer HaKodesh, that means the holy crown. Nezer HaKodesh, the holy crown. This term can be found throughout Masonic temples and inscriptions. The holy crown, of course, we have to understand, is of Akhenaten and his descendants in the cult of Aton. The symbol here of the cross has little to do with Christianity as we know it. If it were an Ankh, we would have all seen that years ago. But it's not. Albert Pike says, that which we say to the crowd is, we worship God. The religion should be, by all us initiates of high degrees, maintained in the purity of the Lucifer doctrine. Yes, Lucifer is God. Lucifer, the son of the morning, is it he who bears the light, and with its splendors intolerable, blinds feeble, sensual, and selfish souls? Doubt it not. All you have to do to make these statements comprehensible is simply replace the term Lucifer by Aton, and all is explained. All you got to do is look at the tunics of these Albert Pikes and the regalia that they wear to see the Egyptian symbolism, to confirm utterly, 100%, with no shadow of a doubt, what we're talking about here. It might be said, I wrote, that history is the story of the conflict between the servants of truth and the virtueless ones, between the magicians and sorcerers. The obliteration of the gnosis of the primordial caste of elders was a man-made holocaust largely unknown to us today. It is this calamity that has damaged and oppressed the peoples of the world more than any series of natural disasters, terrible as they might have been. To these elders of old, a twisted and darkened mind was a horror worse to behold than a broken, lightless world. So what are the sorcerers? To paraphrase Carlos Castaneda's Don Juan, he says, a sorcerer, well, as a sorcerer you are aware that you have absolutely no control over anything, but you have to act as if you do. And that's what these potentates do so well. William S. Burroughs, the American writer, said we must all face the fact that our leaders are certifiably insane, or worse. Well, that insanity goes back to Akhenaten. He was insane and worse. Sorcery can be defined as power over love, or hierarchy over holarchy. In the book of Peter, they tell us all about it. Peter 2, 18-21 says, slaves, submit yourself to your masters with all respect, not only to those who are good and considerate, but also to those who are harsh. For it is commendable if a man bears up under pain of unjust suffering, because he is conscious of God. But if you suffer for doing good and you endure it, this is commendable before God. In the book of Colossians 4, verse 1, we read, Masters, provide your slaves with what is right and fair, because you know that you have a master in heaven. We're talking hierarchy here. We're talking sadism here. We're talking control. In an early description of the Messiah from the Dead Sea Scrolls, we read, How lovely is this King Messiah, who is to rise from the house of Judah. He girds his loins and goes out to wage war on those who hate him, killing kings and rulers, and reddening the mountains with the blood of the slain. With his garments dripping in blood, he is like one who treads grapes in the winepress. Gerald Massey, in his book Ancient Egypt, Light of the World, says that the Egyptians had no vicarious atonement, no imputed righteousness, no second-hand salvation. No initiate in the Osirian mysteries could possibly have rested his hope of reaching heaven on the Galilean line of glory. His was the more crucial way of Amenta, to tread with the guidance of the Word, that step by step and act by act he must himself make true. In the story of Odin, when Odin, the Norse god, hung himself on the tree in order to gain all knowledge, he says, I sacrifice myself to myself. We hear from the Grecian Orphites and Gnostics that know thyself. From Vedanta we hear about that self-realization is necessary before God-realization. Well, what does all this mean to someone who's blinded by the light of Aton? What does that mean to the rigorously collectivized Masonic lodges of the world that control your teachers, that control your professors, that control your educators? What does this mean to the royal families and their militaristic way of operating? What does this mean to the churches of the modern churches of light that we've been exposing here? Do you think they're interested in your search for independence and independent thought? You think they're here to enlighten you? They're all about the second-hand form of salvation. So let us never for a moment make the mistake of thinking that this is some sort of dry history lesson with absolutely no meaning, no meaning for the world that we're living in. It has the deepest meaning, because here we are blinded by fluorescence. Here we are psychically blinded by a kind of light that we don't even know exists. Here we are, the hypnotized, the controlled, the robotic, the artificial. We got to find out why. We got to find out about the negative use of light, what I refer to as the dark side of the sun, and how it's been used to manipulate the human race as a kind of a poison, a mental infection. The strings are made of light. The strings are made of light. If we're ever to see sanity in this world, we have to know what was. What is a true and unadulterated path to walk on, and a system to understand. It's the system of the self. It's the system of the independent person discovering for himself what the mysteries are, not being dictated and cajoled and controlled and regimented, which is ubiquitous in the world today. Leonard Shlain, in his book The Alphabet versus the Goddess, writes, the Egyptians, Babylonians, Greeks, and Romans had no word in their language for sin. The Israelites introduced both the word and the concept into the stream of Western civilization, and by doing so diverted it. What Shlain doesn't realize, of course, and we understand that that's perfectly fine, since very few people do understand it, is that the Israelites that he's talking about are none other than these Hyksos that we're talking about. And they were true sinners in the true sense of the word, so they should know all about it. They introduced the term, they introduced the concept, and we can understand why, since they rank very high in the sinning league. Now, one can't speak of the Templars without an understanding of the royal dynasties to which their chiefs were blood related. One of the most powerful of these dynasties, which has given rise to many others, is known as the Merovingian. The chiefs of this dynasty were, in our opinion, of the same Scythian Atonist stock as those Milesians who first invaded Ireland. This word Merovingian contains the root mero, or mer, which is in Latin mar, French mur, Gaelic mur, all referring to the sea and to the waters. In Sumerian Babylon we have King Muru and Muruta, which probably meant man of the sea or sea king. And that's what the Merovingians were, sea kings. We have Marduk, which comes from Merodach, the supreme god of the Babylonians. We have Meru, one of the oldest cities on the Nile. In Egyptian, Mer, M-E-R, referred to the Great Pyramid, as well as to the man who kept its secrets. The Hyksos governed the Giza Plateau area, as well as Heliopolis, Avaris, Amarna, Memphis, and Tanis. The word appears to mean men of the pyramids. The Merovingians descended from the female line of the Sicambrian Franks. This is a Germanic tribe, 1st century BC, whose kings referred to themselves as people of the covenant. And that's a big giveaway for us. The Emperor Charlemagne was of Frankish blood. The Sicambri were believed to have been related to the ancient Scythians, whose kings and princes had close connections to Egypt of the 18th dynasty and to the Milesian Atnus conquerors of Ireland. One of the main symbols of the Merovingians was the fish that Christians used to signify Jesus. Now the word for fish is Lusa, and that connotes Lucifer, that is Aton. King Dagobert of the Merovingian dynasty may have been named after Dagon, an ancient god of the sea. Dagobert from Dagon, the emphasis being on the fish. The French or the Latin term for fish was Luca, L-U-C-A, or L-U-C-E. It means light, it means fish, and it represents Lucifer. So when Christians are using that symbol of the fish, they're unaware that it's an ancient symbol, a pagan symbol going back to the Merovingian dynasty and to the kings of that order. We look at again the seal of the Knights Templar, and now we fully comprehend the reason for that design. Because does this seal of the Knights Templar serve as a cryptic symbol of the Scythian horsemen of old, who may have been both the warlike Hyksos of Egypt and the allies of Akhenaten and his Atnists? Does this horse, the Scythians were known for their horsemanship, so we see a single horse but with two riders. Why two? It's always been a point of mystery that. Well, could it not be a symbol of the confederacy between the Atnists of Egypt and the Scythian Hyksos? Two different groups that joined up at a point in history and then made their way westward to the ancestral homelands. Lawrence Gardner, he says the kings of the Merovingian dynasty were believed to have been born with birthmarks in the form of a red cross. Graham Phillips, in his Act of God, says the first of the Hyksos in the Egyptian records appears shortly after the collapse of the Mari or Amorite kingdom. That word root Mar or Mer turns up as the Amorites. So were the Amorites the ancestors of the Merovingians? Some scholars think the Amorites are connected to the Hyksos. That may be. We of course think that it was the Scythians that were connected to the Hyksos, but it could have been the Amorites, and that word root is very interesting. Mer-ites, the men of the pyramid, the men of the ocean, the Merovingian dynasty, that then become key to the rise of the Knights Templars later on. Because when Mil and his descendants left Egypt, we know that they went back to Scythia, their homeland, but as I tell in the books, they weren't welcomed, possibly again because they'd been corrupted by Ammonism. So even the Irish records talk about the conflict that the Atenist Scythians had when they returned back to Scythia. That's part of the reason why at a later date they moved on to Spain, because they weren't ultimately welcomed back into the fold. So they went and conquered Spain. Then they went over and moved into Ireland. This is the Milesian invasion of Ireland. So can we not speculate that they also set up in Germany with the Teutons, that they may have been the Sicambri Franks? Can we not assume that they also went into France, into the territories of Alsace-Lorraine and into Burgundy, and that the Merovingians are descended from the same Hyksos, the same Scythians? We understand that they went to Spain and Ireland. Why could they not have also passed through Germany and France? They all end up in Britain anyway. The symbolism shows you. The French symbolism all over the English heraldry tells you that the British royals are connected to the Scottish Templars by way of the French. Now in 1601, James VI of Scotland, the son of Mary Stuart Tudor, became a Freemason at the Lodge of Perth and Scone. He became the supreme patron of Freemasonry. James VI had blood ties to the Merovingian family of Guise. Since Mary Stuart's maternal grandmother was married to Guise, in 1603 he was renamed James I of England. Thus the Merovingian power came to power in England through the Stuart family. Their coat of arms depicted, among many things, a trowel and a sword, which symbolized Freemasonry, and the Order of the Knights Templar. And we can speculate also, probably with some credibility, that the word Stuart is a kind of corruption or a rendering of the word steward. Stuart, steward. And look up the word steward. It means a stand-in. It means somebody who, again, stands in for a monarch, pretty much like a viceroy. So were the Stuarts Perime Regnus Regent? Were they merely stand-ins, lieutenants of a much more illustrious power that ruled from behind the thrones? Now this Merovingian dynasty is obviously the same dragon court. Their symbols, confirm this. Now the Templars and high-ranking Masons are dependent upon the patronage of the descendants of the Atnists, the great royal black nobility, as they've been called, dynasties of Europe. And we're talking about the Fondi of Venice, the Merovingians, the Carolingian, the Habsburg dynasty, the Hanoverian, the Saxe-Coburg-Gotha, the Guise family, the Angevins, the Stuarts, the Savoys, the Battenbergs, the Beauce-Lyon. The elites of these families are unquestionably the descendants of Akhenaten's cult of Aton and the Brotherhood of the Snake. As said, their symbolism betrays this, if nothing else does. Childeric I, fourth king of the Merovingian dynasty of Europe, note the lion headdress, the Atonist headdress with solar rays on his crown. Alan Butler and Stephen Defoe, who are experts on the Knights Templar, and have also helped to expose the connection between the Chaldean monks of Ireland and the Knights Templar. In their book, The Knights Templar Revealed, they write, "We are entitled to ask, from where did the financial impetus to even commence the Templar Empire come from? The 9 knights who attended the Troyes gathering of 1128 were, according to Orthodox accounts, poor. In fact, this is reflected in the name chosen for their order, because they were the poor knights of Christ and the Temple of Solomon." Nothing could be further from the truth, for even if the founder knights themselves were not of middle-ranking aristocratic stock, they had extremely rich backers, not the least of whom was the fabulously rich Hugh Count de Champagne. But all the money of Champagne could not have financed the exploits of the Templars on the field of battle alone. Where did the money come from? It's been said, follow the checks. And when we do it, we find out that even the richest monarchs in France could not possibly have funded the Templars and made them as wealthy as they are known to be. Now Michael Howard, in his book Occult Conspiracy, says, because it used the symbol of the Rosy Cross in its symbolism, the Order of the Garter has been linked with the Rosicrucians. The order was founded in 1348 by King Edward III of England and dedicated to the Virgin Mary, the Christianized version of the pagan Great Mother Goddess. Many famous men who were either Rosicrucians or Masons have over the centuries been knighted as members of the Order of the Garter. One of the alleged Grand Masters of the Order, Dr. John Dee, who lived about 1527 and died in 1608, became the confidant of Elizabeth I and was involved in many of the political intrigues of the 16th century. Now, in our book, Atlantis, Alien Visitation and Genetic Manipulation, we deal with Dr. John Dee. And the point we can bring out at this instant is that he owned, at that time, probably the biggest library in England. That may have been filled with books that were taken from the old monasteries when they were being burned down. But in any case, his great mansion at Mortlake had the biggest occult library, the biggest library known to man at the time. These are the elites, the illustrious ones, the illumined ones, advisors to royalty. And when we're talking Templars, let us never forget their cousin orders. They're all branches of Atonism. The Templars, the Knights Hospitallers, the Knights of Rhodes, the Knights of Malta, the Order of the Garter, the Order of St. Michael and St. George, Scottish Rite Freemasonry, Illuminati. It's all one seedbed from which they arose. Now, the majority of researchers trace the origins of the Knights Templar to France of the 11th century and to the First Christian Crusade. And it is true that some of the most illustrious and fascinating Templar personalities lived during that time. Godefroy de Bouillon, Hugh de Champagne, Hugh de Payens, and by the way, Payens is a corruption of the word pagan, so it's really Hugh de Pagans, André de Montbard, Bernard de Clairvaux, the Merovingian King Dagobert, first and second, and other intriguing and powerful feudal nobles participated in the First Crusade that aimed at capturing the holy city of Jerusalem from the Saracens. And we might point out that there was about 7 crusades. Only the first one was a success. It's the one that most of the historians write about. But in fact, there was over 6 crusades into the Holy Land. Now, according to authors Alan Butler and Stephen Defoe of the Knights Templar Revealed, the same families that were responsible for the creation of the Templars were also responsible for the rise of this powerful Cistercian monastic order that once owned estates all over France and Western Europe. The founders of the Cistercian order were originally elites within the Chaldean order of Ireland and Britain. Conor McDarry, in his book The Bible, an Irish Book, he says the state of learning on the continent of Europe at that time, wherever the influence of the Roman Church was dominant, was at a very low state or non-existent. It was only the monastic establishments maintained at different points on the continent by the monks of the Irish Church that learned men were to be found. There were practically no learned men in the Roman Church at that time. Even a century later, when the Emperor Charlemagne espoused the cause of the Roman Church, he had to get Irish schoolmen for instructors to teach in the palace school which he established. So the Cistercian order is united with the Templars. One is the military wing, the other is the theocratic wing, because when you're studying these secret societies, you're going to find that out. As Jordan Maxwell has always pointed out, religion and monarchy, 2 hands serving the same brain. This is the pattern. This is the pattern that maintains control. So the Cistercian order, which had monasteries throughout Europe, an incredible matrix of monastic orders that spawned people like Bernard de Clairvaux, people who endorsed the Crusades. What do we find? We find that the Cistercian order, the Knights Templars, Hugh de Payens, the Counts and Dukes of Champagne and Burgundy, the houses of Lorraine, the noble families of France, including many people who went on to become bishops of Rome and popes of Rome, took their education from that tiny little western island, Ireland, from the group of the Chaldean monks. And the all-important question, which we've already asked, where did those Chaldean monks get their knowledge? If that alone can be researched, if that alone can be understood and grasped, who were the Chaldeans? Where did they inherit their knowledge? Were they just simple Christians ensconced in Britain? Or were they sitting upon a mountain of knowledge, millennia old? Most of it they didn't even know what to do with. But it was good enough to go on to educate the greatest despots and tyrants of the known world at that time. When we're studying England, when we're studying Britain, and studying all the institutions, we're talking about the roots from which these institutions sprang. Now, the men at the head of these Templar and Cistercian orders, those quote-unquote contaminated by Irish Chaldeanism, were Dagobert II, Hugh de Payens, Hugh de Champagne, André de Montbard, Baldwin I, Godefroy de Bouillon, and the Merovingian descended from Emperor Charlemagne and closely related to the ruling dynasties of Burgundy. Why contaminated? Well, because it's that old esoteric-exoteric split again that we explore at length in Volume 1 of the Irish Origins of Civilization. On paper, of course, the papal authorities in Rome would look down on all of these Templar families. We know that they tried to assassinate them and burn them at the stake and eradicate them in around about the 14th century. Although the true story is that very few Templars were actually killed or martyred, actually. But again, on paper, it appears that, oh, we can so easily be seduced into thinking that, oh my goodness, if only these poor Merovingians, if only these poor Templars and Chaldeans and Cistercians, these men in white robes, who were inheritors of the sacred traditions of the pagans and the Druids, oh, if only they had a break, if only they had a chance, then, it would be, just wonderful. It would be just a merry picnic all around the world, peace and harmony and love for all. Very easy to believe that kind of yarn. Here we see the symbol again of the tree. Here's a Masonic symbolism showing the trees of God and Goddess, which are known as the pillars. Jachin and Boaz, the Masonic plagiarism, as we said earlier. The Templars own nothing, possess nothing that wasn't stolen and appropriated. The Elohim is a word that comes from the Elim, which itself is probably a rendition of the elm tree. That Jehovah, as we said, the first letter of Jehovah's name, implies J, which was the old Irish letter for the yew tree, same as the origin of the word Jew. And there we have the Elohim, the other gods mentioned in the book of Genesis. That word seems to come from the term meaning elm tree. Now the double-headed eagle, the symbol of the Arya, now it's used by the black nobility, who imagine themselves to be the descendants of the elites of old. It's a symbol for autocratic and theocratic modes of control. But let us never doubt for a moment that the Knights of Malta cross, the swastika, the serpent, the cross itself, the double-headed cross, they were to be found millennia before, used by the Picts and the Druids and the Goths and the Stag men and the Arya. Same thing with the Bible. From the nativity story to the resurrection. It's pure Druidism, if you know what you've been talking about, if you know what you're studying. See through the propaganda. The original Trinity. Books are forever writing about the original Jesus. Well, it's no mystery when you know that it comes from Ireland. And so does the original Trinity of Bel, Tyrannus, and Isus, or Iesa. You may not know it, but the medieval painters knew it. The Renaissance and pre-Renaissance artists knew it. Here's an example, with the luminaries on either side of the cross of Christ, and the 4 letters above his head representing the 4 elements. We've exposed all this in our work. The Irish Origins of Civilization, the book has at least 530 illustrations and pictures, paintings from the Middle Ages and the medieval period, showing you that somebody knew. These so-called Medicis and the painters and designers and architects that they employed were completely conversant with the symbolic canon and knew how much astrotheology and astromythology played. And it's time we start learning about it. We have to find out how the Bible's 4 Gospels represent the 4 cardinal points, the 4 seasons, the 4 directions of the zodiac, how Jesus rising from the tomb, as we said, from the nativity to the resurrection. So much to do with astrotheology and the movement of the luminaries. The Eucharist. So many rites within Christianity, both the Protestant form and the Catholic form. We understand that Protestant clergymen, Protestant religious clerics and so on have done their best to expurge these so-called pagan elements from their religion. How successful can they be? To erase the pagan elements from your religion is to erase the religion. It only suffices up to a point. But of course, there's the sanctimonious bollocks. We're not even dealing with original Christianity today. We had a corruption of Druidism and Ammonism, and now we've got a corruption of a corruption. We've got tele-evangelism, where 80% of what is spouted by these narcissistic criminals is not even to be found in the Bible. But as Carl Jung so eloquently and brilliantly said, people will do anything, no matter how absurd, to stop from facing their souls. You don't have the real thing, you've got the false McCoy. You don't have the real McCoy, you've got the false. And that comes in many sizes and shapes. But let us again never forget, let us always re-emphasize the fact that when we're talking sacred traditions, when we're talking Freemasons and talking Knights Templars or Illuminati, When you're talking about divination, you're talking about an inheritance. You're talking about an inheritance from the days of old. It shows in the regalia the symbolism that they're using. The tarot cards, for instance, their origin is Ireland. We talk about this in the book as well. Now, Graham Hancock and Robert Bauval, in their book Talisman, they have something really fascinating to say. They say that for reasons and motives not yet too clear, the ceremonies, festivities, and city monuments associated with the sister American and French revolutions display Masonic ideas and imagery and are heavily tinged with Egyptian connotations and symbols. Well, the Bourbon monarchs of France displayed their connections to Egypt by the very design and layout of their capital city, Paris. Bauval and Hancock go into this in their fine book Talisman to show how the entire city was set up to represent a form of Egypt. Well, of course it would. If, as we're saying, these Merovingians and Carolingians and Guises and Savoys are in fact the descendants of the old Atnists, and then they, as I said, they set up the institutions of learning in England, like at London, at Cambridge, Oxford, these regions that were dedicated to ancient pagan gods. Paris, the very name. Obviously we know it's been sacred to the goddess Diana and so many other Trojan heroes and ancient pagan gods. But if these supplanters are in fact dedicated to Atonism, ideologically or biologically connected to the old Atonists, is it any mystery then that they would design their new cities and empires of control, replete with Egyptian symbolism? There's about 21 obelisks in the world, 21 Egyptian obelisks. Explain to me why 13 of them are in the city of Rome. Other ones are to be found in London, Washington, D.C. We've got them everywhere but Egypt. Is there something to that? More than that, we even find that the city of Rome is in perfect alignment. We talked about these alignments to ancient monuments earlier. We find that the city of Rome itself, the Vatican itself, is precisely aligned to Tara and to Newgrange in Ireland. These are ancient Druidic sites. And of course, Rome came into being long after the original Irish sites. So this implies that there was a specific reason. The Christians, the Atonists, knowing full well, and as we've said throughout our books, the Christianity that we know today was conceived in Britain, not in Rome and not in the Middle East. It's the conception of these Knights Templars and these Atonists after they arrived in Ireland about 600 BC. It's just that the executive suite for control and to be near the markets was positioned in Rome. And they symbolically let you know that, where the cities and the structures of Rome are actually aligned directly to the most sacred sites of the ancient Druids in Ireland. St. Peter's Square, for instance. First of all, it's not a square. It's a round. And this goes into the whole question of sacred geometry, a phenomenon known as squaring the circle. We're talking magic here. We're talking ancient arts. Well, first of all, it's not a square. Secondly, Peter is based on the old Egyptian god Ptah, about which many volumes could be written. The father god Ptah, one of the most ancient gods connected to astrology, very much like the Jehovah of the Christians. The picture on the right analyzes the St. Peter's Square and shows you that right in the center of it is the design of the British flag. But we're not supposed to think there was a connection between the Pope, which is Catholic, right, a Catholic setup, so-called, on paper, and the British royals are meant to be Protestant on paper. Well, once you know what the worth of that paper is, of course then you know what we're saying, and that these connections go much deeper. It's in the designs. People have pointed out that the very temple, on the right you can see Vatican, is designed like a rose cross. Oh, but we've been told by 101 scholars, and we've been told by 101 highly budget, highly financed TV programs, that there's absolutely no connection between the Vatican and the secret societies such as the Rosicrucians. Except for the fact that the temple of the Vatican is designed like a rose cross, or that the St. Peter's Square is shaped like a thistle from Scotland, sacred to the Templars of Scotland. No connection whatsoever. Pure coincidence. And speaking of Scotland, the land of the Templar elite, Obviously, on paper, after they were expurged from France, we're told they went to Scotland. We're talking about families such as the Stuarts, the Sinclairs, the Menzies, Duncan, Rosemont, Beaumont, Ramsay, Bailey, Maxwell, Grey, Carnegie. It's a land of many rich minds. It was, in fact, the original Arcadia. The French Templar fleur-de-lis, for instance, can be found on numerous British state emblems, as well as on the insignias of many popes and noble families. The number 3 is a prime Druidic ideograph. People can refer to chapter 16 of volume 2 for that. People can refer to chapter 41. Watch the symbolism and see how replete this fleur-de-lis, a French symbol of the Templars, a symbol that actually goes back to Egypt also, how common it is to be found on the state heraldry and also on the flags and emblems of all the royals of Britain and Scotland. So nothing has been hidden from us. Everything has been admitted and explained. It's just that it's been in a symbolic form. This particular form of symbolic communication is also to be found in television. What about shows like The Saint and The Persuaders, where we've got characters named Simon Templar and Brett Sinclair, and the colors that are used, and the subtext. We're not talking about the circus drama on the front that's designed for the conscious mind. We're talking about subtextual information, subliminally encoded information, right there on these ubiquitous media oracles to imply something to you about the true state of the world. So if we trace the Atonists, and if we look to USA, can we find their hiding place there? Is there an Atonism USA? Now, the main thing to realize when it comes to the Masons is that the Masons can be referred to as the keepers of the royal secret. It's in their own iconography. And we emphasize that this has to do with the survival and agenda of the renegade cult of Aton. A look at the Masonic symbolism. The very symbolism they themselves employ serves to confirm this point that we're making. If one looks at the degree ceremony, the degrees that are bestowed upon Masons, particularly the Supreme Masons, we find that the high degrees, in fact the highest degree, this is the 32nd, moving into the 33rd degree. The name, these degrees have names, and that degree is known as the Sublime Prince of the Royal Secret. And this implies that these people have secrets, even at the highest level of the ladder, and a small amount of research into these matters confirms that they do indeed have secrets. And these are the kinds of secrets we've been trying to expose and elucidate in this presentation. Turning to the official founder, Adam Weishaupt, again, Nicholas Hager, in his book The Secret Founding of America, states that Adam Weishaupt was the son of a Jewish rabbi. He became a Jesuit priest. He studied in France, where he met Robespierre, the so-called great revolutionary, the leader of the French Revolution. He graduated in law in 1768 at the Bavarian University of Ingolstadt, and then served as a tutor there for 4 years, during which time he met Charles de Lorraine. And we've also already mentioned this infamous Charles de Lorraine, the royal figure from France, who was instrumental in the creation of the Illuminati, and also a key member of the Knights Templars and Rosicrucians. Most Americans have never heard the name Adam Weishaupt. Most Americans have never heard the name Charles de Lorraine. Most Americans probably don't even know where Lorraine is. Well, sadly, most Americans don't know about secret societies controlling their government. You say that to them and they think you're ready for the funny farm. They need to wake up and find out what's been going on. Charles de Lorraine was the younger brother of Francois de Lorraine, the Merovingian king of Jerusalem, who married the Austrian Merovingian Empress Maria Theresa von Habsburg in 1735. The period of Frankish rule under the Merovingian dynasty included a bloodline of a king of Jerusalem, whose descendants reigned in Jerusalem from 1099 to 1187. In 1755, Charles de Lorraine married Marie Therese's sister, Marie Antoinette, and became the commander-in-chief of the Austrian armed forces. We're talking Austria, we're talking France, we're talking the royal families that connect here, we're talking Medicis, we're talking Savoys, the incredible network of royal dynasties that are all interrelated. You may know them as Plantagenets and Stuarts and Tudors, but they all have, behind the large door, so to speak, kindredness. We're talking Merovingians and kings of Jerusalem, people with ancient bloodlines intermarrying with one another. Nicholas Hager tells us more about Charles de Lorraine. He says in 1746, following the death of Charles Radcliffe, Francois appointed Charles de Lorraine Grand Master of the Prairie de Zion, or the Prairie of Sion. This was originally the Order of Sion that was based in a priory in Jerusalem in the 1090s. It founded the Templars to protect the Kingdom of Jerusalem in 1113 to 15 and became a secret society under the Grand Master. Following Charles de Lorraine's appointment as Grand Master, the court at Vienna became the capital of English Zionist and Rosicrucian Freemasonry. So now we're hearing about an Order of Sion, a Prairie de Zion that so many experts, so-called, claim never existed. Now, in our book of Volume 2, we have a chapter close to the end of the book that deals with this Order of Sion and shows that the order absolutely exists and has antiquity, and the importance of that order and how it's one of the steering orders behind Templarism and Freemasonry. A very important study of Zionism. And as we saw back in the days of the Atenists, there was a city called Sion, or Zion, but it was in Egypt on the Nile. It was one of the Hyksos cities. That word crops up in the secret societies because it's, again, the root of the tree is Atonism. And there on the map on the left, bottom left, you can see where Lorraine is positioned in France. Hager goes on to say that Charles de Lorraine may have met Adam Weishaupt in 1771. In that year, Weishaupt was known to have met a Jutland merchant named Colmer, who initiated him into Egyptian Rose Cross, Rosicrucianism. This Colmer may have been Charles de Lorraine, traveling under an assumed name. Charles de Lorraine selected Weishaupt to found a secret society that would penetrate Templarism and turn its lodges into revolutionary cells. In 1773, Weishaupt held a meeting with Mayor Amschel Rothschild. The Rothschilds were Freemasons. Amschel was open to offers that might advance his wealth. He seems to have been in league with Charles de Lorraine. Certainly after 1773, there are reports that he funded Weishaupt from 1770 to 1776. This is a very important statement because throughout our work we've always maintained that the Rothschilds were not the architects of control. They were themselves controlled by royalty. Most history books that are written on the Rothschilds state the opposite, that the Rothschilds were able to manipulate the various monarchs and the kings that they worked for, and they controlled their money and their funds, and did all kinds of investments, you see, for the House of Hesse and the House of the Swedish nobles and whatnot. This is again spin. In fact, from day one, the Rothschild dynasty, exactly in the same way as the Bauers, the Bayers, the Oppenheimers, and so many other families of the same ilk, these are people who are henchmen, lieutenants of royalty, and it's only the propaganda and the spin that makes it appear the reverse situation. Now, Weishaupt's order was funded by the Zionist House of Rothschild and 4 other Jews. It combined the traditions of the Prairie de Zion, that's the Merovingians. So all the way through, we have the Illuminati being funded by the Rothschilds, the bank, the money men. I wrote that the Illuminati infiltrator, this is Benjamin Franklin, he took his orders from the same British and European royal figures he was inspiring to rebel against. He was suggestively known in occult circles as Moses. Like Francis Bacon and other occultists, he was an Atenist agent, securing America for his cabal. He was first recruited and sent to London by the Scottish Templar and Governor of Pennsylvania, Sir William Keith. Franklin officially became a Mason in 1731 in Philadelphia. So now the whole can of worms regarding America and the Illuminati and the Freemasons is explained. People that you have Americans know well, that are taught about in school, who dabbled in the occult, people who seem to be of a genius type, people like Benjamin Franklin. What do we really know about their allegiances? Do we know that they were tied up with secret societies? Do we know that they preferred to live in France and in England? And do we know that when they were there in those countries, who they were hobnobbing with? Isn't it time we found out? Nicholas Hager goes on to say, on the 4th of July 1766, the day the Declaration of Independence was adopted, Benjamin Franklin, Thomas Jefferson, and John Adams were appointed by the Continental Congress to design the Great Seal of the United States of America. Franklin proposed showing Moses, the Pharaoh, and a pillar of fire. So this Benjamin Franklin's code name was Moses, and his design for the seal of the United States of America was right out of Akhenaten's own diary. The chosen people crossing, at the time of their exodus. And of course we've unraveled the mystery of the exodus and said it was the Hyksos people. It was this tyrant Akhenaten and his coterie being thrown out of Egypt. And this is so important to the Freemason Franklin that he wanted this for a design. Why? Because Britain and America are meant to be the new empire? Because Franklin, who's nothing more than an agent of his British royals, came up with that idea one night and said that we should have a symbol of Moses and the holy chosen people crossing. What on earth has that got to do with America? It has everything to do with it when you understand who's ruling the shop and what kind of criminal syndicates are empowered. And as a matter of fact, we see an eagle now on the seal, but originally, for the longest time, it was actually a phoenix, not an eagle, a tufted phoenix. This is crucially important because in my reading of these symbols, the phoenix, which is meant to have risen from the ashes after dying, after being sacrificed or being burned up in the flames, resurrects. I always consider the phoenix to be a seminal symbol of Akhenaten. It symbolizes and typifies his life and the life of his cult. And so when we see people like Hillary Clinton wearing the symbol of the phoenix, or some other, Hollywood personality or dignitary or whatever, when we see that symbol, we have Phoenix, Arizona. We've got cities named by this. We've got newspapers named after this particular animal, this strange mythical bird. What's behind that? The eagle, of course, represents the letter A, the first letter of the Egyptian alphabet. It's a very powerful symbol representing the pharaohs. The Romans used it. Maybe some of the Roman families, as we said, was in league with the Atenists. These Atenists conquered France, they conquered England. They make a move through Templarism to America. We find the eagle. We find the Star of David above the eagle's head, and so on. We find the olive leaves. We find the arrows. We'll look again at the olives and find out that here on the left, from an ancient frieze in Egypt, we see the hand, no less, of Akhenaten himself, holding exactly that, an olive branch, identical to the ones that we see in the Roman laurel leaves, the olive leaf branch, and identical to those that we see on the American seal. The Star of David, again, when we understand, as we've presented in this program, the real nature of the Davids, the real nature of the Judaic 13 tribes or 12 tribes. So Benjamin Franklin, having long been a Rosicrucian Zionist, had been sent to Paris as a colonial ambassador to seek military and financial help for the colonies in December 1776. While there, he came into contact with the Illuminati, perhaps even with Weishaupt himself. It would have been natural for Weishaupt or one of his agents to contact such a popular figure who embodied Illuminati revolutionary principles. When you're reading books like this, they're okay. A lot of these authors do think a lot of things just happen by accident, that these men meant well. They were revolutionaries and so on, and that they were steered, amiss, or that they didn't really know what was going on and all of these kinds of things. Modern day books that are written tend to not really grasp all of the facts, which is why most of my work refers to books that are, older. sometimes hundreds of years old, written by people who understood the gravity and the depth of this type of machinations. Modern books tend to be limited in that way and not have the scope and the depth of some of the older works. Hager goes on to say that so the Illuminati's attitudes were taken back to America by two ambassadors to France. In the 1780s, Franklin in 1785, that is, and Jefferson in 1789, hence the gift of the Statue of Liberty to the American people from the people of France to symbolize the revolutionary links between America and France. So basically, French Illuminism arrives in America from point go. As I said, the Rothschild dynasty. They're not controlling royalty. Royalty is controlling them. They're merely the lieutenants, the minions. They're merely the page boys and exons. As they say, the aristocracy don't have any money in their pockets. No, they don't. They have a page boy to pay the bills. They have some secretary to do that work. Well, that's who these people are. They're just the secretaries to sign the checks and distribute the money and run the shop front. They push the wheel because their bosses are very camera shy. There are very few. One thing we have to understand about the secret societies, they are few. They are a hidden elite. They know they need to stay hidden. They have been ousted from the greatest empires that you can possibly imagine, and they don't make the same mistake twice. So let's make absolutely sure that we understand that these Rothschilds and other agents of the Merovingian royals and the funders of the Illuminati funded both sides during the American Civil War. The American Civil War was an experiment. It was a way to weaken the country, to pit two forces against each other, but all the time, as has now come out in the works of Edward Eustace Mullins and so many other great writers, the same family. Just like you have venture capitalists today who fund and control businesses. Well, the Rothschilds is nothing more than a bank of monies with no actual power themselves, that's not given to them by elites, more elusive elites higher up. But in goes these families, in go these ministers, and fund both sides during the American Civil War. You think it's only the American Civil War that this went on? Every war known to man in modern history has been funded by one hand or ruling the two sides. We saw the American seal with the arrows, the 13 arrows. The group of Rothschild, they have the same arrows, the 5 arrows, and the eagle. These are of the tribe of Manasseh, that the Rothschilds obviously imagine themselves descended from. We know, of course, who they're really descended from and who they really serve. But interestingly, on the left you see the coat of arms of the Rothschild dynasty. And in this presentation later we'll show you the royal arms of the Queen of England. We'll come back to this image later and check them out and see the similarity between this coat of arms of the Rothschilds and the coat of arms of England. Now a shield is shown in front of the eagle. The American seal shows a shield in front of the eagle, as if it's protecting it. The stars and stripes, that means America, is therefore literally a shield for the eagle, that is, for the cult of Akhenaten and the cult of Aton. The Egyptian solar eagle with Star of David. Well, the term David, as we said, is a code for the beloved one. It's a reference to Pharaoh Akhenaten and to his commanders. David, like a Masonic term Jean, and like the word Caesar, for instance, or Tsar, simply referred to an Atnas general or overlord. The 13 stars are the 12 tribes around one, around Aton. The eagle is the hierogram for the first, or the one, again connoting Aton. The eagle, which some believe is Judaic, actually it is the standard of the sun cult pharaohs. It stood for the term Akka, or Akhem, as we find in the name Akhenaton. The words Anuit Kueptai, above the pyramid, at which the eagle is staring, means he favors our undertaking. The he, again, is Akhenaten and or his god. The Latin inscription seen on the banner around the Judaic eagle's head, below the Star of David, is E pluribus unum, from the many, the one. This refers to the god of the henotheistic Judites, who was, quite literally, chosen from the many gods of antiquity. The star is the emblem of the Davids, the Egyptian Atnists, and their descendants. The 14th star corresponds to the 14th and highest cornerstone of the pyramid, also seen on the American $1 bill. The arrows represent the militaristic faction of the cult, while the olive branch represents the theocratic or religious faction. The eagle faces to the left, which represents the past, or the history that has been before. The 9 tail feathers represent the 9 degrees of the Illuminati or Atonist lodges. As we said, history, very important to these people. Bloodline, dragon courts, ancestry, lineage, rites, ceremonies, regalia, symbolism. That's what we're studying. That's what we've got to look at. Know thine enemy. And when we start to look into these enemies, these rivals of mankind, what a story unfolds. These people are preoccupied by the past and by history and where they've come from. They're preserving a great deal. Masonry not only preserves the rites of Druidism, but it's also there to preserve the very lineage of the elites of Masonry. All these dynastic concerns, all these families, all these oligarchs. As we said earlier in the presentation, to even say Norvis Ordo Seclorum, to even say New World Order, kind of implies that there was once an old world disorder. Well, we've now established what that was. It was the loss of the greatest empires known to man. None of us like to be booted out of school or booted out of a club. Most of us don't even like to be booted out of a bar. Think about losing your thrones in Egypt on the Nile. Think of losing that kind of power. Now that is mania that lasts a long time. That's revenge spreading over thousands of years. That's what's behind terms like the world is not enough. Well, the world's going to have to do. You lose the empires of Egypt, what else would suffice? You're going to be happy in Greece? You're going to be happy in Rome? Of course not. You're only going to be happy now for the rest of the world. This is how the vengeful psychopathic mind works. Now you set out to conquer everything and every nation, every tribe, just as the Bible is saying. And it's not even very veiled at that. It's an all-out campaign for a new world order. We're talking pharaohs here, sun kings, and their level of megalomania. As people have noticed, a close look at the other side of the seal, the pyramid. You draw a triangle around the eye and extend it to make a hexagram, and sooner you find out that the apex of the points of the hexagram, the famous Star of Aton, Star of David, and we have the word inscribed Mason, M-A-S-O-N. Nothing has been hidden from us. Around the corner from the Lincoln Memorial is the statue of George Washington in the shape of the ancient icon, the Templar icon Baphomet, which itself, of course, is based on the ancient god Herne, Cernunnos of Ireland, the stag-headed god. In fact, many crowns. What is a crown? A crown on the head of a king or any kind of prince or duke is actually a rendering of the stag horns. In fact, the crown given to Jesus, the so-called crown of thorns, comes out of Druidism. We've already said that so much of the Bible, and in our book on astrotheology, we've labored to point this out. The very crown of thorns given to Jesus is actually a toned-down version of the god, the forest god, because Jesus was based on Dionysus. He was based on Isis. He was based on Bacchus, the forest gods and the earth gods of old. And it's the same story with Baphomet. Of course, the question arises, what on earth is George Washington doing standing in the shape of this icon of Templarism? Well, we're hoping we're making that point loud and clear. Concerning the etymology, Baphomet simply comes from 2 words. It's one of those composite terms again. Baphe, meaning baptism, and metis, or metis, meaning wisdom. So it's nothing negative, it just means a baptism in wisdom. Not that you're baptized in wisdom, but that Adam Weishaupt and George Washington and Franklin, these people are the ones considering themselves baptized in wisdom. They're members of secret societies. You're just come out of the schools and the colleges. That doesn't mean anything. But it will start to mean something if you matriculate and open up your symbolic literacy, gain these pattern recognition skills, have the courage and the passion to realize that you can restore what has been lost and overthrow these kinds of individuals who have allegiances not to humanity but to their own forefathers and their own strange gods. You can expose, like I do, shine light onto the secret societies to which these individuals belong. Find out, track back, study the lineages, the dynastic concerns, the bloodline connections. Find out who's really pulling the strings and who controls who. Find out why, for instance, in a country that's meant to be utterly sovereign and against all monarchy, why it is that the seal of California is identical to the British seal, showing Britannia. Britannia, of course, with her Poseidon trident, which you also see on the carriage of the Queen of England, the coach used at her coronation. You see the lion, which is a patently Atenist symbol from Egypt. But alarmingly, we find these symbols on American seals. Buckingham Palace, seen from the air, designed like a pyramid with an eye in the center. We have fasces. We have fasci. We have the lion's head. We have sun discs. 10 Downing Street window above the door. The number 10 is alarming enough since it stands for Aten. The house of Aten, number 10. And we have the arrow of Mars. And we have 8 panes which represent the sun. And we even have little solar rays on the sun window on the House of Government in Britain. And we have a lion's head door knocker right on the door. The Lion of Aton. So when we see these people's champions in plain view and their strutting, arrogant hubris, let us understand that they don't work alone. These individuals are their pomposity, their arrogance is for a reason. It's because they know that they're who's pulling the strings. They know who's paying the bills. We think of them as cold, heartless, misguided Napoleons. We got to find out the whole story. They're the pawns on the board just as much as we are. Of course, in their minds, they don't think they're pawns. And when the media get done with their subliminal, subtextual versions of communication, very few people can resist it. Especially those people who are so psychologically arrested, they're looking for Big Daddy around every corner. But it is now leaking out that these individuals are in fact controlled, just as it has become evident that the so-called white pope is controlled by a black pope. Well, we only needed to ask them, ask the bishops, because they've always referred to themselves as servus servorum Dei, servants of the servant of God. Servant of the servants of God. That's right. They serve the servants of God. Again, stand-ins, vicarious stand-ins. Alice Bailey, a leading occultist in Fabian, she wrote that behind the division of humanity stand those enlightened ones, whose right and privilege it is to watch over human evolution and to guide the destinies of men. They train the members of the new group of world servers, thus forming the basis of the new world order. The implication is its hierarchy. When we look at the symbols of the Judaic symbols, we find the lion. We find the olive leaves that we looked at a moment ago, the Lion of Judah. We turn to the political world and we find the symbol for the United Nations, bearing those same symbols. Watch the symbolism, the uncanny connections. Here we have a Jewish rabbi, but he's also a leading Freemason. Look at the apron that he's wearing. Compare that to the United Nations symbol. Compare that to the House of Judah symbol. See the connections. That's because behind Judaism, behind Christianity, as these initiated ones know, lies something deeper. As we said, the hand of Akhenaten holds the olive branch. Look at the terms and the words and find out what these United States of Europe's and New World Orders and NATO's are all about. Count the numbers of stars. Find out who these people are controlled by. Look at the colors, look at the symbolism, and then find out who's having who. And so, in conclusion, we come full circle to emphasize our original point concerning the war on consciousness, the psychic warfare, perfectly pointed out by Nesta Webster, one of the first people to expose secret societies and subversive movements. She wrote, "The final goal of world revolution is not socialism or even communism. It is not a change in the existing economic system. It is not the destruction of civilization in a material sense. The revolution desired by the leaders is a moral and spiritual revolution, an anarchy of ideas by which all standards set up throughout 19 centuries shall be reversed." I've emphasized in other work this whole idea of social control, of psychic and social manipulation, pointing out that even the word government, its connotative meaning, governance of the mind, menta, mentality, mentation, and govern, to control the mind, control the thinking. We understand that that control involves the use of words. It involves the use of a dialectic, which we see when we observe it in action in the political milieu. It's a one-party system, appearing to be a two-party system or a tripart system. But we find, just as we find in the olden days, that these parties are funded by the same hidden hand. It's not just a question, as Nesta Webster is saying, it's not just a question of topical, superficial changes. We have many of those. But what is the underlying form of manipulation? It's the manipulation of consciousness. And therefore, the war against that kind of tyranny is a form of immunity to it. So in our work, we emphasize this constantly, that no matter what other permutations and forms this attack upon humanity takes, we should never forget that the ultimate goal, the ultimate agenda, is the changing of one's intellectual basis, one's moral purity, one's spiritual constitution. They should never ever be forgotten. Another tactic to achieve that state is the daily and continual and perpetual and insidious injection of fear, of trauma, of trepidation. This is the act of sorcery, to keep people in fear. The person in fear is easily controlled, like Frank Herbert, the writer, said. Fear is the mind killer. Theocracy. Let us never forget about the whole theocratic wing of this, appealing to man's beliefs, appealing to his limbic centers. You have the anxiety, you have the toxicity, the infusion and injection of the fear, and then you have the subsequent anxiety of humankind, the inability to cope. And then from that point, man's dependency, his delinquency, his addiction. In my work, I always describe it as a war between the sorcerers and the magicians, between sorcery and magic. And sorcery is fear. The sorcerers are fearful, and so their currency is fearful. Their weaponry is to engender fear. As Henry de Jovenel said, a society of sheep must in time beget a government of wolves. As Jim Hightower said, America was not built by conformists, but by mutineers. And so, as we said in the introduction, when we talked about the blue flame of anger, you've got to get mad, you've got to get angry. Your house is on fire, people are shooting at you, people are working to undermine everything that is true, real. They're enemies of virtue, These are toxic souls. They're basically dead souls. They're basically the self-murdered, the moralless ones. They're possessed themselves. They're infected by a dark sorcery from higher up. These are poisoned souls that basically have no soul, no true center of sovereignty themselves. They themselves are dependent on the hierarchy and on Big Daddy. They themselves are pathologically in fear. So we must never make the mistake of thinking that they're like us. We must never make the mistake of projecting our own goodness, our own virtue on these people. Because if you do that, you're going to be disappointed. You're going to find out that you've been had. Because these people will not respond in that way, they will not act in that way, and then you will be confused and bewildered. And it all came from you projecting your own goodness on those who don't deserve it. This is a common problem in domestic relationships, but it works all the way up the pyramid. All the way up the ladder, this is the same phenomena that takes place. These individuals consider themselves our masters. This is the dragon court, after all. This is the brotherhood of the snake. And these people, as you can see through the symbolism, are now involved in genetics, in high science, and they got a plan. They already think of us as their creations, and they're ready to move into the next step. They think of us as robots. They've reduced most human beings to the state of the robotic in order to get what they want. And they feel that we are their creations and they can do with us what they want. And so where is mankind heading? What is the future? Is it some sort of cyber purgatory we're entering? Is it a dystopia? Or is it a utopia? They talk about utopia. They talk about global diversity. They talk about all sorts of wondrous futures and progress. But my question is a simple psychological question. How can toxic individuals inherit a positive tomorrow? How can people who are running headlong from their own emotions, who've been trained to fear their own emotions and think of them as something uncanny and frightful and nightmarish, how can those people who are shattered and fragmented and mutilated and who give birth to mutilated, dysfunctional teens, how can these people, the people of the world, inherit any kind of utopia? If the pharmaceutical organizations and these great concerns that are run by the very same oligarchical concerns that we've been talking about, if these people create the happy drugs, if they create a virtual kingdom, a digital cyberspace in which man can escape from his troublesome emotions, are we to assume that that will be rejected? Or are we to assume that people will line up for it and in this very obsessive way, looking for the way out, looking for the way to completely disassociate themselves even further from their own emotions? In the Atlantis book, we pointed out several meanings of the term Nephilim or fallen angels. We're talking Nephilim because, you see, the dragon court of old can also be traced back to the Anunnaki, the so-called fallen angels of the Bible. In fact, one of the secondary meanings of Anunnaki, Nephilim, Anakim, etc., is king, the kingly ones. So, or the rulers. In fact, one of the interpretations of the word is just ruler. So to the rulers of the world, is that what this bloodline is all about? That they can track it all the way back to the original fallen angels? But again, one of the other connotations of the word Nephilim is those who fell, or those who make man to fall, those who cause a fall. Most scholars understand the word Nephilim to mean those who fell, meaning those who fell from heaven. But one of the other meanings of the word is those who cause a falling off to occur. Those who lower standards of other people, those who deny spirit, those who want to create a world so full of gadgets, knickknacks, and gimmicks to pull man out into the sphere of narcissism, into the world of sensation. The French philosopher Jean Baudrillard said that, look, if man lives his whole life surrounded by artificial products, plastic items, in other words, if his entire living space becomes artificial, how can man retain his authenticity as a real living organic form? Won't he too become artificial? In Revelation 9 we read, "The rest of mankind that were not killed by these plagues still did not repent of the work of their hands. They did not stop worshipping demons, nor did they repent of their murders, their magical arts, their sexual immorality, or their thefts. The implication is of the immoral ones. The implication is that even after the age of catastrophe, even after the world was visited by terrible turmoil and disaster, it's business as usual again, from the advent of the more historical empires. Tyranny, corruption, mass murder, territorialism, conquest. The Marquis de Luchette, who was an expert on secret societies, wrote in 1798 of the problem that we've been addressing. Deluded people, he says, learn that there exists a conspiracy in favor of despotism against liberty, of incapacity against talent, of vice against virtue, of ignorance against enlightenment. This society aims at governing the world. Its object is universal domination. No such calamity has ever yet afflicted the world. And those who read my Atlantis book, look through the DVD, will remember the captions that I included there from 5,000 years BC. I mean, Luchette is writing in 1789. What about the comments of the great magicians and priestesses of ancient Ireland, of the Tuatha Dé Danann? Millennia-old predictions of exactly what Luchette is saying. What about Wolfgang von Goethe? Or so many of the other prophets who prophesied the falling off and the incredible climate of narcissism and the incredible climate of debauch. Many people say we're in the state we're in because we're actually in a kind of a Kal age, as the Vedic sages have described it. A Kal age of iron and tears. It's also been described as the Saturnalian period or the Saturnalian era. Other people call it the age of Dionysus, of just debauchery, narcissism, forgetfulness of meaning and spirit, in which anyone who tries to be sane, tries to be normal, tries to be virtuous, is basically an outsider. And we've covered the concept of the outsider thoroughly in other works. Divide and rule. It works perfectly. That's why it's done so often. Again and again, they wheel out the same strategies. Divide and rule. Ordo ab chaos. One-party systems. The Colonel James Bow Grites described it as a one-party system. Heckle or Jekyll, the lesser of two evils. Or even put it, the evil of two lessers is what you're faced with. And people are satisfied with this. They're satisfied with the fact that you cannot select the people that you vote for. They pop up like a jack-in-the-boxes and do their merry dance, and we blithely go along and imagine that, something's going to be different. We respond in exactly the same way to the same problem and imagine that the outcome is going to be different. Some people have defined that as insanity. It can be described as heads we win, tails you lose. Because by hook or by crook, meaning by monarchy or by theology, these people know how to crack the whip and keep the herd in exactly the direction that they feel it needs to go. And if the world can wake up to this fact that the political pigsty is hardly going to provide any true solutions to the world dilemma, then maybe true change can occur. We pointed out before that an ignorant rebel is no threat whatsoever to the system. In fact, he's the system's creation. That whole tune out, drop out tradition. Hey, yeah, I know it's crazy, I know it's worthless, so I'm not going to participate in it, which was so prevalent during the 60s. Did that achieve anything? War still go on, people still starve, giant corporate edifices still, get stronger and stronger in the world. Injustices everywhere. So you may have realized that, for some reason you don't buy into the lie. You've awakened that far. You may even have realized what it is you don't want to do in the world, what you don't want to participate in. But that's only 50% of the process. You yet have to realize that the other 50%, the real work, the proactive work, is to do something about it. Through developing, as we said in the beginning, your rational faculty, your creative judgment, you see, your eloquence in these matters. Gather the facts, gather the information, investigate, get your arms around as much of the information as you can. Don't worry about what other people are doing. Don't worry about if people are going to come and help you. Make this a passion. Do it out of love, like you do anything out of love. Discover the great mysteries of what's going on. Because simple rebellion, simple revolution is not good enough. In the movie V, we heard a really great statement. People should not be afraid of their governments. Governments should be afraid of the people. We even have people like Jefferson saying that every 5-10 years or so you should have a revolution. You should be armed to the teeth and you should be as angry as hell. Never let any type of federalist power, any oligarchical power. And America probably still has to wake up, despite the work of G. Edward Griffin, despite the work of Eustace Mullins, despite the work of Ezra Pound, and so many other fine writers of the first generation of conspiracy authors. Americans still don't realize, despite the work of Lyndon LaRouche and others, Webster Tarpley, that there's an oligarchy running America. If people go to my article called Weapons of Mass Destruction, Weapons of Mass Deception Found, an address, we have the quotes. We have the quotes from the Kissingers and the Eagleburgers and the Kennedys and these people that are the people's champions. We have their quotes, which from their own horse's mouth show you that they have allegiance to the British crown, that they're just itching for their daughters and their sons to marry into royalty, that they're just itching to get down on their bony knees in front of the Queen of England, the supreme atonist, and that businesses are just itching for her endorsement. And many of these business and corporations are the disseminators of the poisons that we spoke about earlier. These are the manufacturers of sorcery through the alcohol and through the inns and the taverns. A study of just the symbolism of English inns and taverns is one of the most enlightening things to look into all of this. There's so many areas that one can look into. Sugar, mercury, tobacco, caffeine. And now I want to lay on you something very heavy, but very important. And it has to do with the term superiority. Wow, that's a taboo word, isn't it? That's a word you're not meant to bandy around or use anymore. Superiority. Well, we don't want to talk about that, right? Inferior peoples, superior peoples. Well, the fact of the matter is there is such a thing as inferiority and superiority. But it's not of caste. It's not of class. It's of virtue. Whether you like to hear it or not, there is a moral superiority. There are people walking around, most of them outsiders, who are morally superior to those who are in power. And as I said, the people in power are morally inferior. They're the inferior ones. They have no morality. They have no virtue. They have no soul. They're degenerates with crowns upon their heads. And this is very important for us to understand, because we have to get in touch not only with our own selfhood, but with our own morality, and realize who really is the superior. We look up to these people as masters, as great overlords, and we project our own goodness onto them. And this is absolutely lethal. Bill Clinton said in November 1992, "Mine will be the most ethical administration in the history of the Republic." Is that true? Think back. Was his administration the most ethical known? If you're in any doubt about it, call the Serbs and ask them. Ever heard of Waco? This man is getting standing ovations on Oprah Winfrey's show. The chumps in the crowd have tears rolling down their cheeks. His biography is selling out. He's on the primetime TV shows. And not one sucker in the whole audience ever stood up and said, "Hey, do you remember Waco?" Of children who were bent backwards, whose spines broke because they were so convulsed, died in agony with their spines broken backwards because of the poisonous gas that this wonderful champion, this ethical man, sent and unleashed onto those people who had done nothing, had broken no rules whatsoever, broken no laws. And you think that's the only? Of course we know it's not the only instance of this kind of thing. We're dealing with barbarians with crowns upon their heads. Brock Chisholm, the director of the World Health Organization, has this to say. He says, "To achieve world government, it is necessary to remove from the minds of men their individualism, their loyalty to family traditions, and national identification." Esther Webster said it at the turn of the 20th century. Brock Chisholm was happy to tell you it right now. The same refrain. Unearth a man. Divide him. Get him so he doesn't know if he's coming or going. Get him outwardly in rivalry with every other group, every other sect and splinter group. Pull him by the legs, pull him by the arms. Inwardly divide him. Make sure he's an emotional wreck. Ian Williams Goddard said, "A society whose citizens refuse to see and investigate the facts, who refuse to believe that their government and their media will routinely lie to them and fabricate a reality contrary to verifiable facts, is a society that chooses and deserves the police state dictatorship it's going to get." You are getting it, and the secret lies in your own psyche. So until you take... nobody's going to, as I said, give you independence. Nobody comes and bestows freedom upon you. You must struggle for it. You must fight for it. And before you can do that, you must get angry. Not the wild, uncontrollable, narcissistic anger that comes when your silly ego needs aren't met, but when you're moved by the spirit of humanity, because you know that the house is burning and that somebody's shooting at you, that somebody's burning down something infinitely precious, something so much more important than other petty concerns, that you can't sleep, you can't rest until the wrong has been set right. The answer is to be unmutual, because the soulless man requires the handrails provided by society. He is the perfect citizen of the global village, and it is on its way. He happily exchanges his name for a number. He happily exchanges sovereignty for security. He's mutual. He relies on experts. He is, however, deeply self-sadistic. He manifests leaders who are exactly as he is. Power drive replaces virtue. External status replaces moral superiority. That kind of a man is a shell. He's a puppet. He's a mannequin. He's a robot. He's utterly artificial. He becomes thinner and thinner and thinner psychically and morally until almost all human traits, the truly human traits, are erased. That man who's running headlong from his emotions, he's heading straight into the digital kingdom of tomorrow, that purgatory, that great utopia that has been promised to him. But the strange thing is that the word utopia means no place. That's exactly what the word means. So what does that imply? Does that imply some sort of digital kingdom into which man is going to step? Will that be his heaven or will that be his hell? The answer to all this confusion, the answer to all this miasma and debauch is an anarchy of the mind. As we said, independence is not given to you, and true independence is of thinking. True individuality is of the mind. It can be expressed as an anarchy of the mind, not a physical anarchy. The man who should know, Mikhail Bakunin, who spent many of his years chained in Tsarist dungeons and who knew everything about the conflict in the relationship between freedom and slavery, he said, "To revolt is a natural tendency of life. Even a worm turns against the foot that crushes it. In general, the vitality and relative dignity of an animal can be measured by the intensity of its instinct to revolt." He goes on to say, "The liberty of man consists solely in this, that he obeys the laws of nature because he himself recognized them as such, and not because they have been imposed upon him externally by any foreign will whatsoever, human or divine, collective or individual." More recently, the writer Howard Zinn addresses the problem. He said, "Civil disobedience is not our problem. Our problem is civil obedience. Our problem is that numbers of people all over the world have obeyed the dictates of their leaders, of their government, and have gone to war. And millions have been killed because of this obedience. Our problem is that people are obedient all over the world in the face of poverty and starvation and stupidity and war and cruelty. Our problem is that people are obedient while the jails are full of petty thieves, and all the while the grand thieves are running the country. That's our problem. The rebel, the outsider, the one who becomes infused with, possessed by, if you will, the spirit of rebellion. And this concept of the outsider, and also the countdown to 2012, and the bringing in not only of an age of awakening, of revelation, a period when the masks start coming down, but of something I've referred to as the spirit of rebellion. This is possessing people today. It's awakening people today, and it's moving in the world. The spirit of rebellion to me is identical with the Holy Spirit, and on psychological terms, the Holy Spirit is nothing more than the self. And that is why I address this as a war on consciousness, because the self of a man, his individuality, his true sense of independence, is being constantly eroded, and it has been that way now for a long, long time. All these institutions, that's what they're about. The erasure of a man's own sense of selfhood, so that he's not in touch with himself. And this makes, of course, the perfect slave, the perfect person, non-person, the person who can be controlled. The following pictures were posted on my MSAR forum by a member. This is a clip, of course, from the movie The Ten Commandments with Charlton Heston, but the point in this instance has not necessarily to do with the movie, but the costumery. Here the actor, Charlton Heston, is wearing the traditional robes of the Levites. We've already been addressing in part 1 of the presentation the importance of the Levites, the importance of the 12 tribes, their actual origins. We covered the fact that Moses as a character may be identified with the Pharaoh Akhenaten. Pay attention to the red and the black and the white coloring of the tunic. All Jews will recognize that. All Jews will also recognize this Nazi flag. How many have noticed that the colors are identical? How many have noticed the Knights of Malta cross, which is nothing more than a pyramid seen from above? How many have noticed the swastika, which is originally astrological, representing the movement of Ursa Minor, and also Ursa Major for that matter? It's the old symbol of Saraswati, it's the old symbol of the fire gods of the Aryans. It is also 2 stylized serpents. But most importantly, the red, the black, and the white. On paper, we think the Jews and the Nazis are disconnected. Here we have a Nazi propaganda poster. Notice the pose of the male figure in the poster, undoubtedly carrying a red. Even though this image is black and white, we can surmise that he's holding the red flag with the Nazi swastika. All very common imagery we've seen in programs that deal with the Nazis. But here we have a commercial poster for American Meat Roundup during the war. How come it contains exactly the same kind of male figure and exactly the same pose holding the American flag? Why is the imagery the same? What are we being told here? I'm putting these in front of you because they make a perfect case for the subtextual, subliminal style of communication. These are in fact quite blatant examples, but they serve to illustrate the point of how important it is to be symbol literate. In part 1 we showed that the real king of the Jews, or Judites, or Jewess, was Akhenaten, the king of Amarna, here styled himself as the great lion of Judah with the Aten disc above his head. He is the root of all the various forms of corrupted solar worship that came out of Egypt and which infected Britain and other countries. We see the lion is also shown in the Indian Vedic tradition It's the tutelary symbol of the goddess. And that goddess turns up as Britannia, not because the idiom or the trope moved from the east to the west, but the reverse. From the book of Numbers, chapter 2, verse 3, we read, "And on the east side, towards the rising of the sun, shall they of the standard of the camp of Judah pitch throughout their armies." And in the strange garbled language of the Bible, we basically are hearing in that passage of the rising of the sun, and that the Judites are facing the sun. This, of course, again identifies, and albeit cryptically, that the Judites are Atenists, turning to the horizon, turning to where Aten rises. Genesis 49 emphasizes that Judah, the tribe of Judah, is a lion's whelp. All is explained when we understand what a whelp is. A whelp is the offspring, the young of a lion. So Judah is the lion. Judah is the servant of the lion. But Romans 2 gives us a new perspective. He is not a Jew who is one outwardly, but he is a Jew who is circumcised of heart. Now in part 1 we emphasize this, about what a true Aryan is, what a true Jew is, a man of the trees, an elder, an astrologer, a man fit to heal the earth, the original Judites, that is. And here we find it in the Bible, Romans, that a Jew is not somebody who wears garments or robes or a yarmulke or goes to synagogue. A Jew is a man pure of heart. It's as simple as that. In Revelation 2:9, it says, "I know your tribulation and your poverty, but you are rich, and the blasphemy of those who say they are Jews and are not, but are the synagogue of Satan." So the obelisk doubles as a symbol for Lucifer. The lion is the symbol of these Atenists. And in the true meaning of the terms that they've adopted, that they've cannibalized and that they've appropriated, of course, they're not the original. They are most definitely the fake, regardless of what song they sing, regardless of what dance they do, regardless of what palava they create and write, regardless of the edifices they put out and the statues that they erect. These are moral degenerates. Now, Jacob Prasch, in a book called Jesus in the Talmud, writes, "One way to understand modern Judaism is to compare it to Roman Catholicism or Eastern Orthodoxy. Those churches claim to be Christian, but if one reads the New Testament, it is quickly obvious that they are not at all Christian. Rather, they are built from largely pagan traditions which have little or nothing to do with the original teachings of Jesus and the apostles. This is a religion that comes in the guise of Christianity, bearing the title Christian Church, but it is in no way true to what Jesus taught." That's right. The real Jews, those signified by the fasci, those waving the flags, symbolized by the lions, the great lions, the lion head, which you find on so many mausoleums and government bodies and edifices. These are the Merovingians. These are the old members of the Dragon Court. It's got nothing to do with religion. It has everything to do with bloodline and the control of the human race. The lion, of course, is a symbol of Mark, which is also the symbol of Vatican City. The lion is the symbol of Vatican City. We find, as we pointed out in part 1, that the lion is used in the British heraldry and appears even on the famous door of 10 Downing Street. The symbol of the Jesuits. These are ostensibly a Catholic order, but there's so much more than that for those who've really done their homework. Look at their logo. The IHS was sacred to Bacchus, who is a form of Dionysus. Dionysus being a form of the Celtic, or more correctly the Irish, Isus. So the Christian Jesus is nothing unique. But the symbol of the Jesuits, it just happens to be a sun disk. Many images of the Christ, of Jesus, show him with the rays, the solar rays, emphasizing again Christianity, Catholicism, Protestantism. These are all branches of Atonism, just in the same way that Atonism is a branch of Ammonism, and just in the same way that Ammonism is a branch of Druidism. the previous quotes, they spoke of the synagogue of Satan. They addressed the false Jews. On the left we see a symbol of the British portcullis. It's actually a symbol for the Revenue Department of England, and it's designed with 12 squares like a Cohen or serpent breastplate. Now the term Cohen means serpent priest. And for those who have never seen a Cohen breastplate before, the figure in the center there is wearing one. That breastplate there is of 12 gems. It's mentioned in the book of Revelation. He's the Jewish high priest, and that breastplate is often referred to as the Urim and the Thummim, with 12 diadems. The Levites, of course, were originally Irish Druids, as we saw in part 1, and not Jews as we know them today. Here's the Masonic version. Here's the Masonic compass and rule with the diadem, the Urim and Thummim, with 12 compartments. Exactly the same as the British symbol for the Revenue Department. Frederick Haberman, in his book Tracing Our Ancestors, says the Druids were dressed in white robes, the bard in blue. The Archdruid wore a golden breastplate set with 12 jewels, similar to the breastplate of the High Priest of Israel. Such a breastplate has been found on a skeleton in one of the Stonehenge tombs. In part 1 we talked about these connections between East and West. We talked about the kings Menez and Skota and Tia Tefi and Jeremiah and other Eastern peoples. L.A. Waddell, the author, pointed out in his work about Brutus, the Trojan, moving west from the east, of course, albeit in later times. And here we have again clear and distinct evidence written by a leading British Israelite who is happy to tell you that the Jews got their breastplate, this very, very important piece of regalia, from the Druids. In fact, the very robes that these rabbis and priests of the East wear were original to Irish Druidism. Samuel Sharp, in his excellent book Egyptian Mythology and Egyptian Christianity, says the breastplate of judgment worn by the Jewish high priest, called the Urim and Thummim, meaning emblems of royalty and truth, was also borrowed from Egypt, as we learn from these names, which are derived from the Egyptian words Oro, meaning king, and Thumé, meaning justice or truth. The god Horus Ra is Uro, and the goddess with a feather on her head is Thumé. So there's the Egyptian aspect of it. But in our work we always emphasize that most of the Egyptian traditions, especially those of the Ammonists, which certainly go back to pre-dynastic times, meaning much further back than the history books and the Egyptologists are wont to tell us, these were inherited from the Shemsu Hor, the disciples of Horus, that I believe came from the West, the Druids. George Smith, in his book The Gentile Nations, published in 1853, this is a book on the Egyptian origin of Hebrew religious symbols. He says, when engaged in judicial duties, the archjudge wore, suspended by a chain from his neck, a small figure ornamented with precious stones. This was a representation of the goddess worshipped under the twofold character of truth and justice, and was called Thumé. It has been supposed, with good reason, that this was a corruption of the same patriarchal element afterward developed in the Hebrew religion as the Thummim of the high priest. The picture at the bottom right is of Sir Thomas More wearing what is known as the chain of the Essen, or the Esses. It has little S's all the way around it. With the in the center, it's the Triskelion of the Irish. But the S's collar is obviously a rendition of the god, the sun god Essa. Here we see Pope Paul VI wearing the Jewish Cohen breastplate that we've been talking about. So it turns up in Catholicism now. The popes are wearing it. Well, we've always been mentioning that the popes are the descendants, ideological descendants of the cult of Aton from Egypt. The Vatican is a front for the all-powerful cult of Aton, which also funds the Illuminati and the Masonic orders. The chief Jesuit is referred to as the General, which just happens to be a term that Akhenaten used for himself. The skull cap, that is also worn by Jewish rabbis, was originally worn by the sun priests of Egypt. Heraldry. British heraldry, European heraldry, German heraldry, Austrian heraldry, French heraldry, Belgian heraldry, Scottish heraldry. What do we see? We see the eagle, we see the phoenix-type bird, and we see the lion and the dragon images combined. Sometimes we see 3 claws or 3 crowns representing Druidism. On the picture on the top right, the tail of the lion is very serpentine-like, representing the dragon bloodline. The flag of Wales. Wales was known as the place of the strangers or the foreigners, signifying those who invaded and settled from abroad, probably from France. Here's the standard of Scotland. An early Habsburg dynasty crest is behind it, strikingly similar to that of King William I in the 12th century, whose red lion became the standard of Scotland. It also resembles the arms of King Richard, the famous lion-hearted, and many other heraldic devices of English kings and nobles. Now, regardless of the ages that pass and of the dynasties which come and go, the symbols remain conspicuously similar. Here we have the cultivaton red lion on the flag of Scotland. A symbol of the sign of Leo, it refers to the royal dynasties of Egypt. The fleurs-de-lis are incorporated probably to commemorate the arrival of the Knights Templar from France. They may also connote visitations much earlier in history. Here we have the standard of the Prince of Wales. We showed it in part 1, and we emphasized that at his coronation, Charles sat upon a throne bearing a red dragon emblem. His mother spoke these words over him: "This dragon gives you your power, your throne, and your authority." Well, he certainly took it to his head, because in 1992, Charles petitioned the European Union to be made king of all Europe. These guys really are legends in their own minds, and they might be ruling over you if they get their way. Here we have the flag of the Church of Scotland, bearing a mosaic burning bush. The picture on the right shows you the 3 roots. And this cross is also meant to symbolize, the cross and the flag is meant to symbolize number 10, just like in the Roman numerals. Here we have the Plantagenet crest. This is a French dynasty that ended up being kings of England. The red dragon is in the center. It's so close to the one mentioned cryptically by Queen Elizabeth. This is the arms of the Habsburg and Habsburg-Lorraine dynasties of Europe. And we heard about them in part 1. We heard about Charles de Lorraine, and we also discovered that this Charles de Lorraine, a French Knights Templar, a very important king, a very important noble. His brother was also a lord, a king. We find out that this Charles de Lorraine was married to the Habsburg. His wife was a member of the Habsburgs dynasty. Now this is one of their coats of arms, very similar to it. And to whom the Habsburg, Queen Elizabeth, is related to the Habsburgs. She's called Windsor, but she's related to the Habsburgs. The dragon bloodline has been preserved in the Merovingian, Carolingian, Tudor, Plantagenet, Stuart, Habsburgs, Hanoverian, Saxe-Coburg-Gotha, Guelph, Bose-Lyon, Battenberg, which was later itself changed to Mountbatten, and the Guise and Savoy families, as well as many others. The Merovingians may have derived their title from the word for the sea, or from Mer, meaning pyramid, and also high ones. The powerful Plantagenet kings of England were a part of the Angevin dynasty of France, and were also known as the House of Anjou. They were, like the Bourbons and House of Orleans, a branch of the Capetian dynasty of Europe, and the word Capet means the big heads, or the chiefs. Here we have the royal arms of England, the Queen's personal emblem. Note the Druidic bardic harp that appears, as well as the Egyptian lions. During the coronation of British monarchs, the following words from Handel's Zadok the Priest are sung. Zadok the Priest and Nathan crowned King Solomon. During the coronation of the Queen, King Solomon is mentioned, Zadok is mentioned. Who was Zadok? Who are the Zadokites? Have they any connection to Egypt? In the Irish Origins books we explain that absolutely that is the case, and moreover that Solomon is not necessarily a person. Of course, Solomon has been traced back to various pharaohs, to Thutmose III and so on. In the book we have a detailed description of which biblical figures correspond to which members of Egyptian dynasties, in the same way that we pointed out in part 1 that Akhenaten is connected to Moses. But if we look at the symbols of the lion and the unicorn, we find out that the unicorn represents the servants of the lion, the Judites. The white unicorn represents those who are the minions of, the lackeys of, the lieutenants of. The lion is on the other side representing the royals, the Atenists, because these elites, they must have servants in order to gain their power. Every coterie, every criminal organization operates hierarchically. So the standard that you see of the Queen of England, that you see so many times with the lion and the unicorn, not only represents the steering committee, the big chiefs, symbolized by the Atenist red lion of Leo and also of Aries, but also the pale white unicorn representing the house of Judah, representing those who are the disciples, the followers, and the pages and exons, the ones who carry out the duties that are handed down by that executive of power. Here we have the crest of the Knights Templar, featuring the same lion and unicorn motif that appears on so many royal coats of arms. These are Atenist symbols. The crown above the cross is pharaonic. The red cross can be found on prehistoric Phoenician and British megaliths. The cross and the crown are also employed by American Scottish Rite Freemasons who work in secret to undermine the sovereignty of America on behalf of their Atenist chiefs in London and Rome. The kings of the Merovingian dynasty were believed to have been born with birthmarks in the form of a cross. We showed in part 1 that the Rothschild crest, the crest of the Rothschilds, is markedly royal in appearance. Of course, the Rothschilds weren't royal. Official history, biographies even that they have commissioned, clearly point out that they were penniless people that lived in the ghetto in Frankfurt on Main. But their symbol is practically identical to those used by the British royals. Here we have 3 interesting pictures. One of Albert Pike, the famous Freemason, one of Al Gore, and one of the tele-evangelist, Pat Robertson. And their hand is clenched in the form of what's known in Masonry as the lion's paw. Again, stressing the whole idea to be symbolically literate. This Pat Robertson puts himself forward as an evangelist, as a Christian, but check out his lineage. Check out how he's funded, where his money goes. Follow the checks. And the same thing applies to so many other people in the media and in positions of government and so on. Now in 1 Peter 5, verse 8 we read, "Be sober, be vigilant, because your adversary the devil walks about like a roaring lion, seeking whom he may devour." Is this a reference to the Atenists? Tony Bushby, in his Secret in the Bible, says, "The lion was a symbol for the first degrees of initiation, the sign which allowed the opening of a book, so to speak. It possibly represented the royalty of initiation, the status that comes with being aware of what is concealed." Here we have a crest from Europe showing everything. Druidic oak leaves, 13 on each side, a Masonic checkerboard motif, lions' heads, a trinity of Druidic bars, the double cross of Lorraine, a phoenix, and an Atenist crown with pyramids. The double cross of Lorraine is, in our estimation, a composite symbol indicating Jesus, the Christ, and the Christ before him, namely Akhenaten, who is symbolized by the lions and the crown at the top. Akhenaten is also the phoenix who rose from the ashes after the banishment from Egypt. The fact that the design is embraced by Irish oak leaves is also most suggestive. Here we have the logo for Trinity Broadcasting Network. Again, we see the lion, the unicorn, the dove. The dove stands for the Davids, and the Irish zodiacal sun cross. Now, Christian anti-Masons cannot understand why Masons employ what appears to be Christian symbolism. They have to discover that the Christ referenced in Masonic works is not their Jesus, but a previous monotheist, namely Akhenaten of Egypt. This is the reason why the cross is used alongside the rose and or the crown. Here we see the doves on the standards of the British Royals. It's a cryptogram for the Davids, the commanders of the cult of Aton. It also appears on Visa credit cards and on corporations like Greenpeace and in political organizations like Sinn Féin. Also, we can note the Malta crosses. These Malta crosses have been used by the Nazis, but they can be found on Babylonian and Sumerian and Hittite and Gothic and Phoenician symbols, stonework, friezes and murals and so on. Here's the standard of the Belgian kings, showing 3 lions. Belgium is important because at the Bank of Belgium, the so-called rivals, the Stuarts and the House of Orange, kept their accounts. The Windsor family have dynastic ties to this important Masonic Atonist country. And my colleague Andrew Power pointed out that the whole Battle of the Boyne, which was ostensibly fought between these rival groups of Protestants and Catholics, Stuarts and the Orange men, the House of Orange, King William I. He pointed out that you can take as many metal detectors down there to the Battle of Boyne as you like, and you're not going to find even so much as a button or a belt buckle or a bullet or a musket or anything. His point was that there was no real physical battle there. In part 1 we talked about omission, that one of the devices of control and to create confusion and to skew history is omission. Well, there's certainly a big omission in Irish history, that at the place where a colossal historical battle was meant to be fought, with hundreds of dead, not a single metal piece has been discovered to show that any kind of battle took place there. And Andrew Power discovered that the whole thing was ritual. The whole thing was based on astrotheology. And that as soon as King William's horse entered the river, one of the great planets, Jupiter, or I can't remember which, was crossing the Milky Way. That the lion and the unicorn were there. Not on Earth, but in the sky. The lion and the unicorn, Cancer and Leo. And in artwork, he showed that the King William's horse represents with the sword between its ears. You step back from the canvas and you think it's the unicorn. That even King Billy on his horse, with his sword between the ears of the horse, is subliminally meant to look like the sign for Cancer. We're talking royal houses here, astrology and astronomy. Here's the coat of arms of the House of Hesse. This house is related to the House of Orange. They were funders and promoters of the Rothschild dynasty. The colors red, white, blue and black are of the Temple of Solomon. And let us reiterate that Solomon need not be a human being. When the Masons are talking Solomon or Sol Aton, they're referring to Aton the sun. They're referring to mystery school traditions and teachings. It's a title, not of one man, but of many chieftains, many commanders, just like David. In fact, many could say that even Joshua or Jesus are titles, not personal names. Here's the standard, the coat of arms of the Rothschild dynasty. They're not of royal blood, but they've served the Venetian and Hanoverian royals, from whom their power derives. Above his door, Amschel Rothschild displayed the sun eagle of Aton with 5 arrows in its claw, a nearly identical symbol to that now found on the US $1 bill. The monuments to the Catholic Stuart dynasty of Scotland and England is in Rome. The Stuarts were one of the many dragon dynasties ruling the world. The word Stuart means steward, signifying those who rule in place of another, or who officiate for another higher and more elusive authority. Interestingly, the Stuarts were known as the Jacobite kings, this of course refers to the father of the Israelites, Jacob. The father of the Israelites, the father of the Atonists. The British flag is today referred to as the Union Jack for the same reason. Another Stuart symbol was the white rose. The Stuarts were powerful Freemasons, negating the idea that Catholicism is against such secret societies. The Stuart treasure was lodged in the same Belgian bank that kept the accounts of their on-paper Protestant enemy, the Hanoverian King William of Orange, as we said. William had more Stuart blood in him than James Stuart did. His own wife, Mary, was sister of James Stuart. The Stuarts only appeared to be deposed. It was James I who commissioned the King James Bible. James I was suggestively referred to as Jacob or Jacobus, hence the Jacobin period of English history. That's right. King William and his wife had more Stuart blood in them than James Stuart, the Catholic they were trying to overthrow. The Battle of Boyne was nothing more than a ritual, a ceremonial handing over of power. It's all on paper. It's all scripted for TV. It's scripted for the history books, and people accept this. It doesn't matter to a Freemason whether you're Catholic or Protestant, Jewish or Christian, Islamic or Jewish. That's for the marketplace. In the silence of the sanctum, in the silence of the tabernacle, in the inner chambers, where they shake hands and dance on their desks and clink their glasses and chuckle, and they go up to the battlements and look down at the rest of the circus. They know the truth. There's only one God to worship. There's only one law, one world order. The Stuarts, like their close relatives, the Tudors, had close connections to the French Templars. Indeed, the French fleur-de-lis appears on most English heraldry, as we said. These royal dynasties had been exposed to Druidism via the Chaldean monks from Ireland. The name James, from the Gaelic Seamus, meant gatekeeper or guardian in the Egyptian language. In Egyptian, it is also known as Shamar or Shemez. It may also relate to Shemsu, meaning disciple or follower, in this case, disciple of Aton. Lawrence Gardner, in Bloodline of the Holy Grail, writes, in Britain, during their later exile, the Stuart kings were at the very forefront of Scottish Rite Freemasonry, which was founded on the most ancient of all arcane knowledge and universal law. Their Breton heritage was closely allied to the noble families of Boulogne and Jerusalem, and their background was largely Templar-inspired. We turn again to the Caesars of Rome. These are creators of a worldwide empire that subjugated the nations and decimated tribes. The Romans dominated Egypt for 400 years, from the time of Augustus in 30 BC to 395 BC. Their empire was colossally wealthy. Many emperors were distinguished by terms and titles such as Divi Filius, meaning Son of God. They considered themselves supreme gods and kings of the known world. There was no room in their world for a reluctant Jewish Messiah of obscure heritage. The Jesus of St. Paul and of Rome was a clever frontman for someone who, like the very Caesars, had a very definite heritage and who also aspired to the creation of a new world order, to replace one that was lost. The Roman Jupiter, Ammon, was a version of the ancient Egyptian sun god Amun, or Amun-Ra. Julius Caesar was deified in the temple of Ammon, and afterwards he was considered a living god. The word Caesar, from Caesar or Caesar, gives us the word Caesarion, meaning to be severed and removed from the womb or mother. The word originally meant the sun, and has the same meaning as other elite titles such as Sa, which meant Orion or Osiris, Sira, the title the Egyptians used for Pharaoh, Shah, which we find is the Arabic for king, Sera, which means princess, Sahib, Tsar, or Tsar, the Russian emperors, words like shaman, Surya, sire, seer, and sir, all represent the sun. Emperors up to Constantine portrayed Sol Invictus on their official coinage, with the legend Soli Invicto Comiti, thus claiming the unconquered sun as the companion to the emperor. In other words, the Roman Caesars, the bishops of Rome, all worshipped the sun. The statuettes of Sol Invictus, carried by the standard bearers, appear in 3 places in reliefs on the Arch of Constantine. Now, Constantine's official coinage continues to bear legends relating to Sol Invictus until about 323 AD. Constantine decreed, in March 7th, 321, Dies Solis, Day of the Sun. That's Sunday, as the Roman day of rest. In fact, the religion of Sol Invictus continued to be part of the state religion until paganism was abolished by a decree of Theodosius I on February 27th, 1390, or 390. February 27th, 390. On the venerable day of the sun, let the magistrates and people residing in the cities rest, and let all workshops be closed. In the country, however, persons engaged in agriculture may freely and lawfully continue their pursuits, because it often happens that another day is not suitable for grain growing or vine planting, lest by neglecting the proper moment for such operations, the bounty of heaven should be lost. So the emperors who decreed that Sunday would be the day of rest were doing so because they were sun worshippers. James Bonwick, in his book Irish Druids and Old Irish Religions, published in 1894, said, when the Christians assaulted the Osirian temple at Alexandria and with destructive force entered its sacred precincts, they saw a huge cross occupying the marble pavement. Great, too, was the surprise of the Spaniards to find the same emblem in the churches of aboriginal America. The Tau or cross meets one's view in the ornamental relics of many lands. Godfrey Higgins, in Celtic Druids, published in 1830, wrote, few causes have been more powerful in producing mistakes in ancient history than the idea, hastily formed by all ages, that every monument of antiquity marked with a cross, or with any of those symbols which they conceived to be monograms of Christ, were of Christian origin. The cross is as common in India as in Egypt or Europe. Hargrave Jennings, in a book called The Masculine Cross and Ancient Sex Worship, 1874, said that the rabbis say that when Aaron was made high priest, he was marked on the forehead by Moses with the figure of an X. This is the same X, the same cross that we find on the heraldry, on the coats of arms, and even on the flags. It is still preserved today. As seen on the flag of St. George, the Ulster flag, and the Union Jack of England, the Red Cross has a very old history going back to Egypt and the worship of the god Set, who was connected with the colors red and blue. An ancient name for Egypt was Morai, and the hieroglyphic for this word featured a circle and cross identical to those seen on many flags and emblems of the world, particularly those of Britain. The word Mor, or Mer, also referred directly to the Giza pyramid and to the keepers of the knowledge of the pyramid. And we saw in part 1 that the Mor, or Mer, gives rise to the Merovingians, a very powerful dynasty. And of course, wouldn't those Merovingians then be using the symbol of the Egyptian serpent? Wouldn't they be using the symbol of the sun? Wouldn't they be using the symbol of the pyramid? So today when we find massive corporations, not only the architecture of the buildings of these corporations shaped with pyramidical designs, but when we find these pyramids on the symbols of banks and of insurance agencies and powerful corporations, when we find it in the technical world and the technical corporations, and symbols of the serpent, and symbols of ancient symbols out of the Bible, out of the scriptures, are these the insignias and emblems of the elites who've bought and paid for these corporations and who secretly run them from behind closed doors? The Red Cross, therefore, it is a word, Merovingian, connects two secret societies in their knowledge. Expert on Egypt, Ralph Ellis, has discovered that there may be good reason why the Craft Lodge of Freemasonry is known as the Blue Lodge, and why Freemasonry have blue degrees, and why it is that blue is used by the super elite order known as the Knights of the Garter, founded by King Edward III in 1348, and presently headed by the Queen of England. Ellis has shown that there is a connection between the legendary St. George, the Dragon Slayer, and the god Set, who also entered into combat with the serpent Apophis, using a spear to overcome his serpentine adversary. One of the meanings of the Egyptian word Set is garter. The name also means secret. Like the ancient worshippers of Set, and like the Egyptian nobility, the Knights of the Garter wear a blue-colored band upon their person. It is usually hidden from view or kept secret. but a look at the symbolism of various corporations and government bodies reveals much use of this blue ribbon, or blue band or tie. A master mason is bestowed a jewel upon a blue ribbon. St. Michael is a variation of St. George. In Egyptian, the name Michael is Makel, meaning blue. The knightly connection is made sensible when it is realized that the god Set was often the tutelary deity for commanders in the Egyptian military. He was considered a god of war and conflict. He presided over the hot red deserts and over storms and natural disasters. In Egyptian, a title for Set was Djuji. This is the probable origin of the name adopted by so many British kings, George. The name refers directly to the god Set, and Set had been the original god of the Hyksos dynasty, who later became followers of Akhenaten and his Atenists. It appears that the flag of England that contains the Setian red cross and blue background is nothing less than an Atenist flag, pure and simple. The pharaonic crown of Lower Egypt, the area dominated by the Hyksos, was known as the Deshret, or the red crown. Of course, Egyptologists know all about Set, and Set is in fact often considered a god of evil. Probably we can interpret it a little bit better than that. Probably we can say that it's not that Set himself, the god, actually represented evil, but that he was the god of the evil ones. When we understand the nature of the Hyksos people, we might find that it's because those people were so despised and so hated, that the god that they worshipped is not so much the god of evil, but the god of the evil ones. Now, ergo, it is not St. George who is the patron saint of England then, but Set of the Hyksos. In general terms, whenever the code term red is used in the Old Testament, it denotes the Hyksos dynasty. Connected to the Order of the Garter is the most distinguished order of St. Michael and St. George, formed in 1818. Additionally, legend has it that the senior members of the Merovingian dynasty of France, and these are founders of the Knights Templar order, had birthmarks in the shape of a red cross. Madame Helena Blavatsky, in her Isis Unveiled, says, archaeological explorations have indicated him, that's St. Michael, as identical with Anubis, whose effigy was lately discovered upon an Egyptian monument, with a cuirass and holding a spear, like St. Michael and St. George. He is also represented as slaying a dragon that has the head of a serpent. Here we have the Nazis, and we notice that the Nazis and their Masonic Atenist solar eagle. Hitler, Himmler, and the other Nazi agents of the British Crown never ceased to refer to themselves as the New Templars. Appropriating and misusing the sacred title of Aryan, they distorted and obscured the true meaning of this term that signified the Druids, or the elders, the wise and perfected men of any race. Adolf Hitler, a British Atenist agent, is here seen with King Edward VII of the Windsor family. The Windsors are of German and Venetian ancestry. Sir Oswald Mosley, the leader of Britain's fascist party during the Second World War years, was related to the Windsor royals. Greg Hallett, the author of Hitler Was a British Agent, has exposed the connections between the Nazis and the British Crown. In his Mein Kampf, Hitler hypocritically professed hatred for the world's aristocracy. When it comes to contradictions of history, they're without end. And here we have one. We showed earlier the similarity between the tunics of the Judahites is exactly the colors of the Nazi flag. Here we find out that Hitler, who's nothing more than a British agent, employed, like his henchmen, Karl Haushofer and Rudolf Hess, all employees of the British Crown, the British aristocrats. But all the way through the book Mein Kampf, he's complaining and threatening and implicating the so-called aristocrats of Germany. What duplicity! What lies! Now we turn to Zoroaster and Zoroastrianism. It's a solar cult mystery religion that developed in Persia around 1200 BC, shortly after the time of the removal of Akhenaten from Egypt. This solar-based religion is uncannily similar to Atonism. It preceded Christianity. Zoroaster may have been the prototype for Paul's Jesus. Zoroastrianism was important under the Sassanid Empire of Persia, or modern Iran. It is not known whether Zoroaster was a historical figure. Dates for his existence vary widely, anything from 2000 BC to 458 BC. Now the term Zoro means golden, and it's close to Sura or Surya, meaning the sun. Zoroaster is taken to mean golden star. He is considered the creator of the Magi, who really go back much further, and who had Western origins. Zoroastrianism plays a role in the Masonic tradition. The god Zoroaster was known as Ormuzd or Ormuzd, or as Ahura Mazda, the god of light. Apparently he was a version of Horus, Amun-Ra, and Aton. In Mozart's Masonic opera, The Magic Flute, the character Sarstro was portrayed as the fount of all wisdom. Then we turn to the cult of Mithras. This is a Hellenistic solar cult that thrived in the 2nd century BC during the time of the Roman Empire. It particularly attracted men from the Roman military and was very popular among Romans in general. The sun god Mithras, or Mithra, overcomes the bull of Taurus. Mithras represents the sun moving from the sign of Taurus into Aries. This astrological phase shift had obsessed Akhenaten and his Atenists. Their god was the sun, and the sun's relative position in the heavens mattered greatly to his watchers. We can refer you to the Irish Origins Appendix number 9 and to the book Terror and the Illuminati by David Livingstone that explores these other sun cults. Of course, in part 1, we noted that after the expulsion of Akhenaten, he simply didn't disappear, nor did the Atenists disappear, as most historians believe. After the 17th year of Akhenaten's reign, he's meant to have just faded away and died. Nefertiti disappears into the wild blue yonder, and basically we hear nothing more. Of course, the trail didn't end there. The trail moved west. The story is that the Hyksos, they have been rewritten as the Israelites and the Judites of biblical history. But it's also interesting that after the time of Akhenaten's expulsion, various other very similar cults of the sun, solar cult type groups and belief systems start appearing. And we need to bear these in mind, because they could be Atonism under different forms. The Atonists are royals, nobles. They'd be welcomed into Babylon by people there. They would have colleagues from the very first Exodus at the beginning of the 18th dynasty. The Exodus we were addressing in part 1 was a later Exodus, during the latter part of the 18th dynasty, at the time of Akhenaten. But hundreds of years before this, at the beginning of the 18th dynasty, was another mass exodus of Hyksos. And we go into that in our work. So these original Hyksos people who had already been removed from Egypt would have been welcoming Akhenaten and his coterie with open arms. And they may have found homes in Syria, in nearby Babylon, in Greece and Rome. We can be assured of this. So Akhenaten and his Hyksos, these so-called Judites and Israelites of the Bible, would not have been wandering in any desert for 40 years. They would have been immediately greeted and warmly welcomed by their colleagues, by their family members, and by other colleagues that they had throughout the world. We have estimated that they were connected to the Scythian race. They may have been connected to the Amorites and the Cretans and the Minoans. So these people would have found homes. And therefore, not wanting to lose their empire again, we find various Roman cults of the sun appearing. In fact, we find Christianity appearing and Judaism appearing. But could not also Zoroastrianism and Mithraism be part of this trunk? Could they not be branches of the trunk of Atonism? We've already established that Christianity is, that Judaism is, that Irish Chaldeanism is, that Templarism is, that Freemasonry is. So we have the main trunk, and we have all the little branches and twigs to bear in mind also. During the time when the sun made its transit from Taurus into Aries, Egyptian priests were at odds. Some wished to continue with the old paradigm, while others hailed the change. The scene at Mount Sinai, in which the chosen people build a golden calf, cryptically refers to the schism in the ranks. The cult of Mithras was not so much different from Sol Invicti cult, to which the Emperor Constantine belonged, and both cults were, in our mind, variants of Egyptian Atonism. Here is a photograph of Aton, D.C. Because Washington, D.C.'s White House is nothing more than a new capital for Atonism. The Egyptian symbolism in the city design should leave us in no doubt of this. However, the symbolism is not, as most researchers estimate, merely Masonic or Zionist, but Atonist. The White House. Now it shares the same name as the new government center in Moscow. The name originally comes from Egypt. The white and red houses of the late First Dynasty were departments that officiated for the will of Pharaoh. The second most important state building in Egypt was the treasury. It was known as the Per Hetch, meaning the White House. Michael Rice, in his book Who's Who in Ancient Egypt, wrote, "The office rendered as Chamberlain was responsible for all public functions undertaken by the king and for the management of his affairs. The Chancellor attested from the First Dynasty directed all the concerns of government with Egypt's wealth, the collection of taxes, and the control of the treasuries of the two lands. Theoretically, and sometimes in fact, there were two treasuries, one for each of the kingdoms, known as the White House and the Red House, for Upper and Lower Egypt respectively. Each had its dependent bureaucracy under officials who reported to the Chancellor, who in turn reported to the Vizier." That's right, the White House and the Red House. They're Egyptian. Here's the picture of the so-called Laurel Room at Camp David. The leaders, or more correctly misleaders, go up on the hill to plot and plan. The hill is fundamental Egyptian symbol of power. It is an Atonist symbol, not a Jewish one, although it was co-opted by the Zionists. References to the pyramidical hill appear in the Old Testament. For instance, Micah 4, verse 2-3. "And many nations shall come, and say, Come, let us go up to the mountain of the Lord, Zion, to the house of the God of Jacob," that's Israel, "and he may teach us his ways, and we will walk, we may walk in his paths. For out of Zion shall go forth the law and the word of the Lord from Jerusalem, and he shall judge between many people, and shall decide for nations far off." In fact, the book of Micah, the word Micah, means those who are unique. Well, the Atonists were certainly that. Now, Camp David does not refer to King David, as most will erroneously believe. It refers to the Davids, or commanders of Aton, to the biological and ideological bloodline of Akhenaten. A secondary connotation of the word David is to divide. The Atonists are certainly experts at creating division. Divide and rule has been both an apt motto and a method for them in their interminable war for global domination. In Leviticus 25, verse 44-46, "Your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves, and you may also buy some of the temporary residents living among you and members of their clans born in your country, and they will become your property. You can will them to your children as inherited property, and you can make them slaves for life, but you must not rule over your fellow Israelites ruthlessly." Well, it's a manifesto. It's a political document to show how you conquer nations, how you rape their women, murder their cattle, enslave the men. This is the manifesto of the Atonists. This is what the Bible is, nothing more than the Chronicle or the Book of the Pharaohs. It's a manual for building a perfect new world order. Isaiah 62, verse 1, "For Zion's sake I will not keep silent. For Jerusalem's sake I will not remain quiet, till her righteousness shines out like the dawn, her salvation like a blazing torch." Aliens shall stand and feed your flocks, says Isaiah 61. Foreigners shall be your plowmen and vine dressers, but you shall be called priests of the Lord. Men will speak of you as ministers of our God. Isaiah 60. Foreigners will build your walls, and their kings will serve you. Your gates will always stand open. They will never be shut, day or night, so that men may bring you the wealth of the nations. This is Akhenaten's new kingdom. This is the new world order. This is the new Israel, the new Zion. What was lost in ages past, in the old world disorder, will be rebuilt again in the new world order. Those words appear on the American dollar bill. The Judaic Atenist eagle and the Egyptian pyramid of Aton appear on the $1 bill. Washington, D.C.'s design should leave us in no doubt that what is being built here is a new empire of the sun, into which all people will be debt slaves. There can be no resistance. There can be no let-up. The image of Paramount Pictures here is interesting. This logo cryptically depicts Mount Sinai and the 22 arcana, or stars, of the stellar cult. It was at Sinai that the cult of Aton recuperated after their expulsion from Egypt. Para is a word meaning beyond. Paramount simply means beyond the mountain, and is symbolic reference to our times, our historical times, the times beyond or after, the time of Sinai. The symbol above is also a cryptic reference to the three great pyramids of Giza. Here we have the image for Columbia Pictures. This is an astrological image connoting the sign of Virgo. The word Columbia means dove and refers surreptitiously to the Davids, that is, to the elites of the cult of Aton. The U.S. Statue of Liberty is an Egyptian symbol that also connotes this cult of Aton, the true owners and rulers of America. The star that the statue is erected upon symbolizes Sirius. At The Hague, in Holland, the previous seat of the EU government, stands a huge black widow-like spider. Spider webs are seen on the US dollar bill, on Mormon architecture, at the so-called Nazca lines in Peru, and on obelisks and civic buildings. It represents the force of darkness that spins the webs of deceit to entrap minds and souls. In the web of the spider, the trapped victim strangles itself through its very attempt to be free. Of course, the point is well made that if you don't know what you're doing, and your rival, your enemy, is smarter than you are, and you don't know how the game works, you could end up trying to get free and imprison yourself all the more. This is what has been happening to the brothers and sisters in the past, who have little knowledge. As the poet Alexander Pope said so wisely, "Drink it or touch it not, the Pyrenean spring. A little knowledge is a dangerous thing." We're dealing with people who have great knowledge. We're dealing with adepts, corrupt as they may be, but slimy and intelligent and ruthless. So it takes a certain kind of knowledge, as we've been saying all throughout this presentation. It takes a certain kind of understanding of the way the world works. It takes us to go up to the high windows, to the high balcony, and look over the whole of creation, the whole of the world. We have to start seeing, instead of one square on the board, try and get a glimpse of the whole board game. Try to get that sense of clairvoyance and understanding. Develop it slowly through pattern recognition and symbolic literacy. Slowly getting your arms around the information, slowly accruing all the facts, until you start getting an idea of this spider and how it works. Here's the original symbol of the Dodge Company of America. We've been talking about the takeover America and how the various corporations are employing this Masonic symbolism and Atonist symbolism. Well, the car company's original logo prominently featured Judaic or Atonist star of the Davids. Now that's been replaced with the Martian ram's head in blood red colors. And we emphasize, of course, that the ram is the symbol of Aries, which was sacred to the god Aton and to the Atonists. ABC Towers, a media network area in Los Angeles, significantly the building of this media leviathan, are shaped, both buildings there are, and they're shaped like two equilateral triangles. Well, two such triangles interwoven make a Star of David again, the emblem used by the commanders and officers of Aton. Here we have Nabisco and the Neotech organization. We're just examining these logos. Like so many corporations and institutions of the world, these company logos prominently feature Masonic emblems and symbols. The Cross of Lorraine and the pyramid have been incorporated into both designs. This symbol can be found throughout the corporate world. And of course the Nabisco symbol there also incorporates the pyramid. We talked about Lorraine. We talked about Charles de Lorraine and how instrumental he was, a figure in the Knights Templar, the Rosicrucians and the Freemasons, and also the Illuminati. And that how instrumental he was influencing Adam Weishaupt, who went on to influence the founding fathers of America. And of course, in homage almost, these dignitaries, these elevated ones, begin using these symbols of these ancient dynasties and these ancient royal houses of Europe. Here's a couple of other examples. Philip Morris with a very royal style coat of arms featuring lion and unicorn. The Marlborough Corporation using the pyramid and even the removable capstone. Their packs feature the Egyptian pyramid, but if you open the lid of the box, it's like removing the capstone of the pyramid. Is this just coincidence? We would do well to question the identity of these dynastic concerns who've made fortunes importing and purveying tobacco, sugar, caffeine, opium, and mercury. We mentioned in part 1 about the Atlantis book and the appendices, Appendix F, which contains a thorough look at the purveyors of these stimulants. Valdemar Valerian, his master chronology, taking you through the centuries, taking you through the years, to paint a picture that is absolutely incredible. But you can look at it and see the objective proof. Don't take anybody's word for it. The chronology, the purveyance, the East India Company, the Hudson Bay Company, the Virginia Company. These concerns, these dynastic concerns, even in the corporate world, who've made fortunes out of suffering and misery, and the advertising concerns that made it all possible. Aton in your face. That's right. We've seen it. It's in plain sight. Nothing is hidden. The missing capstone of the pyramid is missing because it represents the exiled Akhenaten. The descendants of this renegade infidel have, in retaliation, desecrated the land of Egypt, both its temple sites and its true history. Their agents have also seen to it that the ancient connections between Egypt and Ireland have been obscured. Only now in our time are the facts arising to the surface. Our revelations concerning the Irish origins of civilization also involve the exposure, for the first time, of the true origins of the secret societies and the reason for the symbolism they employ. We show why knees have bent and why heads have bowed before the world system and its elusive creators. There it is, the eagle. The eagle is a shield in front of it. America with the stars and stripes, protecting the Atonists, a home for the Atonists. This eagle is a symbol of the so-called tribe of Manasseh, named after a son of Joseph, the Pharaoh's dream analyst and the man with the coat of many colors, which of course refers to the zodiac. In reality, Joseph was Yuya, the wealthiest man in the world during the time of the Pharaoh Thutmosis IV. Yuya held the highest office and was probably connected to the Hyksos kings of Egypt. He was one of the 12 so-called brothers, but that's a cryptic reference to his priestly or Masonic rank. He was second in command after the Pharaoh of his time. In Egyptian and Hindi, the word Akka, like an Akhenaton, means eye. The hierogram for the word Akhem or Akka was the eagle. The eye and the eagle, which appear on the dollar bill, are therefore closely related as symbols and have been symbols of royalty, especially of Egyptian royalty. The name Akhenaton means eye of Aton. Manasseh is therefore a cover term and idea for the Atonists and their conquest of America. From a book called Tracing the Ancestors of Great Britain and America, by the Gospel of the Kingdom Ministry, we read, Manasseh would become a great nation. The greatest nation in the history of the world is the United States of America. So these Atonists and those they've controlled and also those they've confused, which makes up for a good deal of the Christian movement, especially these right-wing evangelist types, who are either in the pay of the Zionists or the pay of the Sionists, the pay of the Templars and secret societies. As we've shown throughout this whole presentation, all these surface movements and charities and organizations all link back. Well, they are convinced that America is, of course, the new empire. Akhenaten wanted to replace an empire that was lost. Britain, the empire upon which the sun never sets. And then from Britain the move towards taking America, colonizing America. Now, according to cryptic metaphorical histories of the British Israelites, Joseph's two sons, Manasseh and Ephraim, are the ancestors of the races guided by God to found Britain and America. The sons are, however, merely fictive devices. They are just two of many non-historical biblical characters scripted to impersonate the chiefs of the cult of Aton, who speak only in symbols to the world they stage manage from behind the scenes. The misunderstood motto above the Egyptian pyramid, at which the Judaic Aton's eagle stares, is Annuit Coeptus, meaning he favors our undertaking. The he is not God, but Akhenaten, and or his god Aton. The new order of the Atonists is to replace the old order over which they reigned in Egypt of old. Now the shield is shown in front of the eagle protecting it. The stars and stripes which represent America are literally a shield for the eagle, that is, for the cult of Akhenaten and for Aton. The motto, E pluribus unum, meaning from the many, one, is a clear reference to the one big star created from the 13 others. The 14th star corresponds to the 14th and highest cornerstone of the pyramid, also seen on the American $1 bill. The star is not Judaic, in the sense learned and accepted today. It is the royal star of David, that is the house of Aton. The arrows represent the militaristic faction of the cult, while the olive branches represent the theocratic or religious faction. The eagle faces left, and that represents the past or the history that has been before. The term star was used in the earliest times by hardline Essenes and Jews in reference to their lineage of messianic leaders. These men were not thought to have come from God. They were merely tribal or clan leaders in line from David. The 9 tail feathers represent the 9 degrees of the Illuminist or Atonist lodges. The famous symbol of the compass and the rule. This design has a subliminal property of being configured like the letter A, which stands for Akhenaten and for Aton. It is often shown with sun rays, along with a 5-pointed star of Sirius. The chief Masonic motto is Per me regis regnant, which means through me kings reign. We might now know who this me is. We also see the letter G, mostly in uppercase, along with the Masonic compass and rule. The letter G, rendered in lowercase, however, appears to be serpentine in form. This is another reason why it is employed by the descendants of the so-called Dragon Court or Brotherhood of the Snake. Many kings were known as George, with a G at the beginning, and the Red Cross of England is also known as St. George's Cross. Now Akhenaten referred to himself as the architect. That is a term well known to Masons. Their supreme archon is known as the grand architect of the universe. The word carpenter, from Setepenri, the Egyptian word Setepenri, was also a title used by the Egyptian pharaohs. In Greek, the word for carpenter, poiamen, means king's counselors. So it's anything but the humble carpenter that we envision when we listen to all those romantic Bible stories of Joseph and Jesus hammering and sawing and pieces of wood in their workshop and all of that kind of palaver. Nothing could be further than the truth. The Bible is loaded, as we showed in part 1, with cover terms and code meanings and code words. There's so many of them. Here we see the President Harry S. Truman, the insidious and treacherous 33rd President of America, wearing his Masonic diadem in the shape of the letter A for Aton. Of course, Truman was a major Zionist and one of the most perfidious creatures to ever appear in American history. We can also study the Masonic degrees. You can go to Masonic lodges and pick them up in their brochures and folders. These, we also see that the beginning stages are 3. And as we pointed out in part 1 of this program, the number 3 is Druidic. The number 3 was sacred to the Druids. The Druids divided their order that way. So did the Ammonists of Egypt. And we note basically the prevalence of Egyptian symbolism. The pyramid is seen there in that image, shaped like a letter A. There's the Druidic zodiacal or zodiacal arch. There's the compass and rule of Aton. And then there's the sunrise, the rays of the sun above the pyramid. The word Aton actually refers to the new sun at the eastern horizon, to be specific. The 33 degrees is based on the 33 degrees that the sun, that's Aton, must pass while resident in one sign of the zodiac. 33 represents the degrees of a single sign of the zodiac. For the sun to pass through the whole of the 30 degrees of a sign, and then a little bit more for the sun. The sun is also, has a certain size. So for the sun to enter in, pass through, and completely leave a sign, it's about 33 degrees. This is why it's sacred to those modern solar cultists, people like the Freemasons. A good student is given a degree today when he's ready to serve his Masonic God. Aton, Jehovah, Lucifer. The fact that most students of the world don't know that doesn't change the fact of the matter. Now, Masonic degrees bear Hebrew, or what we might want to call, for argument's sake, Hebrew titles. Higher degrees bear tags such as Sublime Prince of the Royal Secret, Knight of the Sun, Grand Pontiff, Prince of the Tabernacle, Knight Commander of the Temple, Knight of St. Andrew, and Andrew is nothing more than a rendition of the Aryan Indra, etc. As we show, these terms are Egyptian in origin. Our work is the first to reveal the true origins and purpose of Freemasonry. This G that they use stands for the Gaionim, the elites of the Atonists. The lowercase g is a sigil for the serpent and the knowledge preserved by members of the ancient dragon bloodline. The first lines of the opening verse from Akhenaten's own hymn to Aten, this is composed by Akhenaten himself, that became the basis of the Old Testament's Song of Solomon. The first lines are, At daybreak, when thou arisest on the horizon, when thou shinest as the Aton by day, thou drivest away the darkness, and givest thy rays. Again, one more anecdote showing the incredible connections between Judeo-Christianity and old Egyptian Atonism. So when this maniac Akhenaten is referred to as the Christ before the Christ and the world's first humanist and the world's first individualist and the first monotheist, there's so much truth to that in a way. It's just that what we're dealing with is not normal solar cultism. It's a warped and vile, skewed branch. Its founder was a maniac, and the subsequent religions are of a maniacal form. Hence the state of the world today. Here we see a logo of the Gene Trust with the lowercase g, which is subliminally the serpent, and which also stands for the Gaionim, these elites, these Masonic elites. I wrote that by way of their control over the major pharmaceutical leviathans, this poison-peddling order can have the masses of the world made sicker and more infirm on all levels. And the evidence of this enterprise of human destruction can be seen all around us. The symbolism employed by most of these corrupt edifices is enough to alert us to their perfidious agendas. Through their agents in the media, that's Henry Luce, Sumner Redstone, Ted Turner, Rupert Murdoch, Conrad Black, Catherine Graham, etc., they make sure that the world's uninformed masses remain that way. By disseminating a daily diet of pornographic images and perverse subliminal messages, deeply disturbing to man's libido and psyche, they contaminate the world with their noetic infections. It is partly due to this psychic dictatorship that the average man lacks the passion and inclination for anything other than the pursuit of sensual gratification and personal narcissistic titillation. What do we read in Exodus 19? You have seen what I did unto the Egyptians, and how I bare you on eagle's wings, and brought you unto myself. What is encrypted in that? What does it mean? Can anyone be born on eagle's wings? God is sending an eagle to bring his child home. Well, is it a double-headed eagle, perhaps? This double-headed eagle can be seen today prominently displayed at the Knights Templar Palace in Jerusalem. It can be seen on Templar architecture all over the island of Malta. The Templars were, and remain, a Catholic organization. Here it is again, as the insignia of the Byzantine Empire, founded by Constantine the Great, who, as we showed, was a member of the Atenist Sol Invicti cult. His armed guards were called the Golden Militia, and they wore the symbol of the double-headed eagle. Well, there's no connection between Masonry and the Vatican. There's no connection between Roman Catholicism and the popes and any of these secret orders. How preposterous to say that. Well, we know that the Knights of Constantine, his guards, walk around with the double-headed eagle, but that's pure coincidence. That has nothing to do with secret societies. We know that the headquarters of the Knights of Malta is round the corner from the Vatican, but that's just coincidence also. Here we see on the bottom part of this picture the imperial standard of the Habsburgian Austro-Hungarian Empire that encompassed Austria, Hungary, Czechoslovakia, Slovenia, and Croatia. The double-headed eagle. It's the standard of the royals, the elites. Here it is the Austrian coat of arms under the Habsburgian reign, with a rampant red lion can be seen on the central shield. Down below, there it is with the number 33 and the pyramid, one of the many examples of the Freemasonic double-headed eagle, with the Egyptian pyramid, the crown, the sword, the number 33, signifying the highest grade of Masonic adepts. Of course, on paper, oh, dear old Adam Weishaupt and his Illuminati, they just were burning with anger about aristocracy. They were about humanity. They were about Dionysian debauchery. They were about man being free, the noble savage, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, Voltaire, the Duc d'Orléans, bending over backwards to free humanity from the tyranny of the royals. But the Masonic symbols that they used were originally royal symbols. The man who created them was Charles de Lorraine, of the most powerful royal families of Europe. Here we have a photograph of Zionist Madeleine Albright with her Atenist eagle. The Albright family were and are lieutenants of the Masonic Atenists situated in London and New York. The term neocon is simply a brand new term for Atenist. No one in the White House serves the true interest of the American people. Quite the contrary, they serve the royals of Britain and Europe. And their insider smiles let you know that that is in fact the case. Here we have a picture of Buckingham Palace from the air. Let us also note that the word buck refers to a male deer. In Program 1 and Section 1, we showed the importance of the stag horns, the stag god and the stag men. We went into that in great depth. Well, it's a pyramidical layout, same as Washington, D.C. and at Paris. Atenists like to remember the good old days, and so to design new cities to stand for a new Egypt, to replace the one they lost long ago. And a study of the symbols is always going to put us onto the right track, as long as we look at them sanely and with education. The emblem of the United States of Europe, here it is, the famous 12 stars again. The star was an ancient term denoting an Essenic master. Originally a Druidic motif, it is used to denote the occult nature of the principal quorum operating behind the obvious seats of power and religion. Finally, we turn to Rome. As we said in Program 1, there are 21 obelisks standing on the planet Earth. There are but 5 in Egypt now. 13 are in Rome. And 13 is an important number, dealing with the zodiac and with occult ritual. Now these obelisks stand at key geomantic positions. Rome, as well as many other Western cities of power, is littered with Egyptian and Irish occult symbols and artifacts. from the obelisks, columns, and fountains of Gian Lorenzo Bernini, the pyramids of Raphael, and the pagan mystery school motifs of other Renaissance masters, the Atnas creation and domination of the Vatican, and of the major secret societies can be ascertained. In the book we talk about even various popes having their private apartments completely decorated with Egyptian pagan motifs. We have a whole chapters on this in the Irish Origins book, clearly showing just how this Egyptian Atnist symbolism played a part in the lives of the popes and the bishops, as it still does. Now, Zenith Harris Merrill, in the book Roman Catholicism, states that the Vatican resides on the former temple site of the Roman sun god Mithras. The ancient obelisk phallic symbol in St. Peter's Square was brought to Rome from Heliopolis by a Roman emperor many centuries before Jesus Christ lived and before Christianity.
Receive the royal scepter, the ensign of kingly power and justice. Receive the rod of equity and mercy. Be so merciful that you be not too remiss, so execute justice that you forget not mercy. O God, the crown of the faithful, bless, we beseech thee, this crown, and so sanctify thy servant Elizabeth, upon whose head this day thou dost place it for a sign of royal majesty.
There's lots of symbolism and ritual in royalty. But where does it come from? That's the question. During the coronation service of Queen Elizabeth II, the narrator mentioned that elements of the proceedings were so old that history could not fathom them. Well, this obviously implies that the symbolism reaches back farther than the origins of Christianity. It also means that the ceremony is not wholly Christian, even though it appears so on the surface. Indeed, the name Britain does not come from the Hebrew, but from the Phoenician. In fact, the Hebrew language comes from the Phoenician. The name Britain derives from Baratana, a name which referred primarily to the sea goddess of the maritime Phoenician Irish peoples. This name can also be rendered Bharat, which was a name of India, and also Para, Prat, and Parat, etc. Baratana contains the syllable Ana, meaning heavens. The symbol of the cross can be seen on the early Phoenician coins, confirming that it is not Christian in origin. America is meant to have nothing to do with royalty and aristocrats and oligarchs, and yet here, on the seal of California, we find the very same emblem, the very same symbol of Baratana that's used as an emblem for the British Isles and the British royalty. A close look at Baratana's shield shows a winged goddess with a horned headdress, another ancient pagan symbol. And when it comes to goddesses, we find that Ireland was named after 3 of them, Eri, Banva, and Fodla. We find that Sweden is named after the goddess Svea, and Scotland was named after the Egyptian queen Scota or Scotia. Britain, as we said, is named after the goddess Baratana. This practice of naming countries, continents, like Europa for Europe, of naming nations, cities, and towns after female goddesses or queens, is pagan in origin. It was the habit of the Western Arya or Aryans, the world's foremost spiritual aristocracy. The traditions of the Arya, the Goths, and the Saka of old have been appropriated and cannibalized by their Atenist destroyers. The Byzantine or Roman Empire's main symbol was the same as the Masonic double-headed eagle. Masonry, Templarism, and royalty are well and truly connected. They are all branches of Egyptian Atenism. Well, curiouser and curiouser. It is not surprising that Druidic symbols appear on the regalia of the British royals. The wand, the cup, and the plate, or the disc, originated with the 4 sacred treasures of Ireland, which also gave rise to the 4 suits of the tarot and the modern playing cards. The eagle is Atenist, although it was originally an emblem of the Arya and the Goths of ancient Britain and Scandinavia. It was and has been a symbol of royalty from the earliest times among the Irish, the Phoenicians, the Scythians, Cimmerians, Hittites, and Egyptians. Here we see the double-headed eagle on a Masonic lodge in Yorkshire, England. The double-headed eagle can be seen on many Masonic lodges throughout the world. Here we see it again on Albert Pike's memorial in Washington, D.C. And we discussed Albert Pike and his backers in part 1 of this program. Here we see the American eagle and the emblems for Georgetown University. Which one controls the other, we ask? Wasn't George a famous king of England? And why are there stars and Druidic oak leaves around a Jesuit emblem? The eagle stands for the capital letter A, the signature of Aton and the Atenists. As we saw in part 1, most of the regalia and symbolism of the Freemasons and the Knights Templars and the symbolism of royalty has to do with Egypt. Many Masons wear the compass and rule. They lionize and revere the Egyptian pharaohs, Thutmosis and Akhenaten, and they revere the symbol of the 3, which of course originated with Druidism, but was certainly used to great effect in Egypt, the design of the pyramid, for instance, being based on the harmonies of 3 and 4. And speaking of strange symbols, we might ask why there is a skull and bone symbol on the tunic of a member of the Knights of Columbus. This is a Jesuit Catholic order created in the 1920s, to which many U.S. politicians and public figures belong. In part 1, we traced the history of the skull and bones and its parent orders of Europe. Here we see the lion, which is seen on the heraldry of England. It too is primarily Atenist. The Atenist solar eagle has been used by the United States and the Atenist lion by Britain. The MGM logo, the British East India Company logo, and the Knights Templar emblem, even the flag of Richard I, the so-called Lion Heart, seen there on the bottom right, became the symbol of England. And we note the fact that it's 3 lions, 3 again being the sacred number of Druidry. Above we see Akhenaten, the original king of the Jews, the original Lion of Judea. Now the lion was also considered a protector of sacred places. This included locales, hence the position of the Sphinx in Egypt. The whole of Egypt was sacred, and so the protecting lion is there, presiding over the land. But sacred locales included buildings such as shrines, temples, government buildings, and stately houses. So it's strange that we should find the lion on British heraldry and on the door of number 10 Downing Street. Is there something sacred about this address? We're being told that there is. Here we see, as we did in part 1, the image of the lion discovered at Amarna, the city of Akhenaten, and across the river from Amarna lay Malevi, the city of the Levites. The so-called Levites, Judites, or Israelites, were none other than the notorious Hyksos pharaohs of Lower Egypt. They were not a ragtag bunch of slaves, as generations of lying historians and clergymen have falsely proclaimed. Although it is possible that the Hyksos originated in western climes, they were enemies of the Egyptian Ammonists and the British Druids. The story of the conflict between these contingents is detailed in our book, The Irish Origins of Civilization. Atenism or fascism? We ask a question. Is there really a difference? According to the symbolism, there's no difference whatsoever. Here on Buckingham Palace, the ancient symbols of the lion and the unicorn. They represent Leo and Cancer. The great gates. Let's turn to the coronation ceremony itself. To day 1. Outside the gates of the palace is the roundabout that represents the celestial zodiac. The Queen's carriage drives around the structure and proceeds along Pall Mall. Notice the pyramidical design right outside the gates of Buckingham Palace. Just like at Washington, D.C. and at other sacred cities, we find the sacred ancient symbols, and particularly we notice the Egyptian symbolism. The carriage makes its way to the entrance of Westminster Abbey. This building is not to be confused with Westminster Cathedral. Outside the abbey was the royal crest depicting a lion and unicorn. The pale white unicorn is an ancient symbol for the moon. It also represents the Judaic house of Ephraim, or more correctly, the followers of the pharaonic house of Aton, symbolized by the red lion. The coat of arms is, therefore, an emblem symbolizing the elite Atonist dynasties and the lieutenants who have loyally served them throughout the generations. The royal carriage, in which the Queen rides, represents the chariot. This identifies it with the northerly sign of Cancer, known as the Gate of Birth. The coronation of Elizabeth was, symbolically speaking, a birth. Now, Cancer's opposite sign, Capricorn, was known as the Gate of Death. A stellar or astrological rite was covertly performed during the coronation ceremony of Queen Elizabeth II on June 2nd, 1953, in the sign of Gemini. She became queen of 16 countries and the most powerful head of state in the world. But she is merely a placeholder for another. After all, in the coronation ceremony, the queen is referred to as the maintenancer of the realm. Here we see King Edward's crown, featuring Maltese crosses and the fleur-de-lis of the French Templars and the French royal houses, and the crown surrounds the so-called cap of maintenance. The word maintain means to perpetuate or keep in order until some other event occurs, or until the arrival of a sovereign of greater rank. Interestingly, the very word entertain also connotes the same idea. To entertain in the interim, before the main event occurs. But in whose name or place does the Queen and her court preside, and maintain the state as stewards or caretakers? Within Westminster Abbey hang the banners and pennants of the many knightly families owing allegiance to the royal families of Britain. These bear many ancient astrotheological motifs, and we can also note the inverted crosses on the right-hand side behind the banners. Here we see Phoenician images showing the raised hand that was later incorporated into the design for the flag of Northern Ireland. Allegedly, the raised red hand was a symbol of the O'Neill clan of Ireland, but in fact, it long predates the time of the Gaelic conquest of Ireland. Here we see the hand as the crest of the despotic and wayward Winston Churchill, a man who couldn't make up his mind what side of the political spectrum he could find a home. Kabbalistic imagery is also used during the coronation ceremony. The queen is positioned at the center of 6 maidens or ladies-in-waiting. The form of the procession is reminiscent of the Kabbalistic tree of life which we can see on the right. The procession then passes through the second portal into the church towards the altar. The company pass along a blue carpet symbolizing water, the river of life, time or knowledge, etc. Interestingly, the word Hebrew, as we saw in part 1, means the men of the river. Passing through the inner door towards the altar, we see the red train of the queen held by her 6 ladies. This red train symbolizes the line of kings and queens historically preceding the queen. She is the end of the royal bloodline, the so-called dragon court that stretches back past the time of Akhenaten to even more distant ages. And as we saw, the lion, or sometimes the dragon or the serpent of the Habsburg dynasty to whom the queen is related. We saw that the Windsors are also related to the Beauce-Lyon family and the Battenbergs and the Saxe-Coburg-Gothas and the Hanoverian House of Orange, to the Savoys and Angevins and Capetians and the Guelphs, who were known as the Black Venetian dynasties. The procession approaches the first set of steps. There are 6 to climb. This represents a Star of David, or, more correctly, of Aton. After this ascent, the queen moves slowly towards the members of the Protestant clergy standing before the altar and 2 thrones. On the backs of the robes of the bishops, we see the letters IHS. These letters are believed to represent Jesus Christ, but in fact they derive from the Irish god Iessa or Isus, as well as from the Grecian and Roman god Dionysus or Bacchus, upon whom the Christian Jesus was partly based. The queen approaches the clergyman and the altar. Above the altar, with the sacred emblems of royalty, is a balcony where the family members of the queen are seated. They rise in courtesy as she approaches. The red train is meticulously laid down, and she turns to the Bible. Beside her stand 4 knights with 4 swords. They represent the compass points. The symbolism of the sword is complex. It is primarily a Martian symbol, although it also connotes the intellect and the acquisition of knowledge. Here we see the Dendera zodiac, one of the most ancient zodiacs in the world, and it shows the 12 signs of the zodiac and the 4 cardinal points. This zodiac was dedicated to the female goddesses Hathor and Isis. We recognize the 4 knights or the 4 stewards, not only as the 4 directions of heaven, but as the 4 sons of Horus. There they are, in front of the Pharaoh, in front of Osiris. There, beneath the seat of Osiris, we see the wavy lines of the water. The same idea as the blue carpet, which we saw in the procession. But there in front of the Pharaoh, in front of the noble one, or the king enthroned, we see the 4 sons, so-called sons of Horus, which represent the 4 cardinal directions of heaven, perhaps the 4 elements, and also the 4 hemispheres of consciousness. The queen is presented for recognition. She moves towards the St. Edward's chair. At this time, the Archbishop of Canterbury will present her before the people for recognition. This is an astromantic ritual in which the queen represents the moon and the archbishop the sun. His light illumines or recognizes her as the sun does the moon. The chair of St. Edward is another ancient Irish symbol. It's the coronation seat of Tara and is of Atenist origins. It was used in Ireland after the Milesians, or the Atenists, conquered the land around 600 BC. During this astrological ritual, the queen faces each of the compass points in turn, while the same question is proclaimed as to whether she is accepted as regent by those gathered at the 4 points of the world. The queen is asked by the archbishop if she will swear before the people to keep the promises she has made, to rule her realms and territories with justice and rightness. The queen answers, "All this I promise to do." The queen proceeds towards the altar to kneel and swear before God that she will keep her oath. She kisses the Bible, which appears to be opened at an early chapter. Immediately after the Bible is removed, another book is brought forth, in which she signs her name. After being addressed by the Scottish minister, the queen has her crimson robe removed. She rises and proceeds towards St. Edward's chair, behind a knight carrying a sword. This is the moment before the anointing. During the televised coronation, the narrator described the anointing ceremony as a moment so old that history can scarcely go deep enough to contain it. This curious description tells us that the rite preceded the time of Christ. That is what is being implied subtextually. And we may ask, what dynasty or empire, known to anoint its kings and queens, was so old that history itself cannot fathom it? Is the narrator referencing and suggesting pre-Diluvian empires? The queen anointed, blessed, and consecrated, said the narrator of the televised ceremony in 1953. There it is, the chair of St. Edward, the Irish seat of kings, that arrived in England by way of Scotland, and it stands upon 4 Atenist lions. The back of the chair is suggestively pyramidical. On the right we see the updated, remodeled chair, with the symbol of England, Scotland, Wales, and Ireland, and above it the pyramid with the circle inside of it. Irish and Egyptian symbolism. We see the Tudor roses, and we see the Knights of Malta cross on top of the crown. And talking of thrones, long before the throne of the lion was used, we have the goat throne, used by kings and priests long before the symbol of the lion became a symbol of royalty. As Frank Higgins in his Ancient Freemasonry says, the god Horus was often represented with the horns of both a ram and a goat. And as we saw in part 1, the horned animals were sacred to the ancient Arya. Here on the pictures on the right, we see the Knights of Malta cross, or the cross. We see the goat, or gazelle-like creature. On the image above, we see the bull, and below the bull, we see the goat, the little goat, standing beside the seated dignitary, the astrologer kings, the priest king. And as we saw, the Western Arya, they were the Phoenicians, the Goths, and the early Scythian Gaels. They all worshipped the horned animal. In particular, they revered the goat and the stag. The very name Scythian comes from Saka, from which we derive such terms as sacred and sage. The syllable S-A-C and also sak or zak connoted the stag. The syllable appears in the word Saxon. This word originally denoted the sages and not the men of the spears. The syllable appears in names such as Isaac. This is correctly rendered Ish-sak, meaning man of the Saka, man of the sages, the Magi, the prophets, or the wise ones. Well, does this imply that the Old Testament characters, Isaac, Jacob, and Abraham, who allegedly entered Egypt from Babylon were in fact Western Scythians? In our mind, it does indeed imply that. And we always have to remember that the lies told to us about our exceptional megalithic ancestors are really without number. The lies disseminated about the Arya are also most pernicious. The very word Aryan has been thoroughly and deliberately misinterpreted. It referred not to a race, but to a caste. Specifically, it referred to the intellectual, spiritual, and moral status of any human being, regardless of their racial background. In Proto-Indo-European, the root is Aryo. In Iranian, the rendition is Asha. In Hindi, the root was Urta. In Greek, the renditions were arete, meaning virtue, or aristos, meaning best, like in Aristotle, the philosopher, and ortho, meaning orthodox. In Latin, it was rectus, or erectus, meaning upstanding, right, or true. In German, it was recht, meaning right. It also appeared as Reich, or more correctly, Areich, as in the names Rick or Arik, meaning rich or high, like the names Richard and Eric, etc. In English, it appears as right, and also as terms such as Aries, art, aristocracy, arable, area, and Haris. In Sanskrit, it was Arya, meaning kind, favored, excellent, or devoted. Secondary meanings are lord, master, noble, respected. The root appears in personal names such as Aryabhata and Aaron, and in numerous place names such as Benares, Ara, Aryavarta, Sumeria, Bulgaria, Armenia, Iran, Ireland, and Eric. In Origins and Evolution of Religion, Albert Churchward wrote, "It is stated on a parchment found in a brick wall in the foundations of Dendera at the time of King Pepi, the Great Pyramid was built by the followers of Horus. The stellar cult people were the followers of Horus in the same sense as the Christians are followers of Christ. The architect who drew the plans was Nu-Er-Nub Ari, and his title was the Keeper of the Secrets." Now the Irish stag god was known as Hern, and also Cernunnos. The word Hermes comes from the Irish Hern. Hermes was the Greek god of wisdom and secret knowledge. The horns that were once the symbol of divinity, spiritual wisdom, and mystical rank can still be seen in the spiked crowns worn by monarchs. In the Bible, we hear of Jesus and his so-called crown of thorns. Is this yet another cryptic reference to Druidism in the scriptures? Certainly. After all, the Druids employed the idea of a cruciform tree thousands of years before the advent of Christianity. Their sun king, who was hung on a tree of life, was Iesa, or Isus. The very word God derives from got, a word that originally meant the goat. Here he is, Hern the hunter, the ancient stag god of Druidism, wearing the original crown of thorns. The serpent and torque serve as his ring and rod. These are the key symbols of royalty, but spiritually they represent biunity, the nucleation of the masculine and feminine polarities, and the unification of microcosm and macrocosm. They represent the so-called chemical wedding of the alchemists and mystery school adepts. The bracelet or torque of the prehistoric Hern appears during the Queen's ceremony. During the anointing and consecration, 4 knights of the Order of the Garter bring a canopy over the seat and over the Queen. At this time, shielded from public view, the Queen is spoken to by the Archbishop of Canterbury. What passes between the two is not known. This scene was edited from the televised record. The Queen is head of the Knights of the Garter, that was allegedly founded in the 14th century by Edward III. She wears the order's tunic here, and the emblem with the solar rays and red cross. Of course, in part 1, We thoroughly discussed not only the symbolism of the Red Cross and its origin, but of the blue belt or garter that surrounds it. We also discussed the symbolism of the solar rays. Here are some crests and emblems of the Order of the Garter, carved for the Queen and on display at the palace. Note the owl, the serpent, and the phoenix, symbolizing Akhenaten. Of course, the serpent is a symbol to be found on the medical corporations, and the owl also, and it's the symbol of the Bohemian Society, is connected to the Roman goddess Minerva. The symbol of the blue garter, as well as the Red Cross symbol, referred to as St. George's Cross, belonged to the Egyptian god Set. He was worshipped by the Hyksos pharaohs, the Shasu or shepherd kings, who, during and after the time of Akhenaten, became the Atenists. The Atenists conquered Britain approximately 600 years BC. This is the reason why Egyptian symbolism appears on so much British and European heraldry. The lunar queen becomes the solar queen. After being anointed, Elizabeth is clothed in a golden robe. She resumes her place on the chair and is presented with an unsheathed, jeweled sword. The female queen takes the sword of Mars from the male knight. This interaction between the queen and knight is a key aspect of the ceremony. Its secret is revealed by way of an understanding of astrology and tarot. On the bottom left we see a tarot card named the Queen of Swords, corresponding with this aspect of the ceremony. The image of the royal lady holding the Martian sword can be seen in the tarot card named the Queen of Swords. This court card is also associated with the sign of Libra. Now Libra is the 7th sign of the 12. Importantly, it is the direct opposite of the sign of Aries. Aries is ruled by the planet Mars, and the symbol of Mars is, as we have said, the sword. Moreover, the sign of Aries is especially revered by Atenists. After all, it was during the age of Aries, approximately 1400 BC, that Pharaoh Akhenaten instigated the exclusive worship of Aton. Egypt was brought to wreck and ruin due to his fanaticism. Eventually, after 17 years of religious despotism, the crazed pharaoh was exiled. The queen represents the feminine Libra because of this sign's astrological opposition with the masculine Aries. The coronation is, therefore, not only an astrological rite, but an alchemical one. It is a form of hieros gamos, or chemical wedding. The archbishop approaches and says, "With this sword do justice." The tarot card which corresponds to the sign of Libra is known as Justice, and it is card number 11. The queen stands and walks towards the altar to return the sword. She resumes the throne, and the archbishop then brings forth the bracelets of sincerity and wisdom. As we saw, these bracelets again originate from Irish mythology. And according to one legend, Moses gave his own bracelets to a Gaedel, the son of Noel, the Milesian, or Atenist, who brought them to Ireland after leaving Egypt. The ceremonial bracelets are given to the queen as bonds between her and her people, and also as symbols of protection, embracing you on every side, defending you against all enemies, bodily or ghostly. So here we have an intensely occult ritual, in which many of the actual rites are to do with protection, protecting the queen against all sorts of attack, against all sorts of enemies, in this world, in the incarnate world, and in the discarnate world, and the spiritual and astral planes. The queen is then adorned in the golden imperial robe. It is another symbol of protection. Immediately afterward, she is also presented with the orb, which is the world under Christ's dominion, and the ring of sapphire and ruby. In her right hand she holds the scepter of kingly power and justice, and in her left hand she holds the rod of equity and mercy. This part of the right corresponds with the Kabbalistic schemata of the Tree of Life, and its masculine and feminine pillars, known as mercy and severity. These pillars are the Jachin and Boaz of Masonry. The central path on the Tree of Life is made up entirely of feminine paths, as they are called. This central pillar, named Equilibrium, would be the body of the Queen herself, as we can see in the tarot card on the top in the center, card number 2, the High Priestess. We see the black and white pillars of Boaz and Jachin. We see the body of the female goddess. We see the pomegranate tree behind her. We see the number 2. And we see the cross. Then, on the extreme right, we see the last card of the tarot, the dancing female holding the 2 scepters or wands in exactly the same way as the Queen is holding the 2 scepters or wands. And about her, as we can see in this card that's called the World, we see the 4 cardinal figures again, the 4 cardinal points. Now, Albert Pike has something monumental and fascinating to say about the obelisk. In the Book of Enoch, he said, in speaking of the fallen angels, it is said, the name of the first is Yakun. He it was who seduced all the sons of the holy angel, and causing them to descend on earth, led astray the offspring of men. And the name, as Yakain, is fitly represented by a phallic column. Well, Yakun is obviously the Jakun or Jachin, one of the pillars at the gates of Solomon or Aton's temple. We see these 2 stately pillars at the portals of all Masonic lodges and at important government buildings. These phallic altars to Lucifer or Aton can be found in most civic centers of the world as the obelisk, the tower, or a single erect stone monument. They stand in the center of prominent city squares and near important banks, churches, and educational institutions. The very word phallic comes from phallos, which means white or bright, and it's akin to theos, that also means light. Albert Pike said, by the very name, it, the phallus, was connected with the sun. So where we have the solar symbols, we also have the phallic symbols. And the great phallic obelisk represented the fallen angel, the one who led men astray. And these phallic columns are to be found in the most important cities of the world, and very, very close to the houses of government and religion. Here is the front cover of Sir Francis Bacon's New Atlantis, featuring the Masonic Jachin and Boaz. Here we have the Jachin and Boaz with the Egyptian pyramid in Israel. So again, the obelisk, the phallus of Lucifer, god of light, a cardinal Atonist symbol, and now we have some idea of why it would have been incorporated into civic design in this particular way. Well, the idea of 2 pillars is not Jewish but Egyptian. As said, Jachin and Boaz are based on the esoteric, so-called Kabbalistic tradition, and on the Tree of Life's pillars entitled Mercy and Severity. These terms apparently also refer to 2 ancient symbols of royalty, namely the crook and flail of the pharaohs. Egyptian pharaohs bore the symbol of the crook and also the flail or whip. This symbol of the flail connoted self-mastery and not dominance over others, as lying experts contend. Interestingly, the Hyksos pharaohs were known as the shepherd kings. The king of Egypt was regarded as a seer. He was the shepherd. This term distinguished him as a master astrologer, because the flocks were the stars of heaven. On Queen Elizabeth's shoulder there is what appears to be 2 tassels, but which may be in fact a figurative Egyptian flail. It's a case of old pharaohs and new pharaohs. It's a case of meet the new boss, it's the same as the old boss. And what's more, we see the ring and the rod in exactly the same way as we saw in the ancient picture of Herne the Hunter, in the Sumerian, Babylonian, Assyrian images of the goddess Lilith, who holds them, and also in the priest kings of ancient Sumeria and Babylon, who held the same symbols of royalty, the sphere and the rod, the ring and the rod, the 1 and the 0. In Genesis 49, chapter 10, we read, "The scepter will not depart from Judah, nor the ruler's staff from between his feet, until he comes to whom it belongs, and the obedience of the nations is his." So again, an idea of waiting, an idea of one who is to come, and the importance of the scepter. Of course, we find the royal scepter not only in the House of Lords. Troublesomely, we find it in the House of Commons. Ultimately, the House of Commons cannot open without the right of placing the Queen's mace. The oligarch has the power, regardless of what the common public are led to believe. Everything is commissioned under the name of royalty and oligarchy. Now the Archbishop raises the crown high above the Queen's head before setting it in place. Suggestively, nothing organic exists during the ceremony, and men alone undertake the main ceremonial duties. That's right. The entire ceremony is indoors. There are no animals, there are no plants, and women do not take part in any of the main ceremonial duties. Here again we see the crown and the cross, which Christians would have us believe originates with early Christianity. But of course, a little study tells us the opposite, tells us that the cross is hardly unique to Christianity or modern royals. We find it on the symbols of the Goths, the Picts, the Assyrians, the Babylonians, the Irish, and of course the Phoenicians. Now once crowned, the Queen, while adorned in the golden imperial robe, and while carrying the 2 scepters, goes to another set of stairs. She begins to ascend 5 stairs to her throne, to assume full possession of her kingdom. Now 5 is the number of transcendence. It signifies mastery over the 4 elements of fire, water, air, and earth. Moving to the 5th level in anything symbolizes a form of crucifixion, to die to the 4, to die to the cross, and transcend to the quintessential level. In English, the letter E represents this quintessential level that is known by the Greeks as epsilon, the 5th letter of the alphabet. That's right, 6 stairs, then 5. You think it's Masonic? Well, you've just graduated, because it is. Here, on a Masonic frieze, are the idiosyncratic symbols, the emblems of Freemasonry, like we see on so many lodges. The 6-pointed star, the 5-pointed star, the number 6 and the number 5, the number 5 and the number 6, the 2 trees stylized to look like columns, the phallic idea. We see the compass and rule. We see the letter G, which we discussed thoroughly in part 1. We see the face of the sun, and we see the moon. And of course the Queen ceremony totally employs the astrological and astrotheological leitmotifs of the coming together of the sun and the moon. We see the eye, not the eye of Horus, but the eye of Aton. We see the tools of masonry, and we see the Pythagorean squares. It's all there for the eye to see and to decode. And the endless emphasis on light and the sun. Now that the Queen has sworn to uphold the teachings of the Protestant faith and to support and protect its clergymen, 3 bishops go down on their knees in homage before her. At this point, she is made supreme over her male subjects. We want to really meditate on that term, subject. In the early Babylonian stele, we see the sun disk, we see the 4 directions and the 3 attendants to the enshrined king within his sacred precinct. There's nothing new about the queen's ceremony and the traditions and the rites and rituals that we see going on in it. Now above the priest-king's head are the symbols of the planets and stars. The temple stands upon the water, symbolized by the wavy lines. As we saw earlier, the queen's procession moved along a blue carpet. Moreover, the very abbey, Westminster Abbey, is situated right on the river Thames, or Tammuz, the river of Thomas, the river of time. The queen is then approached by 4 more subjects: her husband, the Duke of Edinburgh, her uncle, the Duke of Gloucester, her cousin, the Duke of Kent, and finally the Earl Marshal of England. Each kneel and kiss her on the left cheek. Now, in the first, second, and fourth case, the dedication to the Queen is spoken aloud. In the case of the Duke of Kent, it is read silently from a paper presented in front of him by one of the bishops. The photo on the right is slightly blurred, but the paper being held in front of the Duke of Kent by the bishop can be plainly seen. Now, the Duke of Kent is the head of the Freemasonic Orders of Britain. It is therefore very suggestive that his statement and proclamation before and to the Queen is silent and secret. The narrator of the coronation service passed by this specific episode without a comment. Perhaps it is also suggestive that the Duke of Kent is the 3rd in line to approach the Queen, the number 3 being sacred to Freemasons, as it was to the ancient Druids. Of course, the skeptic will say, it got nothing to do with Freemasonry. Well, that's what you're bound to think without investigation, without research, and without an open mind. On the contrary, it got everything to do with Freemasonry. But it's more pernicious even than that. The royals expect their subjects to bow or kneel before them, do they not? Well, the boss man expects you to bow and kneel before them if they had their way. But symbolically bowing low the head to anyone actually signifies death. It signifies that one is headless before their liege lords. In Latin, the word head is caput, as the elite Capetian dynasty, which we discussed in Program 1. The word capitulation connotes cutting off a head, and that is what one symbolically does when they bow before monarchs or political dignitaries. One is symbolically lower and lesser than the regent. One indicates that they surrender their selfhood and sovereignty. The same thing applies when the knees are bent or genuflected. This occurs, of course, when knighthoods are granted. Now the Queen removes her crown, and she and Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh, both kneel before the altar to receive communion, the bread and the wine. This is the final rite before the service ends, and they rise to leave the church to meet the people outside. Prince Philip was made Duke of Edinburgh, a place which is, in the esoteric doctrine, considered the true Jerusalem. He is therefore the Duke of Jerusalem. But who are the Windsors? Well, the name of Windsor was adopted on July 17, 1917. The reason had to do with the fact that the present British royals are German by ancestry. Their actual dynastic names are Germanic. Of course, this did not sit well with the men and women of England who were forced into war with Germany on 2 occasions. The royals sitting on the thrones of Britain did not want it widely known that the enemy in Germany was of their own blood, and that the men and women were dying for nothing. The so-called Windsors are actually related to the House of Saxe-Coburg-Gotha, to Schleswig-Holstein, Soderburg-Glücksburg, to Oldenburg, which is Prince Philip's actual family, Oldenburg of Denmark, to the House of Wettin, to the house of Battenberg, which was later transmogrified into Mountbatten. They're related to Beauce-Lyon, which is the Queen Mother's family. They're also related to the Guelph dynasty, which is sometimes rendered Welf with a W, and to Habsburg and Hanover. They're also connected to the Capetians, the Angevins, the Tudors, the Stuarts, the Plantagenets, the Savoys, the Medicis, and so on. Each house mentioned here can be researched online, at Wikipedia and at other sites. But rarely are such names used. The ruse of using the locale is preferred because it's the perfect cover. For example, we hear of the Duke of Kent and the Prince of Wales. The masses accept these titles as names and forget about asking vexatious questions regarding ancestry. Prince Philip is the grandson of Queen Victoria and is related to most of the current and former crowned heads of Europe, including 7 czars. Jeffrey Steinberg, in his book The Largest Empire in the History of the World, speaking of this Windsor family, he says these families constitute a financier oligarchy. They are the power behind the Windsor throne. They view themselves as the heirs to the Venetian oligarchy, which infiltrated and subverted England from the period 1509 to 1715, and established a new, more virulent Anglo-Dutch-Swiss strain of the oligarchic system of imperial Babylon, Persia, Rome, and Byzantium. And again, a look at the etymology reveals a great deal. The connotative meanings. Tudor, the House of Tudor. Could that be a corruption of the word tutor? The tutors, the literate ones, the ones who can read and write when the world was reeking with ignorance and illiteracy? Are they the teachers? Or are they the Tudor or the Judah? Is the word Tudor an anglicized, corrupt version of the term Judah? And was Judah the judges, the tribe of judges? Ultimately, as we showed in Program 1, Judah equals Aton. And the Stuarts, as we showed, are really the stewards, those who stand in place of one to come. Now we come to the end of the service, the end of the coronation ceremony. 6 hours has elapsed, and the service ends, and the royal procession turns the way it came. Note that the Queen's train is now black, not red. Black, red, and white are the 3 most important colors in alchemy, in the alchemical process. Negredo is black, rubedo is red, and albedo is the white. They return to the palace. They emerge from Westminster Abbey after the 6-hour-long coronation service. The Queen enters her carriage and makes her way back to Buckingham Palace, passing through Whitehall, Pall Mall, St. James's Street, and Piccadilly, through streets thronged with onlookers and regimented marching troops from every one of her territories. Now a closer look at the design of the royal carriage reveals the 4 lions again, and the 2-winged humanoid figures, one carrying the trident of Poseidon, god of the sea, of earthquakes, and of Atlantis. The trident was originally the symbol of Baratana, the Phoenician queen after whom Britain was named. And let's not forget again the tarot aspect of all of this, that the carriage represents card number 7, the chariot, moving through and back again through the gate of birth. As the carriage approaches Buckingham Palace, the bemused, symbolically illiterate masses wait for the royal carriage to pass into the palace before rushing madly towards the gates to wait for the Queen to appear on her balcony. That their fathers and sons died in many wars orchestrated by the Windsors and their European cousins does not dampen their patriotism in the least. The sky may cry, but they grin and wave their flags. Finally, the royal party emerge onto the balcony. At the palace, the women apparently move to the viewer's left, for the most part, and the men move towards the right. This arrangement again fits the Kabbalistic model of the masculine and feminine paths of the Tree of Life. And let's not ever forget the whole question of geometry, sacred geometry, earth geometry, geomancy, positioning. because unknown to the congregating hordes whose energy becomes a key factor in civic rituals of this kind, the zodiacal Pall Mall, with its gates of birth and death, sits at the apex of a giant pyramid, a pyramidical design upon which Buckingham Palace is based. We see the letter A again for Aton and Akhenaten, the great Sun King. It can clearly be seen from the air. Here's a close-up. The great gates, the gates of birth, and the sphere, the fountain, and the pyramid. Here we see it at Washington, D.C. Are we to imagine, are we to accept the notion that this is, there's no similarity whatsoever, it's just coincidence? Should we roll over and go to sleep and imagine it's just architectural coincidence, an accident? Or are to put our thinking caps on and look objectively and studiously and find out the deeper aspects of all of this, and why we see the phallic column of Lucifer near to the great seats of government. The center of the circle, in which the crowds patiently wait, features 3 concentric circles. Well, 3 concentric circles is the age-old symbol for Atlantis. These 3 circles are suggested in the Jewish menorah, and they're also featured in the U.S. Congress room, along with the twin fasci, that is. The symbols of Rome, the symbols of Egypt, the symbols of the Atenists, the symbols of Atlantis. Here's a Masonic design for the so-called New Jerusalem. It's not 3 concentric circles, of course, but it certainly has 3 concentric rectangles or squares. It's all Judaism, it's all Atonism, Masonry. And the royals, being members of these secret societies, know all about it. And many of the politicians that they themselves honor and put into positions of power, and then go on to give awards to, these creatures also know about this. They also serve the masters behind the lodge door. And their interests may not, in fact, coincide with the best interests of humanity. Their New Jerusalem, their New World Order, may not be something worth living in, and certainly not worth sweating to build. Quite the contrary. The geographical positioning of Buckingham Palace, Pall Mall, and Westminster Abbey is important also. Many of these sites in London stand on ancient Druidic sites and near to ancient Druidic emblems and sacred trees, as well as being astrologically positioned beneath important stars and constellations. During the months of May and June, the constellations of Scorpio are prominent in the early morning and evening sky. This sign, and that of Ophiuchus, the 13th sign of the zodiac, are important to the elite royals and to their lieutenants within religion and government. Ophiuchus is actually made from 2 constellations, namely Serpens and Serpentarius.